all. Thanks very much for joining us. Welcome to the takeover. Things doing the thing. Here we go. Go for it, D.
What's going on, everybody? Sorry about that. That was totally my fault tonight. I totally spaced out. I was smoking some good stuff and I was binge watching something. Anyway, this show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over here to be here. If not, you have to leave. That means you. Back to you, Pooh.
Well, unfortunately, it's going to take me absolutely forever to sort this out. All right, just bear with me.
I can post a link if you want to, if you can pin.
Go for it. That'd be very helpful. Thanks.
Make it easier for you. Oh, come on. There we go. Hop on, folks. Come join us. Oh, Captain's waiting. He's messaged me already. Live. Don't forget, top chat, live chat. If you've got a chatting experience. Mm. There we go. Bring up the chat.
There we go. Pinned.
Right on. Cheers, bud. First in the chat. Smoke sense. D zombie. And the host.
There it is. There, Gators.
Thanks, Jimmy. Appreciate it, buddy. Have a good night.
Sure.
Cheers, everybody. Hope everyone's having a great night. Like I said, sorry about the delay. That was my bad. I totally messed up. Um, I was binge watching Voyager and I was smoking some really good bud. I won't lie. This bud I've been smoking has been awesome. Let me just see it again. Give me 1 second here. Let me just adjust this one meeting setting so I can hear the ding ding when people hop on. You know, people are waiting in the waiting room. Like I said earlier, this show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you have to get out. Cheers, CTC. Cheers, hardcore. What strain? What strain am I? I'm smoking several strains tonight. Bio Jesus, or if you're in Mexico, it could be Bio Jesus. I also got Tokyo OG, Dairy Queen. I think that's what it is, the Dairy Queen. I got a free one. They sent me a free ounce for buying all their bud. A mystery one. And then Gorilla, you know, they say, oh, Gorilla King, which is Gorilla Glue number 4, crossed with something. Give me a second, guys. My cat. Move, get out of there. Choo. Get shit. Hang on, guys. I gotta get my cat. Being a little shithead. Oh, there he goes. All right, good boy. Oh no, I'm all tangled up in these fucking wires. Yeah, Mrs. D says, roll me a joint. Yeah, that's pretty sweet. That, like I said, like I've said before, it's new. It's the new old place. The old place has been the place I was using before was really screwing up. They sent me 3 ounces. It was supposed to be the one of one kind, and it was 3 ounces of something of 3 different strains. So I'm like, all right, forget this. But I still do ask for menus because you never know. They might smarten up one day. But in the meantime, these guys are friggin' awesome. Hop on and join me. I'm gonna be here till at least 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Just got back from the gas station. I was at the gas station when Captain 420 messaged me. No show tonight? I look at the clock, I'm like, oh shit. I never ever spaced on a show like that. Just forgot. Straight up forgot like that. That's crazy. Cool hardcore. I'm drinking Barks root beer. I got some cocks of pepperoni. I'm spitting on an ounce. So I just dropped an ounce on the floor. 2 packs, the good kind. These things are friggin' awesome. It's Canadian. Great Canadian Meat Company. Hot pepperoni. And I got some chocolate. And I got a bar, caramel bar. I'm good. I was craving chocolate. In a couple of days, I'm craving chocolate, so I finally broke down. So screw it. Cheers, Jones and the Grow. Cheers, Roy Gardner. Johnny 5. J5 is still alive. Right on. Cheers, everybody in chat. I wonder where Captain is. Let me just bear with me 1 second. I'm gonna shoot Captain 420 a message. We're live. See if Captain 420 pops on. I hope everyone's having a great Saturday. Ruby Jack in Cali, China. Cool. Oh, speak of the devil, there he is right there. We speak your name. I should have just said that. He would have just showed up. That was pretty crazy. Good to see everybody on this Saturday night. Ooh, pepperoni's freaking nice and spicy. Now my sinus is going. Gonna roll Mrs. D a joint though. She wants some Bio Jesus, so Bio Jesus she shall have. Wait till you guys see this bud. Like a monster. It's a boulder. It's like bigger than a boulder. Hold on. I'm gonna get it out. That's what she said. Here, I'll even turn off the background for a second for y'all. It's like Tara leave live and y'all. Check out that bad boy. That came in my bag. That's one bud right there of this Bio Jesus. Let's see how much it weighs. It smells really good too. It weighs, oh wow, 6.4. 6.4 grams. Yeah, don't forget to like, to subscribe, and the little bell, and you'll get notified when we go live. And like Tumor likes to hear me say, I do shows on my channel. You can check me out on D Zombie, by the way. I am your host for the evening. And you can find me on YouTube as well at D Zombie underscore 745, where I do live shows as well. You can also find me on Instagram at D underscore zombie underscore on Instagram. Come check me out there. And now I'm gonna roll Mrs. D a joint. I'm gonna roll myself a joint. I don't know what I'm gonna roll yet. Maybe some DQ. I don't know. We'll see. Well, that's a gram. That's a gram bud. That's way a bit too much for a joint. Shit. Bud's flying everywhere. Bit much. Hop on, folks. You know who you are. Getting ready here. Rolling Mrs. D a joint. That's 6 gram bud away. 5 gram or whatever it was now. Yeah, I can't believe I missed the start of the show. Right on. Welcome. What's going on? Hello, Pot. Hello, Grant Wild. Weirdner. Hope you're saying your name right. Okay, you guys gotta bear with me for 1 second here. I'm gonna mute myself here. Maybe. I just gotta blow my nose. There, that's better. Now I can talk better. God, that hot pepperoni had my nose plugged up. Yeah. All right, look at Mrs. D's joint rolled up. In the meantime, don't forget to check out uh Fumadoro, fumesogold.com. Get yourself some awesome genetics. Um, also check out the merchandise. Really good prices for good quality t-shirt. So yeah, sure to check out Fumadoro for that and use the coupon code BRAIN, BRAINZ. That just works for the genetics only. It does not work for Gauge Green Genetics, or it will not work for the merch. So get yourself some merch. And also there's a contact page. If anyone has any guest requests for doing for the Tuesday shows, anyone has a request that they want, maybe they want to see Humidor interview, you can leave all your guest requests or comments or questions about his genetics. I think it's Fumes a Gold or Fumidor at Chronic Table. Don't hold me to it, but check out the website and it will show you the correct uh, email sent to me. By the way, thank you. I'll say it now. Thank you to Fumidor, like always, for putting these shows on, putting all this stuff together. I know it's crazy. It's a crazy thing to do. It's just not like here you go. It's a lot of work for the show. PGR. Yeah, man. What's everybody smoking on right now? I'm gonna roll up. Well, I'm rolling on Mrs. D, her Jesus, Bio Jesus, and then I'm gonna roll up a joint because it's too early for me to smoke that stuff. That stuff puts me to sleep. I'll smoke that later, a couple hours from now. I smoked some of this last night, and by the time I got to the second joint, after the second joint, I fell asleep right here in my chair. And then I woke up around 3:30 in the morning, and I crawled into bed. So that's great. Yeah, man. Hop on, everybody. I know it takes a couple minutes to get the show going and stuff. Kind of late tonight, late start. Yeah, that was crazy. Thank you, by the way, Captain 420, for sending me that message. No show tonight because I totally spaced. I didn't even think about it. I was too engrossed in what I was watching, and we were at the gas station. As soon as, well, we had to go to the one store. Mrs. D wanted some Cheerios. She got some Cheerios, and I'm like, all right, let's go to the gas station because I want a box of pepperoni, the good kind, $5, good kind. And I got a pop. Don't need no papers though this time. I got 2 packs the other day, yesterday. That should last us a couple days. Yeah, we're rolling Super Silver Haze. Right on. I haven't smoked Super Silver Haze in a very long time. It's been years because I don't really smoke that many sativas. But I did get this one sativa kind last order. I put it in here just to keep it isolated so I don't smoke it by accident. It's called Blue Caviar Cake. And it's pretty good. I like it. It doesn't give me anxious. Gives me doesn't give me anxiety or nothing, which is good, which I like. And I can actually feel it. It's like this stuff. This bud though, this blue caviar cake, I can feel it like it goes like right here. Not like headbands. Headbands like across the head. But this stuff is like right here. Goes right up to the head. So I can feel that right through there. It's crazy. Have a drink. What's up, Doc Diesel? And don't adjust your sets This is pop. I am drinking pop. You're not hallucinating or nothing. It's not coffee, I know. It's chalk. It's pop. I hardly drink much pop anymore. I used to drink a lot when I was younger. A lot of Pepsi. Oh, there we go. All right, Mrs. D. Mrs. D's joint's ready to roll. We'll smoke. There you go. Yeah. Too early for me to smoke this stuff. Just put me to sleep. Take all the rest of that, but I will put it in the mix pile. Oh, see? That was Token Dog Walker and Road Rubber. Dog Walker is good. I like Dog Walker. I've had Dog Walker before myself. Yeah, thanks, Chewy. Exactly, Pot. Oh, so okay, time to roll. Time for me to roll a joint. And I think we're gonna smoke. No, we're gonna put this away. I don't want to smoke any sativa right now. Eh, Gorilla Glue. Maybe I'll smoke this. Gorilla King, which is Gorilla Glue number 4 and crossed with jet fuel. That's what I'll smoke. Like there's even some nice big buds in this one. Not like that last, like the other one, but like 5 gram, 6 gram bud. But there's some nice big nuggets in this stuff too. These guys are great. And then after I got some chocolate I can eat. And that's it. We're gonna smoke some of this. Gorilla Glue 4 crossed with jet fuel. I'm not a big jet fuel fan by itself. I don't really like. I don't really like the taste, but when it's crossed with certain things, it's fine. But Gorilla Glue number 4 is one of my top. It's on my top 10 list, top 5 for sure. I love Gorilla Glue number 4. Hardcore will be on in a little bit. Gotta find my splitter. Spitter. What's your name? Your spitter. Hardcore. That sounds good, buddy. Cheers, love for the plant. Hope everyone's having a great night in chat land out there. I'm there. I'm in chat. I'm just lurking while I roll this joint up. Oh, this is D in the background, or it's a Get Up Girl. All right. Right on hardcore. He, oh, he did. All right. Oh, what's his name? Just kidding. Oh, I'm kidding. Um, yeah, hop on, everybody. Don't keep me company. I know hardcore's find your spitter. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna be here for the next couple hours till about 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Get that out quick. Mrs. D's not feeling good still. She's still under the weather. So she no good. All right, time to roll the joint. Yeah, I moved. Yeah. What's going on, everybody? Sorry, I'm just stuff I've been getting really good. There's hardcore. Must have found a spinner. Let hardcore in. Hardcore in the house. Maybe. There he is, Mr. Hardcore. Cheers, Hardcore.
How do you figure I'd hop on at least before I hop it back off again?
Yeah. Yeah.
Gotta find my splitter so I can see what I'm doing when I'm painting.
Yeah, yeah. Right on. Light this joint up. Oh, right on. It's joint time. Time before 20. That's okay.
Ding, 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 ding.
Oh, I know that song. Am I even kidding? T for two, right?
That's it. It's the dab song.
Yeah, man. I actually have that on my favorite list. I have a list on my YouTube and that's in there. As well as Hash Time by Canachronic. We should have checked those guys out. They're awesome. And Dank Buds. Cheers, old fashioned coffee pot.
I used to like a song back in the 90s called Hey by Crucial Conflict,
Right on.
like a rap group from down south somewhere.
Uh,
Or Cottonmouth Kings, back when they first came out.
mhm.
Remember, I was like 16 and I had a pair of subs in my trunk, and that shit got bumped a lot back in the day.
Boom, boom. That's awesome, dude. Cheers, Captain. Captain's back. Right on. Setting up the MRI times. Captain, if anyone doesn't know, Captain had a procedure done. So, cheers to Captain. I just want to speak out of turn, but I just stopped.
Cheers, Captain.
Captain 420 in the chat. Um,
You actually hold your hits in, D. I saw what's his name from Gage Green was on Eagles show just now, and he would like he wouldn't it wouldn't even leave him in for a second, just longer than I hold in my cigarette smoke. Or I mean, I hold my cigarette smoke in longer.
yeah, yeah, I hold it in for as long as I can.
Angel Smiles was saying in chat on that science says that it doesn't matter whether you hold it in or not because the CB receptors recognize it instantly. But I tend to say fuck science on that one fact.
Yeah, and if you don't cough, you don't get off. Yeah. That's what she said.
I think you don't cough with good wheat. It's always the shitty stuff that makes you cough. The stuff that's dried too quick or the stuff that's
Yeah,
screens dispensary.
yeah. Someone that just doesn't give a fuck and just gives it away. Cheers, old fashioned. Cheers, everybody in chat. Right on. Oh yeah, cheers to all you lurkers in the background, smoking a joint, doing a dab, maybe do some gardening. Cheers. 16 people watching. Right on. Planning on community garden and food forest this week. Right on, Gold Passion. He's planting a community garden and food forest. Right on, Captain. Screen chat here.
Hop on, you fucking scaredy cat. Yeah, I'm talking to you, lurkers. Hop on the screen once. You don't even got to show your face. Just show us your weed. You fuck. D's
Just
getting lonely.
don't be a dick and don't be show your dick. Yeah.
Unless you got like a really massive hog that's noteworthy, you might you could pretend it's something else. D doesn't like that idea.
Oh my. George Wait.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, it's too we can play music on this channel.
You can get away with the dab song if you do it for just a little bit.
I know. Or but Fumi, yeah. I don't know why, but Fumi's channel always gets dinged. It's crazy.
It's because when he complains about people dinging him, then it happens. But if you don't talk about Claude, he doesn't do anything. Oh, hi, kid.
45 minutes taxi ride in Bangkok.
I just, I
True
just,
cap. What's that parkour?
I just sold a piece of Murano glass back to Italy.
Cool.
Look at that bad boy. Paid $8 for it, and I won't tell you how many digits I got for it.
Cool, man.
It was
Well,
4.
good for you. That's awesome. And it's going to Italy?
Yeah,
Make sure you mark on it fragile so it gets there. Yeah.
that tends to almost make it worse. Then they like want to play kickball with it and shit to see if it's packaged good enough. They paid $150 for the shipping though.
Crazy. That's crazy, dude. We got. Yeah, man. I really like this bud. Uh-uh.
Who's hopping on for the first time? I'll give you a pack of seeds.
Yeah. Same fingers in the litter box. Oh, I should have wanted the only thing funny. Oh, what's going on, everybody in chat?
I'm not even looking at chat because I'm talking to people that are on the screen. Chat's dead to me. We're just a bunch of scaredy cats. I have anxiety. Yeah. We'll smoke some weed and hop on.
Yeah, come on. The captain says, "Come on, nurse. Come on, nurse. Captain needs his medicine. He needs to go smoke his medicine, nurse. Let's go."
Boof that shit.
Yeah.
I suppose you gotta decarb it before you can boof it though.
Yeah, okay. I'm not down with that either. No boofing. Exit only. Yeah.
I take Flintstone vitamins and boop them just so I can feel their faces in there.
Hey, did you say Flintstone vitamins?
I used to, yeah.
Oh God.
Tastes like
Uh,
chocolate with a hint of Kool-Aid in it.
yeah. Later, old fashioned. Have a good night, coffee pot. Wimpy, wimpy, wimpy. Okay.
That's a free pack of seeds for whoever hops on for the first time.
Hop on, folks. You heard it right here first. Yeah, sativa at 11 o'clock at night is no good for me. Captain, exactly. What was that stuff again? Caviar? Blue caviar cake. Yeah, no. No, no, no. Later, coffee pot.
I'm scared,
Yeah.
Dee. I can't go on to chat. These people might figure out who I am. What about the police? I live in a non-legal state.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, it is. It does. It is. It's pretty good, Captain, for sativa. It doesn't get me all paranoid, so that's good. I only got 1 ounce because I wanted to try it. Of course, I read the wrong description, so I thought it was an indica or could have been a hybrid. I thought. Yeah,
I'm
let's look at.
just gonna
Oh,
hum
I
the
know.
dab song until someone comes on. Hmm, hmm.
Oh wow, I didn't know I could do that. There, I can switch it. Haha. Right. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. Cheers, everybody in chat. Cheers, everybody.
Where's
Now 14 people watching now. Right on.
Where's
Sweet.
J5? I want to know that that rock is safe, not being
Johnny
tortured.
Five or J5. J5 we used to live life. Oh, Johnny Five. Let me
I
see.
think it's because his name is like Johnny Joe Jacobson. Something with like five J's in it. My guess.
John Jacob Jingleheimer Smith.
Not enough J's.
That name is my name too. Let's see if I can quickly find the
Maybe he's
picture.
John Milton Jingleheimer Schmidt. John Jacob Jingleheimer
There
Schmidt's
we
son.
go. Maybe,
That's got to be it.
maybe he is this guy, right? Where is it? Oh my god, picture's gone. Oh, is that it there? I gotta move that picture back to the top. We're gonna access it easier. It's gone. I had a picture of J5. I was gonna show you a picture. Oh, there he is. There it is. There's a picture of J5 right there. Oh, Johnny Five.
I've only got media
J5.
pictures of his mom.
Wrong one. What's that? Hardcore?
I said I only got pictures of his mom.
Oh my. All right,
Pictures
time
of
to roll another point. Huh? Yeah. This is you, Grease.
Oh, my fucking keyboard just fucked up on me.
Oh no. Time to smoke some DQ, some Dairy Queen. Oh, there's J5. J5's still alive. Oh, 25.
But he's naked, so he can't hop on. Is he fucking a rock?
All right.
Okay, having sex with the rock.
I wonder if Mrs. D wants another one of those joints. Wait. Pushing a Tempest bucket. Dairy Queen.
Yep, sooner someone would hop on, the sooner I can start painting because I can't paint without my light.
Come on, folks. There's a seed.
Do, 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 do.
I've got a seed.
Fucking dispensaries, huh?
Oh, dude. Okay. Thanks for reminding me. Speaking of hardcore, I told you guys last week that I was gonna get a Bubble Man joint from Enbridge Health from the legal dispensary to smoke it online, smoke it tonight on the show. But unfortunately, nobody has them. I looked around everywhere, and nobody has them right now. They're either not selling them or they're sold out. So it's gonna have to wait till they restocks Ontario, I guess. Believe me, I got a message by the way out to Marcus saying, "What the heck, man?" So yeah, it's coming soon, folks. One day when they restock. I spent like 2 hours calling around and looking on websites, on legal market websites for the Overman hash joint. I can't think of the damn name of it right now, but yeah. Yeah, I know, eh? Cheers, Justin Bean. Exactly, J5. Hmm. I'm drinking Barks root beer right now. Got bite. Did you want this or did you want another one of those Jesus? Jesus? Alright. Mrs. D wants another Jesus, so we're gonna smoke that. Roll that up for her. In a momentito.
But she's got her own personal Jesus right there at the computer.
Exactly. Hair and everything.
He's a zombie too.
Ah, right.
What would you do if Jesus just came back alive as a zombie and just started eating people, biting off noses like fucking? Would you repent?
I don't know. Run hide. Get the guns. I don't know. All right, just one joint rolled. I was gonna say hi, Mrs. D. Hi, Moo. Here, Mooey. Remodeling an office to. This is if I've ever been to one. Right on True Justin Bean. Yeah, I stay away from illegal dispensary stores. I prefer delivery to get better shit. A lot of the shit from the legal dispensaries here is irradiated with radiation. So I don't really want to smoke radiated cannabis. Thank you very much. There's not scared. What the heck? Not scared joined. You got someone joining? Let's see who it is. Cheers, not scared.
It's me, haha. I'm not scared. Hop on, you fucking scaredy cat.
Hop on, hop, 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 huh? Funny guy. You're so funny. He wins the seeds.
God damn it, I don't know if I can afford shipping.
Ninja
Make
Turtle
sure you get
pop.
the tracking number.
Is that what you're smoking on, J-Pop? That's pretty cool. The Ninja Turtle stuff. That would be Rasta Jeff, I believe. I think Smash is growing some of that right now. They're drawing. It's pretty cool. I've had Rasta Jeff's work stuff before. It's pretty good. There's Captain 420. Now, is this gonna be Captain 420? Or is this gonna be hardcore again? Let's see. There's that big ass bud. I'll show it off again.
Holy shit.
Oh, it's hardcore again. I'm just kidding. Walking down the street. Cheers, Cap. Oh, he's still connecting. Cheers, Cap.
Cheers.
What's going on, buddy?
Going down here to 7-Eleven to get something with sugar in it.
Oh, no wheezing the juice.
I've been at this hospital for fucking 4 hours already.
Yeah, I hate hospitals.
So now we're going in for MRI on the shoulder, and then they'll decide whether we have surgery today or tomorrow.
True.
Make sure there isn't a Dr. Lee balone working there. I hear he plays with your butt when you're out.
No. It's a pretty cool car.
Good on, Jess. Got some beans trying out his new press. Right on. Hey, speaking of cars, I saw this, they got this Tesla truck. I saw this guy in the news. Tesla won't take it back. I guess it doesn't fit in the the Tesla charging, the parking spots. So then Tesla won't take it back or resell it. It looks so futuristic. It has like these crazy flat surfaces, like angled surfaces. Crazy.
Just like J5's mom. Zinger.
Thing.
But not as deep as yours
Oh,
or as wide.
No, because my dad's got a big dick. Ha ha.
You just think that's your dad.
oh, pop. Oh
I'm
my.
full of zingers today.
Right on.
Is that what they call boys' dicks in Thailand? No.
Look,
That was a little over the
No,
line.
it's called a dick.
I feel like I upsetted the feng shui.
hardcore. Hardcore just upset that when he found out that Boys to Men wasn't a delivery to service. See if I can get it out right.
I,
That was
ca-
my
I I'm leaving that feng shui one alone because man, I got a zinger for that one too.
uh uh I don't.
Hmm.
Uh,
No wheezing the juice. No weeds in the juice. Gee, fine.
The best chocolate milk in Thailand. And it still sucks.
True.
Well, you need to add like Hershey syrup to it. Energy water, teas. No, we want Pepsi.
No
Right
Pepsi
on,
is Bud 21 in the mirror.
Come join us as we take a tour of 7-Eleven, Bangkok.
Outside of Bangkok, like, like it's 29 kilometers, but it takes you 45 minutes to still get here.
Wow.
That's like $1,000,000 baht.
No, it only costs 283 baht,
That's a long tut-tut ride.
which is exactly how much it is. Exactly no, what it is from the airport to my hotel.
No weeds in the juice, sir.
So that's a 7-Eleven without gas pumps?
Anyway,
No, the gas pump's down on the corner in the 50-gallon drum.
like your mom.
No, that 50-gallon drum's what his mom buys the lube in.
Oh,
Damn right, because I fuck.
toot toot.
I don't even turn the nozzle off. I just let it flow.
Oh my.
This is my wonderful hospital. Now, look at that. They give you like a balcony, but you can't go on them.
That's stupid. Where are you supposed to
It's
smoke?
really stupid. How you supposed to have a cigarette or a joint?
Yeah.
They have to, they actually wheel me out the front door. And when I was still medical here, they wheeled me out the front door, and I was like every probably 5 hours they'd wheel me out. I'd smoke another joint.
Yeah. Right on.
Fresh fried chicken. That sounds really good. Man, it smells really good too.
Nice.
Ask them if they have any dog. Tell them you're craving dog. You need to know a vendor that sells dog. You won't tell anybody.
Fuck off. No way.
Uh,
I watch
get
too
my
much.
seat back.
Cheers, Pinhead. Welcome.
I watch too much Johnny Hamcheck. Tell me I'm here. I'm late for work, but what do I got to do? You ever seen Johnny Hamcheck? He's, I don't know. He's a YouTuber or whatever. I don't know if he's TikTok or whatever he's based out of, but he's on YouTube too. But he's fucking just goes up to strangers and usually tells them that he's. I'm sorry I'm late for work, but I'm here. What do I need? I got your 6-foot chains. What do you need? What do you need me? Where do you need me to do?
True.
And a lot of times people will be like, yeah, I wasn't
What?
expecting you, but hilarious. He owns a coconut corn
It's
husker.
really. Cheers, so hey, so hi, so organic. Cheers. How can you just smoke this joint and mellow out, man? Like, hello, messed up. True, Justin Bean.
So is it like straight up jungle right on the outskirts of town, or is it fucking? Am I picturing Thailand wrong?
He's in Bangkok, I believe.
Your
Toot
mom.
toot. That little tut tut going by. Toot toot. Oh, look, there goes one there. Hey, get back here.
That was an extended cab.
Hey, I need a ride. Give me a ride to the airport.
A party toot toot.
Toot
Is
toot.
it toot toot like tooting my horn or like toot toot like a what
I
J5's
guess.
mom was at the ballerina?
There's Captain's. Get that toot toot back here. I need a ride to the airport. That's funny.
I want to see a kid on a bike balancing a car on
The
a shoulder.
hospital's so big here, they have these big carts taking you around to all the different parts.
Hey, Toot Toot, get back here. Just start yelling at people. Hey!
That's that crazy. You're outside of a hospital. You got like free game or free rights to do it.
Cheers, Jack
Oh, are you
Beanstalk.
my uncle? Johnny, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Could you get the stuff?
There's lemon sherbet. Lemon sherbet's really good. Pinhead
Toot
and
toot.
Jessica Beans. Toot Toot. Oh,
You know, I get
nice.
to punch you because you missed toot tooted.
I was looking at chat to talk about lemon terps. Yeah, lemon sherbet's a really good one. I had some of that and it was friggin' awesome. I wish I could have got some more off the guy, but he only had a little bit. It was awesome. You know who you are if you're watching out there. You might not be in the chat right now.
What? There's a chat? I didn't realize that.
Hmm.
Were they a bunch of scaredy cats?
Cheers, Salt and Sea Seeds. Jess and Jean, that's what Space Queen? Oh, wait, no, wait. Space Queen? I always forget now. Shit. Oh no, I got Dairy Queen. I don't got Space Queen, but I got some Dairy Queen. And that's good too.
I wonder what
That's
Greenfingers is doing. Maybe he'd hop on.
Space Queen crossed with something I can't
That's an
remember.
old sub cool strain.
Dairy Queen?
Yep.
Right on, that's what I got. Got a bunch of it. Freaking fire.
You know why the Dairy Queen got pregnant?
Mm.
Because the Burger King forgot to wrap his Whopper.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I'll get my
That was a throwback joke to like the third grade.
yeah.
Or maybe like the seventh grade. I guess I wasn't that woke when I was in third grade.
Work
I
up,
was
but
in fifth grade. Uh, Stop gaming, imp.
mm.
So is the air very thick in Bangkok where it's like it hurts to breathe? There's no red lights or anything at the intersection either, right? Everyone's just like doing what they want. Even if there was lights, they'd just be like, I do what I want, and they just go
Toot
anywhere.
toot, toot
I think
toot.
that's I feel like we're in the movie Twister, and that was the same cow.
I think I read somewhere they're making a remake of that movie. Or they're putting another movie, Twister movie out.
Gonna be called Cyclone,
I don't know.
Tornado.
Cow. Cow again.
I think that was the same cow.
Mm.
I actually saw that movie in the theater. That was like one of the
Really?
first. Yep.
That's
I was
funny.
like I was like 10 years old, maybe. I don't know. I can't. I'm not sure. I was a youngin though, and I remember seeing that cow.
True.
So the real reason why I'm out here is because I have to go for an MRI, and they brought out how much it was going to be. And I questioned that. And I said, I think my MRIs last time were a little bit less than that by
Feels
like
ready for
2,000 baht.
Huh.
So they're going to go back and check their paperwork. And I bet you they come back at like 9,600 instead of 9,000.
Holy shit.
Well, you have to remind the hospital that you're paying in cash and it's not insurance too. And
Cash.
once they hear cash and you're paying today, then you basically get a 15 to 20% discount.
Shit. Right on.
Bacading.
Like this hospital, I can get 20 milligram pills, where my one in Chiang Rai, I can get 30s. So instead of getting 40 days supply, I only get like a 20 or 30 days supply here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it's the same price.
True.
Need a license plate? There's two of them sitting on the ground over there that people have lost in accidents here.
Maybe the road is or the sidewalk's learning how to drive. Maybe it wants to be
No,
a.
you just need a license plate. That's all. And there's two of them. You know how many cars you can lift with that?
What
I
use
mean,
it as a fulcrum? I don't understand.
tut.
I know what lifting a car is.
Fucking seed. No.
Another seed?
I
I
felt,
thought those,
I think it was, the shell, it was the husk.
that's just as bad. Or they break open and you get the beaner dust.
Yeah, gross. I think it's time to make a coffee. Yeah, coffee time. Oh, I went and bought coffee. I stocked up on coffee. I bought like, oh, hey, I need a ride to the airport. You give me a ride? Toot 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 toot.
You guys allow goats? I need to go pick up some goats.
Bah. Right on. Toot
Help
toot.
me escape from here. They're not letting me go.
That's a lot of bot. Yeah, that's crazy. A pot. Cheers,
Oh,
everybody in chat. Hope everyone's having a great night.
ask him how many baht it is to go around the block. I want to see around the block.
He's going.
Tell him to follow that car.
All right, I'm gonna follow that car upstairs and get a coffee. I don't fall asleep. No falling asleep on the job. Toot toot. Oh, whoa. Hold on, boys. Oh, I heard a cat. I heard a kitty. Oh, hi, Lightning. Little Lightning girl. You went downstairs? Oh, maybe I can show you on cam. Hold on, stay there. She's a scaredy cat. And a cat. Oh, it was Ryan. A hardcore. Come here, kitty. I just want to show you. Here, there's Lightning. Come here. Yeah, see, she's scared. Okay, come on, kitty. Where you go? I don't know why she's always
That
so
building you're looking at is a pet hospital. Look how
Wow.
nice it is.
That's crazy. Doesn't look like a hospital.
They've got a lot of pet hospitals. There's even one about a kilometer from my house that's open 24 hours a day. Yeah, a night.
Yeah. Right on. Oh yeah, here, I'll show you guys my coffee supply. I went and picked up a couple coffees today. Hang on, let's move this over. There we go. And I'll turn it sideways. Oh no, I can't. Yeah, see, shit. I can't pin myself. I can't pin it. There's only two people here. Oh well. Anyways, I filled up with coffee. 3, 6, 9. I think I got 12 boxes of 30 coffees pods. So that should last me a couple weeks. Oh, the first place one. 13.
I didn't know Mercedes made an A class.
I have no idea, Captain. I don't know
Yeah, I
much.
just seen my first one.
True. Hot coffee. I don't know if anybody's seen these things. These things are the bee's knees. If you don't need like cold water, like a water cooler, you can get these things on Amazon. It's like a battery operated pump. And you can, for the big water jugs, you just push the button at the top here and it will pump the water out through a hose.
You can even get the ones that plug into a USB port.
Yeah, that's what
That's
this
the
one.
one we have.
Yeah, that's what this one is. It's charging right now. It's pretty cool. So it's good for taking to a trailer or camping too, if you do that kind of thing. Oh, programming note, by the way, everybody. It looks like I might not be up at the trailer for Tuesday's show. Mrs. D's still not under the weather, so we're not sure yet if we're going up yet. We'll see. I'm gonna roll a joint. I'm gonna roll a joint, make my coffee. That's so funny. It's Captain's fault. I saw that joint in his hand. Made me think roll a joint.
Yeah,
It's
I
been
gotta go back in for my MRI, so I'm gonna be signing off here. And if I get out in time and you guys are still on, I'll join back in.
all right. Toot, toot.
Peace.
Yeah, be safe, Captain. Good to see you, man. Thanks for coming hanging out. Oh, that hardcore again. Oh, it's Dr. Jeff. Did you see Jeff on the way? Toot, 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 toot. Everybody's coming and going tonight, right on. One comes, one leaves. Speaking of coming and going, here goes Mrs. D. Hi, Mrs. D.
Hey,
What's going on,
hanging
Jeff?
out.
How's it going?
Going good. Today was a great day. Some really nice weather.
Yeah, man, for sure. Wasn't you filled yet? No. Yeah, it was a nice day today. Ow.
Yeah. Whew. Yeah, I finished doing my gardening and stuff, and yeah, getting smoke.
Right on.
Psyched.
That's what I'm gonna do too. Smoke. Smoke in a minute. I'm gonna fill up this water thing again. Jeez. Now.
The DGC Cup was today, but I didn't go. It's kind of a drive.
What's that, Jeff? Sorry.
They had the DGC Cup today.
Right on.
Yeah, I didn't go though. But yeah, it's a drive. You know, cups, they're not the same as they used to be. It's not as exciting anymore. Just go and smoke a lot of weed.
Nice. Yeah, that's
But
what I
no,
like
I
to do.
mean, some of
So,
yeah, if it was closer, I would have gone. Let's see, got my grinder, got my papers. I was thinking like a good course would be like a survival course. Like, yeah, you know, everyone should know how to grow weed and make seeds. So we teach you like the basics of that, and even like maybe how to make rope and some survival stuff like that. But also like how to fashion something to smoke out of, like, oh, make a pipe out of some kind of hardwoods, you know, wood branch, or maybe from something from a stone or fruit, you know, or like, oh, basic, you know, paper making from some, you're just different kinds of plants and flowers, and how to make some paper and make some rolling paper. You know, you get stranded on an island, you know, you might need to know that. Or you
yeah,
have some seeds. Yeah.
there it is.
all,
Speaking of
all the
pipe,
all the all the basic things that you might need.
check out that pipe. It's like an old school wooden pipe that you use for smoking hash with. And you like,
Uh-huh.
and you turn it down so you go like that and turn it upside down to capture the hash in it, and you turn it right side back up, and you light it. It's pretty
Uh-huh.
crazy.
Was it like wood with maybe a metal bowl or
Yeah,
natural bowl?
it's
Yeah,
yeah
those can be
wood,
real. Smoke's
and
really
then
cool sometimes in a wooden, you know,
yeah, it's
stem
like
pipe.
yeah big the long the pretty pop one is wood, and then it has like a little metal thing. It's like this big. It's crazy.
Uh-huh.
Like it looks like a one hitter kind of deal.
Uh-huh.
Hitter.
So this YouTube video on this Japanese silver pipe maker, you know, for tobacco.
Uh huh.
And yeah, just a little, it had just like a little bowl actually on it. But he would start out with like sheets of silver that I guess he bought, and but eventually, like, he rolled the flat silver into a tube,
Yeah. Right on.
and then I think maybe the bowl was actually just shaped it out of the end. Now I think about it, so it was all the same silver piece originally, I think.
That's cool.
And then he would dip it in different chemicals, maybe to like clean it, or and then to coat it when he was done. He did something maybe
Mm,
to just like what do they call it? Yeah, just when like galvanizing or some, anyway. It wasn't like a paint, but it like deposited some other kind of stuff into the silver, so it was like part of the silver.
right on.
I don't know. I'm stoned and trying to fill my grinder right now. But yeah, it was pretty cool. This little like traditional silver Japanese pipe maker for
Yeah.
tobacco. So that'd be another like thing to do. Oh, Here, you can also make a pipe. You get stranded on an island.
Yeah.
That's some metal. Yeah, aluminum foil is great. I think we've all made aluminum foil pipes.
Right. Yeah. Old school.
I almost got this filled.
We have to my phone sideways. Where'd he go? Put your paw back in.
So slow night, huh? I think it's because the weather's so nice. It's just like the change because I've been real busy lately, just doing everything outside, trying to get enjoy get everything going and enjoy the
Like
weather too. Yeah.
I was there. So he put his freaking paw back. I'm gonna turn the camera back. Look at that
So that's
little
your cat. That's your cat putting his paw under the door. The
yes.
door. Yeah, I've had a cat that would do that too.
Little moo. Hey moo
I think
moo.
we used to play this game through the door
Yeah,
where
I'm trying to teach him stuff like that.
yeah, rolled up piece of paper or something and slide it around under the door and cat would get
I
it on
put
the
a
other
I roll a
side.
ball. I got these little puff ball things I put by the door. And you go like that and you'll swat them out at me. Or one of his little soccer balls. Go to a soccer ball too. Alright, enough of that. Time to roll the joint. Joint time. Okay. Sitting down. Go moo. You're not staying up here by yourself. What?
Wonder if you can smoke out of a coconut.
Yeah. Of
That
course you could.
might be hollowed. I guess yeah, empty the liquid out and
No, you could probably just use the
with
bong.
the liquid. Uh-huh.
I was thinking about it this way though. If it's coconut water, right? And a coconut, just you can use it as a bong. Drill a couple holes.
Put a reed or something in there for a downstem.
Yeah. And then we might need like something like bubble gum or something to pack the hole.
Yeah.
But I mean at least it's like an
Actually,
half
I
hole.
did have a actually I had a coconut bong from Jamaica.
Yeah.
My
That's
friend
what
gave.
they
Yeah, it was a bong. That was like the bong part.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's what they
Yeah, it had a
use.
clay bowl.
Yeah, man. That's what the one guy was smoking on the greenhouse seeds.
Is that a tube coming out of it? As I
Yeah.
remember it, like, to draw
Light
on
it up.
mouthpiece.
Yeah, light it up, Dad. Daddy, give me some daddy. The guy, Jamaican guy goes. Long stem the coconut. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
exactly, Justin Bean. No, I don't think that'd be hard to make. Because you just gotta drill out the eye.
Eventually, it cracked on more and leaked water, so it didn't last, but it was good for a while.
No. Yeah. All right, joint time. Time's at 12. All right, well, I guess we can start. I'll smoke one more of this Dairy Queen again. Smoke some Dairy Queen.
Anything new? So that sounds new. I don't remember that one. Dairy
Sorry,
Queen.
Jeff, what was that?
I don't remember that name, Dairy Queen. But you had a bunch that was like mislabeled.
Yeah. Dairy Queen, I guess, was
Is that a new one?
shit.
Wasn't it? It might have
What's
been
his name?
subs.
Subcools, yeah.
Yeah.
There's Bud Kilowatt. Bud Kilowatt in. Yeah, it's a subcool strain. That's what Captain 420 was saying earlier.
Yeah.
Which is cool. I really
I
like.
wish I bought more subs back then.
Mhm.
I mean, I wish I bought more of everybody. I mean, I remember when Bog was there. Like, I remember he had like an alien. I think was his logo, something with alien or something. And
Uh-huh.
I didn't know anything about him. It was like one of the first high times cups out here in Denver.
Mm-hmm.
And all the yeah, like all the seed people were there. A lot of people came out from California, and I was like, because they were just buying everybody's. They would like at the end or somewhere even in the middle, they'd be like saying, "Oh, yes, what I got." They'd be showing, and they'd have like dozens of packs of different breeders. They were obviously in the game for a long time. They knew all the breeders,
Yeah. Ah.
and I bought some Crockett
Mm-hmm.
and Subcool and somebody from Amsterdam. I think I was buying it like a couple of people, mostly from Amsterdam. Mr. Nice Seeds,
Right on.
and I don't know who else, but I didn't buy a lot. I only bought like maybe 4 packs or something,
Yeah.
or 5 packs.
My first grow, I did a lot of greenhouse seed stuff, which I didn't like. I didn't really like any of the greenhouse seed stuff. But I do want to try full gas. That was Franco's strain. They named after Franco. He always liked full gas. Cheers, bud.
Yeah,
Howdy, what you guys up to?
This is
hey
it.
bud,
Rolling a joint.
smoking. Yeah,
What
one
happened
more
to
Saturday
concert?
night.
I was listening to a concert stream, but I saw the captain was on. He left already?
Yeah, he had to get an MRI.
Oh,
I guess he's been in the hospital for a couple of days now.
yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah, my shoulder's been bothering me for probably over 6 months. I need to go and find out what the fuck. But like, yeah, that's how before my hernia, I went like 30 some years and never went to a doctor.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't wake up and go, yeah, good day to go to the doctor. Good day to wait in the lobby. Good day to deal with all that. Nah, fuck that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Especially over here. I even though it's a waste of time, because the primary care doctor has no real anything other than refer you to other people, right? But you
Yeah.
have to start. Why can't I just find somebody that knows about shoulder, whatever this is, rotator? Skip all the bullshit appointments. No, first you got to do that. Then they'll want to yeah, MRI, all this bullshit, blah blah blah. Then
Hmm.
get a referral from them to a person that actually uh, is the one you want to see. I don't know, why you have to go through all that bullshit.
Hmm.
And a lot of times that person will say, "Oh, well, I want my own MRI done a little different or whatever." So the one you had, don't worry about that. That was a waste. I'm not going to use it.
Yeah.
It's like one, there's it's like the whole system is set up just to be wasteful instead of efficient.
Yeah, that way.
yeah, I don't like the system now. It
Yeah.
seemed like it was better when I was younger, but maybe it really wasn't.
Well, I don't know. I remember doctor's offices being sort of like they had a personal relationship with the doctor a little bit, or
Yeah,
like now they're more clinic style. And the one thing that changed, yeah, most of the ones in my area all have security guards. I'm like, what the fuck do you need a security guard at the doctor's office for? Except that a couple times when I'm in the lobby, there'll be upset patients taking it out on the receptionist, going, yeah, I called, I this, all upset. And who knows what they're capable of because they're pissed off. That's why they have security there, I think. Because the people are so frustrated with the system that every once in a while somebody loses their cool.
I
Like
could
I
see
told
it.
you, like, yeah, I'd be pissed off too if I was sick and like, well, I was sort of going through some of that with my hernia, but like, yeah, other than aggravation, it wasn't life or death. Some of these people are like in like real like critical situations and they're like caught up in this bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I thought I made it when they were just switching over to online appointments and everything. I thought I set up an online appointment. I showed up and they were like, "Oh, we don't have you." And I was pretty upset.
See where, I mean, I guess it's coming about, especially like you say, oh, you have to do this primary care thing, which is basically like tell them whatever it is and then they refer you to wherever, right? They have some that you can do like online or like you don't like it's on a Zoom call or whatever because that part is like so bullshit, right? Like I already know, like the primary care doctor doesn't treat anything but like colds, or I don't even know what they do. Like, like they just refer people. That's oh, you need a specialist. You know what I'm saying? But whatever. Yeah. So I guess Thailand. That's one of the things, Captain. You know, it's affordable health care and seems
Yeah,
like a better system.
cheaper too.
Well, that um, for like I said, I didn't go to the doctor for like 30 years, but I listened. My wife was like hypochondriac. She went over every fucking reason. So I know how fucked up it was. And I have friends that have gone through shit with it over the last so many years. But then last year when I had the hernia, I saw it with my own eyes. And it's like, oh, I'm in my 60s. So I can't, you got to start facing your mortality. Yeah, I just hope it's like, yeah, go to sleep and then just not wake up. Definitely worst case scenario. What I wouldn't worst wish on my worst enemy would be like a prolonged medical ailment leading to death in the system that we have now. That would be like
Yeah.
at least that's how I feel about it.
Yeah. That would be bad.
Yeah, man.
Here you go.
For some reason, I have to give up cannabis. Right now, that seems like that would be pretty bad too. Like some
Yeah.
cool at least. Like he wasn't really supposed to. It was probably pretty bad for him in his condition, but he smoked right up to the end.
I was straight up with them. I had to have like a pre-interview with the anesthesiologist, right? And they asked me directly, and I said, "Yeah, I'm a daily cannabis user for like 40 some years, right? Like how much? Like oh, they asked. I'm like pretty much all day. I didn't bullshit. And then they went in this whole tirade or whatever. I mean, I don't even think they really. I think they put out a lot of scared tactics when they are talking to you about it. But they're like, yeah, anesthesia and THC, da da da. You know, it's very dangerous. And you know, could you stop smoking or taper off, but at least stop for like 72 hours or more beforehand?
Fuck
And
that.
wait, I was just like straight up with them, and I was like, yeah, no, that's gonna be a problem. But wouldn't it be like if I've smoked cannabis every day for all these years, if I stop, that would mean I'd be more unstable, right? I'd be like
Yeah, it'd
that
be
if I
like shock to your
maybe
system.
smoke less, right? But hey, I had to be there at
Makes sense.
5:30 a.m. for the surgery check-in, and it was like half hour, 40 minutes from my house. Man, I smoked a joint all the way till I got there, dude.
Yeah.
Walked in as stoned as I could be, and it all went fine. Whatever.
They don't ask you questions. That I remember they went through a survey, a few questions when I had this procedure thing, and that she asked, "Well, are you stoned now? Did you smoke
Yeah,
today?
well,
Something like
I'll
that."
say one thing. I'll be on. I'm
But I
like,
did. But
I don't
the
lie
night
about
before I
it.
did.
Shit. Like
It
at
was in
that
the
point,
morning.
that doesn't serve anybody any anything. To be honest, after that thing, somehow some YouTube came up from some like Bay Area hipster doctor that makes content about he's an anesthesiologist about THC or cannabis and anesthesia. And yeah, he I didn't know this when I did all this, but like he made what he said, especially in the Bay Area where basically he's like as a doctor, I'm an anesthesiologist. I forget his stats, but like thousands of patients a year. He does multiple operations a day, one to another, anesthesiologist. And he says that the data shows that like whatever percent, I don't want to just make up numbers, but pretty high percent. He also qualified that he's in the Bay Area, smoke cannabis, except that out of the thousands of people that fill out the survey or get interviewed to for anesthesiologists, to be put under, they deny. And he says that the first thing is there's no reason to deny. Like that just makes it. He actually explained that, yeah, people that smoke cannabis have like, yes, anesthesiologist is a whole combination of different gases and shit to fucking put you under. And knowing that you're a cannabis user would help them to dial in the right amounts of things than if they were noticing that, oh, you weren't like other people when you were given X, Y, and Z, and not knowing that it was like, oh, you're a chronic cannabis user, which, all right, something like that. He knew what he was talking about. But like ultimately in this thing, the public message was just be honest with your fucking doctor. Like that's the first step.
Yeah.
Where a lot of people
When I
they're not
told
they
when I
don't
told
want
my
the
general
doctor to know all that shit about them or whatever. But like that's the like if we're ever going to move forward and get on stigma, then that's one step. Especially if you want doctors to realize, because a lot of them they still believe whatever they've been taught in college and in the medical thing that cannabis is like bad or some shit. Only a few of them accept it. It's like medicine. You know what I mean?
Yeah, when I told my general practitioner, he basically just said he just talked about, oh well, try to vape and edibles are also good, and that was basically what he said.
Well, the truth of the old Prop 215 in California, as it was very basically written as a law, it's only like 2 pages. Okay, there was doctors that you paid that basically the 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 essence of that appointment was that you claimed some ailment, whatever it was, back pain, headache, whatever, and that you claim that you use cannabis and it relieves it. And then when a doctor noted that in an official medical file, right, which they did, that was their part of the deal when you gave them the $200. Then you qualify for Prop 215 medical cannabis, right? Regular mainstream doctors, if you had a conversation with them and said, And he said, "Oh, you get headaches? Yeah, I get headaches. Oh, is there anything you do to relieve them? Yeah, you know, a lot of times I smoke cannabis and they go right away." And he says, "Oh," and he noted that in your medical record without even knowing. He just qualified you for like medical cannabis. That's why, like back then, oh, real doctors, they were really careful on that conversation because that was really, if you really read the legal points of of and the way Prop 215 was laid out, yeah, like that whole industry of medical doctors, that was sort of unnecessary, really. We should have fought to make regular doctors main like I had two different cannabis doctors during whatever that was, 20 some years. And I used to joke around, but I was serious. Like if you and hey, like I said, I didn't go to a doctor for 30 years. So technically, if you said, "Oh, who's your doctor? What was the last doctor you saw?" I'd say, "Oh,
Yeah,
the
geez.
fucking weed doctor."
I
Okay.
don't have one.
But if anything ever happened to me, the last person on the planet I would call for advice about medical would be either of those weed doctors. Okay. Like, oh, they might have been an MD or whatever, but like they were far from a fucking doctor. Okay. They just signed script for $200 and that was their hustle. I never got the sense they knew anything about medicine.
Mm.
The one guy, you sometimes when you go down to the room to wait, you'd walk by a room and the curtain wouldn't be all the way, and you'd look in. The first time I had to ask my wife, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck they were doing in the other room, but he had like a syringe and he was like putting it in the lady's face, right? This is like 15 years ago or longer. She's like, "Oh, that's this thing, Botox." Yeah, he does Botox appointments too. I'm like, "What's that?" He explained it all to me. It said it on the card, right? So I was like, "Yeah, he was anti-aging doctor, which meant he did all that kind of weird shit, and the cannabis guy, right?"
Oh, that's great.
Oh, he was weird. He was weird, but he was legit. Like fuck, I forget his name, but you can probably type his name in cases where like he went to court and testified on behalf of some people, which some of the doctors that what their services really didn't include that. Like they weren't going to come to bat for you if you needed them.
Dr. Bombay.
It was all just like a hustle, though.
Yeah, it was like a pill mill kind of, but not as extreme. But
I mean, even the part that they made you get it renewed every year, that was something they made up. In the like I say, the 2 pages of Prop 215 doesn't go into any of that. Okay, it's really simply a simple thing. Um, where I always thought there was a case that I followed for a little while in the media, um, where a guy was a big outdoor grower, or not big, but whatever. A girl got busted up in, I think, Humboldt or Mendo, Northern Cal, and he had a medical card for like a bunch of years, but then it had lapsed for a couple years when they busted him, so he didn't have one like current. And his appeal was exactly what I think. I probably think he won that appeal, or that's a winnable appeal, where he was basically saying, yeah, like like what once you're diagnosed, like renewing it each year. What that was not like real. Do you know what I mean? Like he was arguing that yeah, from the last time he had it, nothing had changed. So he still felt like he had medical, even though he didn't pay the doctor every year to get renewed.
Mhm.
And yeah, I mean, look,
Yeah.
if they told you had diabetes, I don't think they charge you every year to say, all right, you have diabetes, right?
Yeah.
Like maybe, like, hey, knowing our medical system, yeah, they probably got a thing where every year you got to have some appointment where they redeclare that you have diabetes. You know what I'm saying?
Diabetes,
Whatever. I'm just, talking
William.
what
Yeah,
exactly.
maybe it's something that comes and goes.
Okay, let's see.
Well, I get it. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, let's see when chat knows who that is. Let's say you have to say diabetes. And it used to be in a movie.
I remember it, but I don't know who it is.
I know the guy's name. He's also in a movie.
Eddie
Um,
Murphy. I don't. I'm
no, it
guessing
wasn't
kind
Eddie
of, but
Murphy.
throwing out first name. But
Diabetes.
You know, I last night I realized I buy boxes of 100 razor blades. I use them for a lot of reasons, clones, but I defoliate with a razor blade, right? For
Yeah.
longest time, right? And yeah, razor blades, you have to go through a few. Like after even cannabis seems like, well, it seems like an easy fucking soft stem, but start cutting a few, uh, the razor
After
blade
a while.
dulls after a bit. Yeah, the even though they look the same as they always have, the razor blade, the brand, they're not like I used to be able to use one blade more further, get more cuts, you know, like sometimes I could do two or three plants. And why I like a razor blade when it comes to those little sucker buds and shit, kind of got to be careful. But if you know, get a little technique, you could just run it down the stem and they just pop off, right?
Yeah,
Cutting the stem. But they got to be sharp, right? Yeah,
yep.
I started realizing when I look at
It's
doing
hard.
like a whole tray, which I've done 1,000 times, not a
Diabetes.
thousand, but probably close. My pile of used ones is like way more. Like I have to use way more blades because, yeah, like just a few cuts in, they're already, oh, and then you're switching side. And then you realize, because once they get dull, oh, that's how I got a nick. That's how it fucked up a few plants where, yeah, when they're dull like that, it fucks up the technique. And I realized, yeah, I don't know what they did, but they don't make them sharp like they used to.
And a side thing, everybody, in case you don't know, if you use the razor blades, make sure you use alcohol and clean them off first because they use oil or some kind of lubricant, just
Yeah,
like on your
you're
mama.
right about that. That would
yeah,
be good. But I never have done that. I mean, they never seem like they're that oily. But anything industrials usually got metal has some kind of oil. Um,
Your
yeah.
mama.
and for like
Keep it
defoliate
from
shit. I don't know.
oxidizing. Yeah.
But that does make sense. Like, fucking, I've taken hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands of clones, or fucking more than that. But I've never. I just unwrap them from the little cardboard thing and use them.
Yeah.
It'd be
Cheers, man.
to like dip them in alcohol or whatever, brush it off.
Yeah.
uh, I don't know. I've never had a problem, so I just
Well,
like that'd be one more.
They're handy. I buy them for the grow room, but I use them all over the place. Like I keep one
Yeah,
in the car to
dude.
scrape like the windshield.
I got to a
Any
point
stain you just scrapes off. Yeah, really. Or
where
stovetop. I have a glass stovetop. Scrapes
yeah.
my
things off
ninth
that.
floor in my kitchen, I keep like a stash of them there because
Actually, check this out.
where I use them the most is
Hmm.
is packaging and shit. like things that like it's just easier to go whoop with a fucking razor blade and open something up
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
fuck with
outside
the
I keep
weird
old
fucking
ones just
directions and all
stuck
this.
in the fence, in case I need. Yeah,
Hey, chaps,
right. Or in case I need to cut.
these are
What
good
was
for the
that?
stove. These are good for the stove top. It has the razor blade and it has like the handle,
Yeah,
retractable. They're great for
Yeah.
the glass stove tops, like Jeff was saying.
yeah,
Yeah, there's a glass sink I've got too that I scrape
Yeah,
the calcium buildup. It's
Mrs.
this
D's.
round thing, and it's amazing what comes off it.
Yeah, Mrs. D's.
Like I have to
One
I
of
have to
the
keep
D's
wiping the
sisters
razor
sometimes.
blade on a paper towel to get it off.
And yes, hardcore, exactly. Hardcore wins. It's Wilfred Brimley. He's the one that used to say diabetes.
What
And
character was he?
he was in Cocoon. The movie Cocoon. Fire in the hole.
Oh yeah, so I was wondering, bud, you just keep like a room
Yes,
somewhere
hardcore.
like 65, 60, something like that.
oh,
Is that how
for
you do your
drawing, yeah,
drying?
yeah, I have like
Something like
a
that.
big quest in there and 2-ton split mini, and then yeah, it's dialed in because
Yeah, I don't do that.
late. Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice if the trimmers could get caught up, but the room is keeps it fine. It's things hang longer than I would like, but sometimes whatever, you got to go with the flow with the workforce.
Hang to the left.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I had my last run I had it some buzz in a jar and I realized I gotta take these out again. I had to think again, like, oh yeah, let me feel that stem. Does it snap? And back to the old is the stem snapping? And maybe I put that in a little. It wasn't really too soon, but caught it okay.
Mm.
But it's because different varieties are different. Like some are more like bush, I don't know, like hairy kind of, but whereas others are more don't really absorb as much moisture, it seems like, or hold as much
Or
inside.
pull that butt off again. That's one bud.
Yeah, it looks good. She looks like the type that doesn't hold moisture, like a Kush, some big calyxes.
Bedtime stuff.
Those aren't the kind like I don't know if like Alien Rift. I remember it was like that, or some sativas. I guess are more like that. The dense sativa is not like the loose one.
Mm-hmm.
Probably whatever.
Rolling up another one just like the other one. Even though I just rolled one up for smoking it. Oh, hang on. I'll roll the next one already. Cheers, chat. Hope everyone's having a great night. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Cheers, 420. Hope everyone's, like Fumi says,
Yeah.
hope everyone's popping something wonderful.
So this was that big week with Trump anyway. We talked about this a long time ago about Trump could be in jail and like could be elected though, and no, that's just how crazy that would be. This will run from jail, or well, he won't be in jail, I guess, but
Close enough, fuck it. Next one.
That was pretty big news.
That was good, bud.
Grape gas is that
Oh.
one. And the one over here is the first batch of what's it called? Sherb Crasher. And yeah,
Sunset Server
it's
Crosser
got
Wedding
like a
Crasher.
Sherb. I don't know how to describe the turf. I can't wait for it to be done and dried, and some flavors you're like, yeah, I can't wait to smoke that. That's what Sherb Crasher smells like.
That's what it
This,
kind of sounds like.
this
Wedding Crasher.
Cheetah Piss, this tray. This is Slaps, and it's staying green. A lot of times by this week 7, it'd be super purple. But this room runs, this is double-ended, so it runs a little warmer in here. So things
Sweet
are more purple. And then this tray is all Cheetah Piss. Actually, there's 2 trays. This front one and then the back one. And then Slaps all the way back. The back one is purple more because there's a 3-ton split mini right there closer down. You can see it. Where this split mini, it's way up top. So it doesn't get them as cold. That affects the color. Like that's the bottom line.
Right on. Yeah, that grape gas sounds damn good.
Yeah, they're all good in their way.
The box.
Yeah, I prefer the Cheetah Piss for stoniness, and then apples, banana,
Oh,
then
Stevenson.
Slaps. Like those 3, even Slaps, because Slaps is what's that strain? Grease Monkeys, part of it.
Yeah, hold on.
It hits good because of that. And then grape gas. Like, oh, but some people love that grapey. It has good bag appeal, but
I do. I like grapey.
it's less stony to me. But then each person's totally different when it comes to the effects of cannabis to them.
Exactly.
What works for one person, that might not
I'm
be
with
the
you though. I
person
think the
for-
grape, yeah, it's usually not as strong, it seems like. But it tastes good. Like, I don't mind it.
Fuck. See, I want
Maybe
to
early
know
in the day,
apple.
but I'm not going to stick with it all day too long.
We've been running those for probably going on 2 years. Like even when me and my partners, I called the core 4. Oh, we've added a few things that none of them have replaced. Like, oh, Sherp Crash was getting like a full tray run. But until it shakes out, but we are like, oh, a year ago, we weren't really looking to get rid of anything. The 4, like, oh, they were rocking. Like, but now we're like, yeah, let's stop the grape gas. What are we going to put in its place? And for the last few months, oh, there's a few things, but yeah, like they have to like at least match the grape gas as far as yield, bag appeal, customer uh desire, all those things. You can't just throw something there that no, no. You used to be able to like have a little leeway in the business with stuff like that. In today's market, no.
I want to try that apples and bananas.
That's a really good one. Like,
But it's really expensive right now here.
it's
So.
I don't know, its whole lineage. I don't know. Like it's not like it's an apple or banana, but it's dank ass food. It's like an old school. Oh, I've tasted that genetic line for a long time. Like that kind of funky. dankness. Like that's what it is. Like I don't know all the intricacies, but the one thing,
Talk about apples and bananas.
first year I sold it, few customers,
Hmm.
like they were excited. It's bomb ass weed. Then after a few months and a couple of them like said, "Yeah, dude, I don't know. Is it supposed to smell like apple? I'm not complaining. It's killer weed because like when you name something apples and bananas, you think,
Yeah,
okay, it's going to smell like apples and bananas. Okay,
bananas. Yeah.
no, I wouldn't say this is if you're looking for apples and bananas. But if you're looking
Yeah.
for funky ass dank that's kind of blue, like it gets purple, but
Apples
blue.
and Bananas is the name of a game, kind of like that
Yeah.
All Bad Cards we used to play, I think.
Well, I
Yeah.
think some of the naming had to do with like branding and things that like, oh, so many years ago, there was a different game when it came to that. And some things, yeah, I mean, well, I don't know the whole story, but I've had sour apple. I've grown apple fucking varieties. I know it's there, and banana too. But
I love banana.
apples and bananas is dank ass funk. Like I don't know. Like it's good. Like no question, it's great. It's a good weed.
Yeah.
But it's not apples bananas. It
I
doesn't matter. Like ultimately, the dankest weed could be named anything. But if it's the dankest weed, then that's what people are going to want to grow.
dank, dank, dankity dank, dank. Of dank.
Yeah, for a while I think it mattered what competition's more, but nowadays I don't even know what's winning.
Well,
Or if there
first
is,
off, like what winning what? There's like
yeah, winning what?
little
Right.
local events, the bigger events to like, high times, which when I won in 2014, that was a big fucking deal. Okay. That was like there wasn't much
Yeah,
competition.
that was the Canvas Cup.
And
Yeah.
they had a certain prestige to them. Today, I don't even follow their whole thing. And
I don't even know if they're still doing it or are they doing it everywhere.
yeah, and it's like
What's
judges
the last I
pay.
heard?
It's the way they
Yeah.
make money by selling these judges kits and a lot of the weed, from what I understand, and like no one gives a shit about that. Right now, Emerald Cup. Oh yeah, that's a serious competition with like hand-picked judges that really care, and uh they go through a
Yeah,
bunch
that used to mean a
of
lot. That was the other one that meant a lot back in
it
the
still
day, I
does.
remember.
People are
Yeah, I
posting
guess.
they judges. Oh, and they get a bunch of time. It's not like, oh, you get a week to judge 60 fucking things. Because I also judged a bunch of high times from like 2011 to 2015. Any of the times I didn't compete, you couldn't do both. Um, yeah, you would get less than 2 weeks. And back then, some of the like hybrid sativa indica would have like 50, 60, sometimes even more, but around 60 entries. That's in 2 weeks. That's hard to go through and be like meaningful about it. Like I had a method. I'd go through them once and then kind of put some aside, like some just weren't that, and then go back through the ones that you said weren't that and make sure they weren't that. And then, all right. And then on to trying to decipher. And then ultimately you get down to like a whole bunch where,
That's pretty fair.
I don't even know how, like, a few times I was in line with what ended up placing and winning and all that. Maybe not in that order, but I never picked it like, oh, I picked 1, 2, and 3. No, but I picked those. I gave them high scores because, like, oh, ultimately it's accumulation of scores. Um, but Yeah, sometimes there was things that I thought were top 10 or top. Then when I looked at the whole list, the rest of the judges had they were like 25th, where I had it like maybe seventh. You know what I mean? So who knows? You know, like that's a hard thing. That's a hard thing to like
Yeah.
quantify.
Maybe you got the good bud.
Yeah, I mean, I forget how much it was just enough that you like to me, if it's some competition where they're giving you a gram each, well, like
Yeah.
you can't you can't judge
Yeah.
that. I would roll a joint with each one. I think we got an 8 or 5 grams or 4 grams. I don't know, but it was enough for a couple joints.
When I
And
do
Yeah.
when I do my testing, like I'll have people send me bud, maybe 2 or 3 different strains or whatever. Sometimes one, but anyways, when I test it first thing in the morning, so it's nothing. So I'm not medicated or nothing. Later hardcore.
yeah,
Um, and then I'll also I'll make sure they send me like at least like a half quarter or a quarter if I'm testing more than once. I'll do that a couple times in the morning, and then I'll do it also in the afternoon. See the effect after I smoke something different, and bring it back around and do it like that. By the way, if anyone's interested that lives in Canada, I will test your cannabis just by smoking it and tell me what I think of it. I like doing that though. It's fun.
Do they have some YouTubers like that in Canada? Yeah, and they get mailed a lot of samples since you
People from
guys
this,
can mail.
yeah, mail. Some from this show. I've had some people from this show a couple times send me in the chat send me stuff.
well,
Test it.
that's the one
That's
best
cool.
part of the Canadian law, from what I know about. Yeah, that you can send weed to each other.
Mm-hmm. We can get
Where
30 grand.
if whatever the change that's happening doesn't include that here, yeah, fuck that. Right.
Yeah, that's
And
bullshit.
I can only imagine if in the United States, uh, people could send each other little bits of weed without any kind of problem or any issue. I
Oh,
mean, people still do, but you're
it's
not
funny.
supposed to. Yeah, that'll change a lot. That
It's funny. They have smell-proof packaging. They sell at the post office for cannabis products, which is pretty funny. But a lot of people like we know, they just do the old vacuum
That is
seal.
pretty
Put
funny.
the bags and vacuum seal it a couple times, and it's fine. But yeah, I find it funny. There's the packaging in the store in the at the post office now.
well, but okay, you have Amazon there, right? So
Mhm.
since it can be sent in packaging, there's no company like of that stature, maybe not Amazon, but like a huge company that takes advantage of that and has like a big presence in sending weed out to people everywhere.
Mm,
Because that's what would happen here. Like if like most likely it would be Amazon because they're best positioned. Where like the next thing you know, if all these brands and everything was just posted on Amazon and point click, bing bam, and they just send it to you, whatever they call it, Amazon Prime, and it comes like faster than the speed of light. Uh,
yeah.
like I don't know how true it is, but
Huh.
supposedly like I heard this was like
Amazon's got same day
probably
delivery.
a year and a half or more ago, but there was
Yeah.
like cannabis media thing guy that said that okay, it's not like directly tied to Amazon, but that these companies are crafty. There's a term for how they like set up these like businesses or things. But that like that Amazon basically Bezos through that means is lobbying the Congress and the Senate to try to get that interstate shipping or like which at some point, yeah, that would probably not be good for like my existence. But ultimately, you can't fight change. That's coming. That's coming. And some huge company, like people that have businesses, startups of products, not even cannabis. Amazon's like, what do they call it? There's stories that, it takes down some businesses because, next thing you know, you have to supply so much to them at such a low price that you're fucked, right? So, but cannabis, I'm sure, like, would be. I actually think the whole drone delivery thing is basically what better product than something like weed, as far as like value per gram that could be delivered in major cities where they could just zoom it there.
I love delivery.
I think at some future point, one of the main delivery things of drones would be weed. Like food would be hard because, like, yeah, you get an order of food. Fuck, you need a pretty big drone to be able to carry that.
Oh, dude, I've seen
Yeah.
huge. I've seen I've seen a huge one delivered the other day on Instagram. It's crazy. It's these four huge propellers.
Like
Yeah,
imagine like a place like New York City. They get tech to where it would have like a part of the app would have a facial recognition of you, and they'd tell you to go down to the street. Like it would tell you when it was getting there. Go down to the street and stand there, look up, and then the thing could look at you and go, "Yep, that's the customer." Down and give you, then you could just take the package off of it and just fly away.
Then you get sniped.
there is a company that
Like,
does their own shipping. They're actually
Yeah.
using it for hospitals in Africa, I think, right now. Because some of the remote hospitals, you can't get like blood transfusions and things you need right fast. They have a drone service. I just opened up this cart. It's a 2 grams orange gobstopper at 2 grams. It says liquid diamonds plus live resin.
Right on.
How are you doing, Smash?
All right. I was at my buddy asked me to come and film his DJ set, so I was doing that. I checked and you guys weren't on earlier. So I came home at 8 and I was like, oh shit, they're on.
Yeah, my bad. My
He was
fault.
late. It's Dee's fault.
My fault. I'll take the blame for it. I totally spaced. I was smoking some of that Dairy Queen. I was spaced out watching something.
I just harvested Wilson Otter Pup and I have 2 of the Chem 91 Kellyos down.
Who wants to guess how long it'll be before my battery dies again?
I gotta go check
That's
outside and see how the outdoor plants are doing.
How's your eye smash?
I went to the doctor the other day.
Mm-hmm.
They took the contact out. I woke up today and it kind of hurt. It's still kind of blurry again. I don't know what's going on. I have an appointment with a specialist, so
Cool.
they squeezed me in, even though there's only one in Massachusetts right now, a retina specialist or cornea specialist or something like that.
Mhm.
and she's booked out. But they were like, "All right, we're gonna get you in there." So they got me in.
Right on. Cool.
I'm killing 2 hours for another MRI.
Hey, Captain, welcome back.
Seeing that you are still on, that I jump on, smoke
Right
a
on.
joint out here.
Toot toot. Where's the toot toots? Oh,
You know, they do say that there's no open smoking here in Thailand, but I don't know. I've seen the smoke up and down the streets and haven't had anybody say shit to me.
mm-hmm.
Vapes aren't allowed in Thailand, right?
Huh?
You're not allowed to have vapes.
Well,
Oh,
technically, no, because technically they were still raiding vape stores once every 6 months. But yeah, they're kind of letting people vape more, hoping that they'd smoke less cigarettes.
But why were they against it? Did they have some like health reason or
Money.
Money.
It's all money.
yeah?
I had a buddy that used to blow huge clouds out of this box he used to have. Toot 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 toot. It's a toot toot.
Well, I mean, I don't think there's anything that money isn't the root of the fucking thing. Everything.
This point,
I
no.
mean, if there was some utopia where money wasn't the main focus, but no.
The AI will bring us universal
Dude, I'm pretty
basic
fried.
income.
I smoked a couple fat joints at the bar.
Nice.
Yeah, they were charging me fucking $3 a soda, which is annoying.
Holy
Because
shit.
For a
That's
bar, that's not actually bad. I wouldn't think.
that's pretty bad for a glass of soda.
When you go out to eat, it's
soda.
the price of sodas or drinks in restaurants.
Soda.
Like I think that's probably their highest thing of profit,
Yep.
and they
It's just syrup and water.
yeah. I mean, it's something that you could charge a lot less, but like sometimes it's like yeah, $3.95 for a soda with like at a restaurant or some shit. Like yeah, because yeah, I don't even. It's not like I go and refill it or anything. Like even at places like that because I don't drink that much soda to begin with. But
At McDonald's, any size drink is $1.
$1.29.
that's
Who
reasonable.
knows?
That's
I
probably
like McDonald's Coke.
yeah. You're right about that. They seem to have like a slightly different way they dispense it. That's
They've got
Supposedly,
their
their
own.
whole secret is they keep the syrup in metal containers, not those plastic containers.
Oh.
well,
Yeah, the plastic
Allegedly.
platters. I think they call them platters.
Um, yeah, but $3 plus I
That
feel
syrup's
like
got to be pretty
obligated to
pretty
tip.
harsh. That Coca-Cola by itself, I remember, was like something that could take the varnish off a table, and you always heard these
I like to try some
stories.
Dr. Pepper syrup on my ice cream.
Like the syrup, just the concentrate of it. Yeah, that stuff must
Oh.
that must get some plastic.
like potassium acid or it's like yeah, it's pretty
I think
gnarly.
phosphor.
Yeah.
Where's all the tut? Oh, is that another tut tut?
Oh, when I was young, I drank soda. I could drink a lot of it.
I just don't drink at the bar, so it's like it's either water or soda for me. What else? I usually sometimes I get a
Yeah,
Shirley Temple.
exactly,
That's
Smack.
cute.
Some you. Toot toot. There's another tut tut, guys. Hey, I need the ride to the airport. Come back.
I got some breath mints. I got a bunch of
Ooh,
different. Okay.
concentrate?
Yeah, breath mints.
Nice.
OG Kush.
Okay,
Drop
so we gotta
cherry.
try to find some apples and bananas. What? Apples and bananas. That's the strain. Bud kilowatts. Well, everybody's saying it's fire, but Bud, that's what Bud's saying. Sure, it's fire. We gotta try that shit.
Fire.
Just like
Smoking on
the other one.
white wedding.
No,
Banana
we're gonna
God?
have Dairy Queen. Everyone chats like, get it, get it. It's awesome.
You know, my dreams were answered tonight. Maybe they've been on the shelf and I just missed it. But I like three kinds of M&M: regulars, peanut, and these other ones called peanut butter. I like those three.
Yeah.
Sometimes I have to choose. Oh, am I in the peanut M&M mood or the regular? Now they have this one called mix, and it's the three of those kind mixed together. I'm like,
Oh, nice.
that's exactly like I, I sure I sure hope it's available everywhere I go because I like the. It's got all three of my favorites.
I'm not too big on the peanuts ones, but I like the peanut butter and the regular, like the chocolate. Those are my favorite, the chocolate ones.
I like the penis ones, but you can only get them in Thailand.
Of course, you hardcore. Hold on, I think Get Up Girl's coughing in the background again. Or is that Mrs. D? There we go.
Dun, dun,
Oh
dun.
my gosh.
You are 4 minutes late. Scared to
Yeah, I've
add
been
another
to
color to this one.
candy. I love candy since I was fucking a little teeny kid. All of them, like what's usually not all the brands: Almond Joy, Nestle Crunch, $1,000 Bar, Babe Ruth, Snickers, Milky Way, all of them. But I've noticed, and why I still buy M&Ms, they changed the least. Like it's not noticeable that it's not the same candy that it was. But a lot of those other brands, yeah, like they're not what they used to be. Like even like
Ay,
Nestle,
ay, ay.
like I don't know what they did to the recipe or whatever the fuck, but it's I remember from when I was a kid, I don't know what decade. Oh, that shit was still good. Now I'm like, yeah, no, they fucked it up.
It's actually not hard to make your own chocolate.
Nope.
Well, I usually don't buy just a chocolate bar like that. I like Milky Ways or that caramel $1,000 bar. Or
It's
Right
pain.
here.
like
1,000 grand or 100 grand.
work to make something with nuts in it and a nougat covered in chocolate. I mean,
Bloody
not that
New Yorker.
there's a few candy stores I've been in that that's what they do. They make it's expensive, but man, it's good when somebody really puts the love and passion into it.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
Like
Like
Reese's
bakeries.
Butterfinger.
Even donuts are that way.
One of my favorite donut ever is blueberry, like a blueberry cake donut.
We
Yeah.
used to have they did these retro donuts at Tim Hortons, but they also did this one you might have liked and Smash. There's a blueberry um oh, what the hell was it? It was a blueberry duchy and it had blueberry filling in it, like pie filling. It's freaking good.
Oh yeah. All right. I gotta get out of here. Have a good night.
Hey,
Nice.
Smash, thanks for coming and
Later.
hanging out, buddy.
Everybody's getting the munchies now, I'm sure.
I just threw some Skittles in my
Chocolate.
mouth.
I was thinking there hasn't really been a lot of change in candy.
I'll put these nuts in your
Think about
mouth.
it's like candy bars and little things you put in your mouth, bite size. But
Not these nuts.
I hate when they individually
yeah,
wrap
Mr.
bites.
Beast didn't come up with anything new. You have to get AI on it.
There's like a million variations of nerds.
Yeah, that
nerds
was a little
are
bit different. Gummy bears was like something different. Like, oh, everyone went nuts for it.
So they learn how gelatin is made. I still love it.
chocolate.
Some
I
of them
would-
use glycerin.
I've been
Well,
having it.
even at this point in public, if you say gummies, people just assume you're talking about weed gummies because I mean that's how prevalent gummies have become, at least the SoCal market. Like there's data. Like it's like one of the biggest SKUs, period.
It's
Right?
crazy.
People really like gummies, consumers like gummies,
Well,
you
for
know,
all the medicines and vitamins.
to a point where like you say gummies, people are gonna say, oh, is that medicated or not? Like because it's so prevalent that gummies. It's like the weed world kind of took over the gummy thing. You know what I mean?
And I thought it was a
Chocolate.
crackhead with no teeth.
And most likely, as
Start
far as
boofing.
like people underage accidentally having exposure to cannabis, oh, I'm sure the stats probably say, yep, gummies. Yeah. Because kids like think, oh, gummy, put them, I'm eating it.
Chocolate.
Yeah, it seems harmless, like brownies.
Uh,
Well, brownies are like a thing where you
You know,
go,
back in the
you
day.
go to people's parties or whatever, certain people, like even though I used to have, I make brownies a lot. I like brownies, mainly just mixes. But when I'd offer them to people at my house, they would always think that because I'm a grower that they would always be medicated. But like I don't, I never medicate. Oh, fuck, 20 years ago,
Yeah.
we went on a tangent. That's like when I got so fucked up from edibles that I've never had an edible since. Like it wasn't like I needed to go to the hospital or anything, but it was like 5 days of being basically incapacitated, fucking knocked out. I, it and it didn't go away the next day or the next day. It was like 4 or 5 days before I finally came out of the fog, and I was like, "Oh fuck that! I'm never doing that again."
Damn. I've
When
never
I
heard you
make
say that about anything before.
No, well, wait,
You drug,
like my
then don't
wife's friend
edible,
Rebecca,
but
right? Ate. She says a quarter. Okay, maybe it was a half of like one square of a brownie. She was a stoner, big time. Oh, she was in the emergency hospital. My wife, I don't know. She did whatever she did. We grew a lot of weed. She would find recipes or do whatever. She wasn't dumb. I think on those ones, beyond whatever was in the butter and all that, or the brownie, she took keef that we collected from the screens during trimming
rut
and
roll.
sprinkled it on the top of the brownie like it was like
Uh,
fucking icing or something, right? So like beyond whatever she managed to pack into it, because like when I said I judged a bunch of cups because back then there wasn't that many people that were like even qualified to be edible judges, right? Well, Sabrina, that was her thing, man. She fucking was the edible. Hey, she had she never cut her hair, all past her butt, the longest hair. And over the 20 years, there'd be times when she'd be so fucking zonked on fucking some edible fucking binge she was on And then when she come out of it, she had dreads and shit that had happened in her hair. That then she had to spend like days fucking trying to dig out and get her hair back. But it would only happen, like it would never happen any other time than like, yeah, that's one of the effects when you zonk out on fucking edibles, which she would like, yeah, that was one of her things. She would like eat so much of that shit. And then during the competitions, they always, you never could really tell, especially back then, 2010 to 15. They had the stated amount that was in the product. And even during the times when she judged, so she had 2 weeks and there'd be like maybe 25 different edible things. She found that like her point where if she took that much, at least what it said was that much, was around 4, 5, 600 milligrams. That would like knock out maybe 2 days before she, like I call it zonk, like you're just zonked, right? And the thing that I think that a lot of the cannabis consumers and industry, I think, knows it, but the consumers aren't really aware. Yeah, if it's weed that is poorly grown or isn't very good, nothing you do with it is going to make it good. Okay, it might make it weed, right? But doesn't make it good, right? So, like, if you really want to make a good edible, yeah, well, the better the fucking weed and the product and the genetic, better experience or the better that edible will be. Most of the edible business is like built on distillate and garbage out. Oh, well, whatever. Yeah, you get an effect off of it, but yeah, I think that one day the market will mature and smaller brands will come out and brand themselves and be like, yeah, no, this is made with this and this quality. And where edibles is more like, yeah, it's just a crapshoot of like what is the product that's in it, right?
Yeah.
In a crapshoot.
Yeah, I've never heard of anyone doing that with edibles.
It's like
Well,
McDonald's. How many cows did it take to make this one burger?
yeah, well, I know from my own experience, and even though it's been a long time because I OD'd on fucking the shit and then I'm afraid to like fuck with it anymore. Oh yeah, we were big growers. So like she didn't use trim and all this shit, right? This was full melt keef we sprinkled on top to bake, right?
I wonder if that does as much without decarboxylating it first, though.
Um, she would have whatever she wanted weed, fucking quarter pound of weed to make us some butter to make one thing of brownies, then that's what she best buds she would use that, right? Um that mattered. Like over yeah, that mattered. Like
Pardon.
You want to get high, like some of what I the class and cannabis zeitgeist is a fact. Like most people, we talk about strain name, flavors, terps, all this. Like we got that down, but like talking amongst each other about all the little intricacies that are the different effects of cannabis. We don't talk a lot about that, but from my life, that's what I'm into. The effects of cannabis, not flavors are cool. If that comes along with effects, then all the power to it. I think we've gone this path in the last so many years where effects are less of a qualifier and taste, flavor, all that more.
You still use the sativa indica?
Yeah, I like indicas or like heavy hitting shit. I don't know. Most sativas, no, there's some that are heavy hitting.
Some hybrids, but yeah,
But
yeah,
at this point,
oh, no sativas there.
I mean, I could search it out, but like we're hybridized. Like things might lean a little this way or that way.
It's a lean over.
Genetic pool that's popular and happening. Everything's a hybrid, dude. Like so many years ago, there was hybrids in the middle, but there was still like straight 100% indicas or and sativas too.
I was high when I bred all my crosses.
It seems like the indicas just faded off. One, they don't yield so good. Oh, they're a little quicker, and but yeah, they're a little tougher to get. Uh, weight out of.
Like snagging an ante.
It can be done though. It just takes more veg and more like pruning.
Snagging.
You have to put more time into an indica to get it to yield like the numbers of today. Because today these guys, like, I've given up at trying to get anything over like 2.2. That's our average. We've had 2.5 per light. But I remember a couple years ago going, oh, okay, well, fuck, these guys could get 3 a light. Yeah, I can't quite get that. But I could, but I'd have to like work more in veg structurally, maximize everything, that extra percent. Okay, that's fine if you got one little tray you're trying to get 3 light out of, but when you got dozen more 4x8s, then that work becomes perpetual. To 2.2, okay, that's good. Because for a lot of years, when weed was worth a hell of a lot more, we were happy like at 1.5, even less. Like that was fuck most of the 2000 whatever. You were getting like 1.5 a light. You were fucking killing it. Now all of a sudden they want 3.
J5's mom, it's good, it's going on.
I'm sorry, that was me. I thought that was like an alarm. I never heard that ring before.
Oh,
That was a Facebook call from my oldest girlfriend from like 80s, from Belgium. She lives in Belgium, but she was from Belgium when I met her on tour in 81, where she didn't even speak English, and her other girlfriend came here from Belgium to follow the dead.
You told us about her before.
It was maybe 5 years of the craziest life with me and her. Holy shit. We're still friends. Yeah.
What do you do when you're on the phone? You just not say nothing to each other because you can't understand each other?
No, she speaks English fully now, but in 1981, no, she learned English when took her about a year.
Jerry Garcia taught her
to talk English.
SSSL, 70 sitcoms as a second language.
De donde la biblioteca?
Hey, Bencho.
She's the only person, and I'm surprised that we don't have anybody else that can interpret Kristoff. But she speaks fluent French and fluent English.
He's a more Kristoff.
Isn't Dr. Jeff, wasn't he a fucking
there we go.
speaker? No,
No,
it's not.
no, I speak Danish.
Was it SoCal that was speak French?
So far, Fumi has a little, but that's the most we've ever had. Like
No,
I'm talking
There's
I'd
been
like
someone
to
on
have
here.
Christoph on, like, where we had like a full conversation with an interpreter for like an hour. Cause like, man, I've
Yeah.
known the guy for like how many years now? I feel his vibe. You like, first off, cannabis connection, it doesn't need language. You know what I mean? That's the thing. Like two stoners could be from totally different whatever, right? But that commonality, like it's strong. It's like it's strong energy. Yeah.
Big force.
Maybe it was Weedner DWC. There's
Big force.
someone in chat that spoke French fluently, and he was here talking to
You know, I
Christoph.
heard this thing where, or I read this thing or some meme that
It's a-
basically saying that they finally like came up with like the definition of stoner, right? Which like could be considered a derogatory term over the years or whatever. But no, I'm a proud stoner. But like in the definition, what makes somebody a stoner and not a stoner is someone who consumes cannabis daily. That's a qualifier. Daily.
Hourly.
When I heard that, this is just people making up their own
Yeah.
fucking rules. I don't know how that goes, but sometimes things stick. I think that's a good like, yeah, like if you just smoke weed once in a while, you're not a stoner. Like, don't claim you're just a weed.
Everybody must get stoned.
Stoner means you smoke weed.
Party. Maybe you used to ask people, do you party? You partier? Yes. But yeah, you said, yeah, do you party?
That means
Smoke?
you do lines of things around her.
Yeah, now it means, yeah, but that's what I meant
You
back.
like to stay up all night?
Yeah.
Wanna get high? Wanna get high? Shoot, yeah.
I ask people if they like to stick things up their butt. That's the first thing I ask them when I talk to them. Get mixed responses.
Of course you would.
No, not really.
Are you in AI?
Normally, I'm all scared to talk to people like everyone in chat that doesn't hop on.
And by the
I
way,
ask people
everybody,
that nowadays.
top chat, live chat. People that hang out in top chat smoke boof.
They can't. They got to get boo from their sisters. They can't
Boof
even
from
get
your
boo.
mama. Huh?
I'm
I
on
hear
those.
banjos. Oh, there's Flora. Not Mr. Flores. Arowana, it's French because Christoph doesn't speak English hardly.
They've almost got those subtitles going in different languages in Zoom.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
what I
quite
got
on.
for
Is
Christoph.
that what you turn that on?
I've turned that. I've turned that on before. You got to be. I think you got to be a co-host.
You have to be a
They like to
boss.
text. They like to text what language someone's speaking in, and then you select what language you want it to display in.
Oh no, you can do it. There, it's on. I just turned it on.
Well, I think there's some way everybody can you can choose your own like. So if there's a meeting, everybody's speaking different languages. You can choose
I
what
think it only
language
works for one.
you want to hear it in,
Yeah.
and it'll automatically though like figure out what someone's speaking.
Yeah, like at the UN, they all wear different
like at the
and
yeah
somehow they hear whatever's being spoke in their language.
They have interpreters though.
basically like that. Yeah.
The UN has a person actually talking real time.
Away.
Yeah, but this will be with subtitles, just AI or automatic. It's
Yeah,
AI is really good at that.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Huh.
The LLMs.
So that's why I have those turned on to French Arowana, because Christoph doesn't speak English.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. See,
Yeah,
it should
so
be
that's
able
awesome.
to have it so when he speaks in French, that then it has English subtitles.
He probably could when he did his show. When he does his live on Zoom. Not sure he can put it on. for English.
Well, you would think that even if we had,
That was the way I understood it. I read something on
as long as we had the
about
captions in
Zoom.
English, if he read,
Big international business that basically uses Zoom and apps like
Yeah.
that have meetings, whatever meetings with people from different countries, international business. Yeah, they have that all.
Makes
They
a lot
already,
of sense. Yeah.
and AI's probably
that he-
part of
But
it.
now it's
Don't be
Soon
Shanghai.
we'll solve the having live interpreters space. That's just another job
Yeah.
that they'll replace. Like I just remember this Zuckerberg interview on what Lex Friedman. It was like 3.5 hours long. It was like third or fourth one he'd given, but it was mainly all in AI. And basically, if you listen to it, each thing he said that they were working on, all the different things, it's just replacing. Like the first thing he explains is, yeah, a call center. Like you won't need people in the call center. You know how many people work in call centers around the world, right?
before he did
Yeah,
that interview,
meaning
before
is India.
before he
Right.
did that interview, Lex Friedman made him do a captcha.
Yeah,
to
and
prove he's
then
not a cheater.
basically as it went into each one, and some of them seemed like, oh, that'd be great if the, but ultimately it was eliminating more jobs. So yeah,
Just
I
wait,
don't know
it's gonna be
where
coming.
that ends. I guess some people say, oh, universal basic income. Well, wait, are you talking about for the whole world, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Everyone.
Yeah, because we won't need money. It's not
Okay,
a
wait, like
human concept.
half the world and the other half can't even agree on anything. Okay, so how would they ever agree on that?
Because they'd
Senor.
be the only ones left with money that's worth like 1 million baht per penny, and it would be worthless. So they go, oh, maybe we should do this.
So there'll be a lot of like, so instead of like lower class, middle class, up class, there'll be like basic there'll be basic people and like I don't know what the others will be
Now,
called.
it seems like some
Basic
sci-fi
and
movie
super basic or
where people are basically emotionless and are just like yeah, in some compartmentalized thing. Like I don't see that being some freedom or good way of living or the world. I don't know. I mean, some of what we have, hyper
Well, I mean, if you're a
capitalism and
mom
all
with
this
like
is
10 kids, you don't got to
sustainable,
work a
but
million jobs. I don't know.
but when some of these guys get so rich, the trillionaires and the hundred billionaires, their ultimate wealth and their sustainability is going to rely on the whole world's sustainability. Where, oh, they'll have so much money that they could probably, like, amongst them, all kick in a certain amount, and everybody in the world have like a basic income, and they still would have
Well, no,
because where would we
they could make
spend
everyone a millionaire.
income on all the businesses that gives it back to them? Okay, so it'd just be a big circle jerk, right? And eventually, if the current system can't keep people with spendable money to keep those people with all the money, well, maybe the kicking back some of the money to keep the ball rolling will be something that we end up with in the future. I could see that, like some craziness like that. But then again, those people, now I think they go to their grave, even if the whole world imploded. They will
Comprehend the amount of change will happen.
at least have a rocket ship to take off in. That's they've got to spend that money on rocket ships. I mean, that
Cheers,
seems like
Flora.
the thing now. Once you become a certain billionaire, you got to have your own rocket ship.
What's up, D?
Hey, Flora. How's it going?
All right. Just got done watching UFC fights. Pretty happy Islam won.
Cool.
Which did the Dustin Poirier win? No.
No, Poirier lost to Darce choke.
Oh.
Fifth.
I saw some weigh-in, and I didn't know what they were saying, but I looked at the one dude and thought, "Oh yeah, you said the wrong thing to him. You're good. You're going down."
It was a good fight. It was bloody.
Well, the UFC still rocking on. It's hard to like be the big show and keep that show going for.
I've been to a couple and I really enjoy going. When you're going, it's like it's a big energy pull. I'm sure like your Grateful Dead, it's like it's a giant energy collection of energy. You can feel it, you know.
I've never liked watching boxing or fighting. Even though I was in wrestling for like 12 years, I still fucking
Yeah, but it's like any
I just
professional
never got
sport.
it.
You've been to a football game or a basketball game or a baseball game, like
The
there's a
thing
certain
about boxing,
I'm saying
there's been some big
I don't
shows
deny
in
their athletic
boxing,
ability and shit.
not so much lately, but I grew up with those big events. That's before UFC. But then the few regular boxing events I went to, they weren't anything like that. Like you said, that energy. The thing UFC's been able to do is, yeah, they can put on that big show with that raw energy repeatedly for like decades now. Like, fuck, how many? It's going on a lot of years since they first started this in their
well, you
vision.
know, like Dana says, fighting's in our DNA and humans
Yeah.
like to fight.
It is like,
So is
and
talking and flighting. I don't know. Is it really though? Do you got to be taught to?
the most famous fight I ever went to, because I had this friend that was a big roller baccarat player. So we went out to Vegas and it was like this Tyson fight. I forget who he was fighting, right? And because the casino comped him and all this, we were like maybe 10th, 11th row, right there. And it was like the fight
Blood and
started.
sweat in you?
The hottest fucking waitress girl that walks down the aisle over here, and I just I don't know. I glanced. I looked. I was looking at her. I heard it.
Your tongue
I
hit the
heard it.
ground. You went,
Right?
"Arrgh!"
It was like one of those 15-second knockouts, right? And oh, no question, I heard it. It was like this smack that was like, holy fuck. But I didn't see it because by the time I glanced back, the dude was on the ground, fucking, and knocked out, right? So like, I went to a Tyson fight and missed 12 row because of some hot chick. I missed the fucking punch. I'll never forget that. Like if I ever went to a big fight again, yeah, no, you can't take your eyes off the ring.
What year was that?
Bud's head turned into like the werewolf or the wolf and whistles in the cartoon.
Yeah.
What year was
"Arrgh!"
Bud's
buddy?
Steam coming out of his ears. His tongue rolls out like a red carpet.
What year was that? When it's a Tyson fight.
Like early mid 90s, somewhere in the I guess the 90s. I believe it or not, like God, I forget that guy's name, but I
Don
knew
King.
him from a 12-step meeting that I like when I was like
Ewan McGregor.
out of rehab. So could have been 88 to 9. I don't know. There was a whole bunch of years where I was like a repeat offender in the cycle of addiction. Somehow, yeah.
I just quit quitting, and now I'm good to go.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what ended up happening. As much as like, oh, I had different periods of time of the official sobriety, but that isn't when I stopped.
It was called In Jail.
It was just like, well, I was 35 when I did, so now I'm 61, so I almost, yeah, over half my
Guys,
a good amount of years. I've lived more years unaddicted than I did
420.
addicted. Finally, I started when I was 15 being a drug addict to 35, so like 20 years.
420.
Yeah.
When it went away, it was just because
Oh
I
yeah, cheers.
was over it.
Woo, it's 420.
Smoke.
Yeah.
421 now.
Yeah, I've been smoking. It's getting down there, but
Everybody's smoking on.
Piece of the Larry OG from the batch, last batch.
Karaoke.
It isn't like the tastiest fucking weed. And you know, it's good. It doesn't taste bad, but it's fucking super stony. Like no joke, stony.
Bio Jesus. Or if you're in Mexico,
Drunks
Bio
across the street.
that
What's
puts
that
me
taste?
to sleep. Sorry,
What's that?
go ahead.
What does that taste like?
I don't know. Puts me to sleep though. Like I'm on my third joint now, and I'm almost ready for bed. I'm gonna smoke one more. Haha.
Jeff. What's he smoking?
Smoking mostly that platinum asset. And then some others, just some other real stony weed that I only smoke late at night. I think that was like a strawberry something. It's got some kind of strawberry cross in it. It's actually pretty strong though. I wish those strawberry things wouldn't be too strong.
We're not that Captain 420 guy again.
What?
Good morning, Pip Jam. Good morning, everybody in chat.
It's Captain 840.
I've got some crosses of Pam that I've smoked some of, but
Family
um,
tree.
it's got a strange taste. And it's not a really, it's nothing wrong with it, but it's nothing I'm gonna keep growing though.
Are you talking
Those
about family tree seeds, Pam, Jeff?
some cross
Okay.
of Pam and I'm not sure what. Maybe a cheese actually.
Kandahar.
And,
That's what I have. A Kandahar and a Pam.
Pam and space cheese
Welcome
Now
back,
I'm
that I
Cap.
left too.
now I'm gonna upset Bud real quick.
Uh,
The lady took out the tofu and put in extra chicken and extra
Good.
regular noodles, not rice noodles or last
Oh,
noodles for 70 baht.
good.
Less than
Tofu.
$3 for your
Tofu.
pad thai.
It's like $1 million.
Gross.
Yeah, I don't 70 baht. What's that? Like $3?
$1.80.
Yeah.
Holy
that would
fuck.
be-
Yeah, the baht's almost 37 to 1 right now on the dollar, so it's time to buy it again. I actually, the other day, I ended up getting almost 37, so I ended up buying like $500 worth, even though I really don't need it, but it's the time to buy right now.
Yeah. Right on, Captain. What a price.
Yeah.
$1.37.
So I thought I'd move over here. I can hear you guys a little bit better, but I had to get something to eat before my next set of appointments and MRI.
Oh, no, tata. No,
They
no.
ended up taking some old stitches out of my arm. I thought they were going to take the staples, and they said, no, we're just going to take the stitches. And they were like trying to prepare me and all this. And I said, wait a second, if you're just going to take the stitches, you're going to snip here, and pull the string. I said, there's 3 of them. Just do it. And then they wanted to give me like all this alcohol base and this cream to put on. And I'm like, for what? 3 little pieces of string?
Anytime a lady asks me if I want to do some alcohol and cream, I say yes.
Hmm.
I'm kidding. That doesn't happen ever.
Oh my.
What do you say? Creaming your mama?
Here's another one of those cars. I should have asked this guy what this car is because these cars look pretty cool. And I know they're not like really expensive.
Can you show us the logo better?
Yeah. Actually, hopefully I can get behind this guy real quick.
That's what she said.
Build Your
What's the-
Dreams
That's
is
what my
the
boy
name
said.
of the company. It's an Auto 3.
Probably, that looks like a Chinese Kia.
And
Chia.
Yeah,
don't be
Build Your
disappointed.
Dreams design. But I mean, this is a pretty sharp looking car. And there's another one over by, well, this one over here.
I'm gonna pull up that new Jeep. You guys
I
gotta
mean,
see the Jeep.
Look at that
Did my
car.
Chia joke make it in before he logged off?
What?
That's a pretty color.
I'll have to look it up, I guess. Fuck.
Yeah, there's a
But this is
7-Eleven.
probably the sports edition.
When he said
Looks like
Chia,
a
I said
rip,
Chia.
looks like a rip off of a Tesla a little bit.
Hey, Cass,
Tesla, thank you.
3.8 liter engine in it.
Tesla.
Was
what
that
do
an
they call
Edison?
it, the 7-Eleven?
So it's got over 350 in it.
Have you guys
Just like
seen
your
the new
mom.
Tesla Cybertrucks?
They
They're
look pretty
dumb
good.
looking.
There's a
Look
lot
like
of
some-
ton of them around here now. They're lame as hell.
Does
They're
is there a
bulletproof.
bed? Like, does that thing open up and then you have a bed, or is it just for look?
Yeah. Yeah,
it
you
opens
have
up.
a bed.
It opens up, and then there's a big
Yeah,
old bed.
it's crazy. It looks like something from what's that Mel Gibson movie? I
Yeah.
can't think of the name of it.
Total
Where you-
Recall?
No, that's
It
Roadhouse.
looks like Back to the Future's DeLorean on steroids.
yeah.
It's like a
And-
tissue box or a soda box with fucking doors.
Well, DeLorean still had
Road
style.
Warrior.
There's no style in that. That's not style. I don't know. I
That's
can imagine a day if all cars were basically that design. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, you pull up to that thing in any fucking car and you say, that thing looks like shit. And then you're looking at it from fucking 2,000 feet in front of you because it kicked your ass.
So this lady just pulled into this parking spot. Perfect parking.
So those fiber
That's
trucks
hot.
are made out of stainless steel, yet somehow they're already rusting, which I don't know. Stainless steel rust, and then they got a bunch of sharp edges that can cut you. And then
Cut
if
you,
the
kill you.
trunk is open and you have your finger in there and it closes, it can cut
Yes.
it off. Safety mechanism. It's like
Fuck, I know. Mexican
Very
gang
important.
can do this.
Lawsuit.
There we go, I got it.
I got
Oh.
another joint.
Nice.
Chia.
There's the
be-
back there, Cap. Whoever's asking if it opens up.
That was Bud.
All right.
That's
It
not the
opens
first
up
time
and
someone's
there
told
should
Blood
be
the
a
backyard opens up.
There should be a cover over top of that bed too.
Yeah. Yeah, there yeah.
And then it has the one that goes like above the roof.
yeah, it's
That
retractable.
one picture, it looks kind of cool, but the ones I've seen driving around, they don't look that cool.
They're bulletproof though.
Yeah.
Reminds me
It's got a
something.
lot of weird things like that. Like it's got a
They're actually waterproof
Hazard
too,
mode.
from what I understand.
Most cars are from the inside.
Yeah, but that's an electric
So
car
it's
being.
like pressurizes the batteries or something.
I used to have a buddy who had a
So
fucking
water won't get in or something, you know. Those weird
he had an
shit
old
for
school little tiny Toyota truck.
Most noticeable thing in the roads around here, I mean, obviously there's a good amount of Teslas for the last couple of years.
That's the claw.
Actually now, especially now, I can recognize cars coming at you that are electric. They don't have like a real grill. They're designed. They don't need that.
It's electric.
There's like so
gotta
many
sell.
brands of fully electric cars. Like a lot of times at the places where you see charging going on, yeah, the
Oh.
Tesla has their own little thing, but yeah, you see all these cars. Like every brand has an electric car out, all the top ones.
So that's what I was gonna say about those trucks I was showing. I was reading an article where this guy Tesla wouldn't return. The guy wouldn't let the guy wouldn't they bleh, Tesla wouldn't let the guy return it because or resell it. The guy was complaining that the truck is too big to fit into the Tesla charging station. Apparently, it's too wide.
Like
Well,
your mom.
No, heyo.
I tell you what, though, if you're looking for a McLaren, come to Bangkok. There's
Like your mom.
8 of them sitting in the showroom here. It only costs you about 75 million baht,
Not like your mom.
which is 2 million US.
Like your mama, like my mama.
But I couldn't believe when I drove past and there was 8 of them sitting in there.
Well, I
Wow.
mean,
That's
I'm
like I
sure
drove.
there's people there of wealth that fuck that's the only reason McLaren has a shot. The cars are there because they sell them.
Like outside the
Well,
Walmart in the town
when
next
I
door
was
yesterday, there's like 500 canoes. And they were like $300 a piece. I was thinking to myself,
You
that's a
step.
lot of canoes.
when I would walk from my apartment to the grocery store, I would pass the Maserati dealership and where BMW dealership kept all their they have 780i's. There's a 780i M series down here that I would looked at. But they've got an 800 series here in Thailand, sedan. And yeah, I fell in love with that car. But I can't afford that. That's like
Oh,
almost $500,000 US
7 billion
here in
gazillion
Thailand.
baht.
oh.
Oh
I was at
no, I just got blue on the white.
I was at the grocery store today, guys, at Sobeys. Hang on, I gotta bring it up. Here it is. Check this old truck. Yeah, 2 pictures. This is
I
in the
can't see
parking
because of
lot
the
of
French.
Sobeys.
He's not even on here right now.
There you go.
Look at that oldie. Look at that classic.
That looks like my dad's old. My
That
dad used to have a
side.
30. My dad used to have a 55 International.
Yeah, that looks a little bit older than that.
I bet that's a 47.
I like the license plate. Eye catcher.
What year is it, D?
I don't know. I don't know, but it's pretty cool.
Does
The
it say
one,
something on there?
the Ford 155.
I'm gonna change my bet to 49.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I thought it was pretty neat.
No, I changed it again to a 55.
Oh, I found another SIM card.
Another SIM card?
Yeah, my phone started to overheat.
Like your
And
mom?
it's not that hot here. I'm not in the sun. There's actually a nice little breeze.
Like your mom.
Well, remember, if you start smoking, slow down and use a lubricant.
But
If you start to smoke.
Well, she smokes all the time. She's like a fucking chimney cigarette.
That's what she said. Cheers, Al. Cheers, everybody in chat.
All aboard!
All aboard the train. So look
Bud,
at
were
that.
you ever on Soul Train with an afro and a bunch of like weed in your bunch of acid in your pocket? I can see Bud on Soul Train in the 80s.
Soul train.
You know, he did like the where everyone lines up and they do like the catwalk thing. Bud was like doing breakdancing, spinning on the floor.
Or it had those.
None of my
Or it had
thing.
those shoes with the goldfish in them.
When I
hey, that
was
was the 70s. Bud
job
was too young.
that my mom would hook me up with, like
Hey, Mom.
in entertainment for like 2 seasons. I was the production coordinator of Solid Gold, which was like
Oh
a
yeah,
mini-
that's why I have an image of that in my mind. I think. Remember you saying
And
that?
during that period, Paramount bought the right. I forget the big deal, but it was this huge thing because we moved onto the Paramount lot from the KTLA lot. Because then we produced a half-hour show 5 days a week, and then the 1 hour show. But it was like all condensed. It was like production wise, but yeah, Solid Gold dancers, and there was like 6 chicks and 1 or 2 dudes that were the dance crew. But yeah, those chicks were hot. They were that was part of the show.
Get down,
You
get down.
definitely lived an interesting life, Bud.
Even like how I operated back then. Yeah, like it was the cocaine era of Hollywood and LA and all that. So like, even though I was just a production coordinator, I was like selling coke to anybody I met on the lot. You know what I mean? Like that was the era.
One lot for another.
Yeah. The movie lot.
Sandlot, you're killing me.
Instead of $5 hits, they were $100 grams.
120 and yeah, 350 for an 8 ball, all that shit. But that was when it was like prevalent. Like that was what was prevalent. Marching powder.
So I went out and I spent $35 on a charger. It's probably the best charger I've bought to date. And I've gone through quite a few of them. This one actually can charge my phone while I'm on here with you guys.
Nice.
The other one's just like, okay, we're going to lose like 1% every 10 minutes.
It's like a high amperage one.
Yep.
It
It took like a day to charge.
That phone's not even plugged in. You can. Speaking of a good tip, did yours have the? I can't read that because I got my glasses. The 2.1 amp. If it has a 2.1 amp plug, use that one for charging your phone. It's better
How
for the
about-
battery quality, and it charges it faster.
How about my phone that accepts the 3.1s?
Oh, the third input. See,
No, it's 3.1 amps.
Oh, that's probably even better. 'Cause I know if you use like a regular one, like on a 110 volt on your wall, it's not good for your battery. But if you use the higher one, 2.1 or I guess the 3.1, it's better.
Because when I got this phone, I got a 120-watt charger with it.
Hmm.
The funny thing is, though, it could be at 25% and you can be at zero, and 0 to 100% takes like 15 minutes, but that 25 to 100% can take like almost an hour. The new one of these phones are out, and they have like all Leica like cameras and lenses, I should say. And they're only like 700, 800 bucks. Like the Apple phones, they're like 1,000, 1,100 over here. The only problem is you take back a phone from here to the United States and you have to actually send it into a workshop to have it fixed because these are Asian operating systems.
Crazy.
And we're afraid of those.
It just takes a couple extra weeks to get your phone fixed.
Isn't that why we're banning TikTok? Because we're afraid of it? Because it's like Chinese application. And they're worried like it could have like secret bugs in it and shit.
Never used it before.
No.
Yeah, TikTok either.
The Congress or whatever, they have a thing where they're blocking or like TikTok is supposed to be not. How are you going to stop people from that already have it? Like what the fuck?
Well, when I came home one time, I had a phone, and right before I came home, the United States banned that phone's use in the United States.
Yeah, that was that other company that they were like, oh no, this company's fucking spying on us.
Yep. Hawaii.
Yeah.
I think all iPhones are world phones, so they'll work the whole world. So get an iPhone.
They've got shops that will build you a cell phone over here, and they call them ghost phones.
Yeah, that sounds like something.
Sounds spooky.
Sounds like a burner phone.
No, it's a souped up phone that allows you to connect through a whole bunch of shit. From what I understand, they cost about an extra $700 to $800, but you never have to worry about tracking. You can do all this other shit with it.
Cool.
Not all technical, so I can't tell you exactly what it does and everything like that, but
Get a VPN on your phone, an app. Tons of free ones.
this one had similar things already built into it.
I got a VPN.
I'm
It's
always
funny.
on it when I'm on tour.
My VPN always says that I'm in, believe it or not, Ohio.
Mine says LA. If
I don't
not, I
remember.
can't get American Netflix. And until just recently, Archer wasn't on Thai Netflix, so I had to have my Archer fix. I got him in Shanghai starting to watch Shameless.
You ever watch the UK version of Shameless? It's uncanny how much of a copycat the American season is for the first like 4 seasons. Like an absolute clone, except for with better teeth and less ghetto voices.
That was a good series. And then they like, I remember at the end, I was like, oh yeah, they played it too far. Like, but the whatever first seasons to a certain point were that shit was killer.
But it was an exact clone. It was a British show at first. Where like The Office, they stole that from Britain too, but that one at least it had its own premise and its own storylines and shit. But the Shameless one is like the exact storylines, except for it's like a bunch of British people in fucking like what it would be called like the projects of Britain. And they all got really annoying. Well, I can't even do a voice. Mine was probably just as annoying, not knowing how to do it. But
There's the thing with shows, it's called like syndication, right? And the ultimate goal for a show is to get to syndication and then that means you get 7 complete seasons.
Hey, how
right?
you doing?
And when you look at the history of shows that are syndicated, yeah, only a few did 7 great seasons or even more. A lot of them did like 3 or 4, 4 or 5 great seasons, but man, it's hard to do 7. You have to have a great storyline, good character, all the things. It's hard to keep that for 7 years, you know?
Simpsons has been going strong for 25,
7 seasons.
30 or whatever.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
put
People die left and right.
him up.
It's like once you have 7 seasons, syndication means everyone, all those actors, everyone, they're going to get paid more on residuals than if it was like it could even be a rerun show a lot. But if it only had like a couple seasons, then it won't get the same pay scale as syndicated show.
You're like an extra on one show, you get a check for like 20 cents in the mail every month.
Some people
That'd be
do.
pretty
Some
bad.
people get a lot more than that.
Oh, I know. Jerry fucking Seinfeld buys a new Porsche every month because of it.
Part of my
I mean,
mom's
hey,
firm, like first they were just businessmen, but then I forget what year, a long ass time ago, they opened this thing called production payroll.
I mean, hey,
They did employee of record for all the different shows and movies and did the payroll. And then they also had a division of it called RPI, Residual Payments Inc., where
Royal pain in the
they would send out all these checks you're saying, like it would be
what
back
I
in
do
the
is all
it
RPI.
was like 30-cent stamp to mail like a 8-cent check to so and so, right? But when you looked at the books of that business, RPI, every year there'd be millions of dollars that was unclaimed in the bank because
Right.
when you send out checks for like less than 25 cents to people, 99% of them don't even get cashed. Okay. So it was like for the company, it was like, yeah, keep sending those little checks.
Oh,
It's like
it's not your
adds
fault.
up, and no one's gonna cash any of that shit.
Yeah, J Fi's mom used to bitch when I was writing her 75-cent checks. She got over that real quick.
Everything adds up.
Tell her, don't cash this till Wednesday.
But it's like a bunch of things in economics, like change costs more to make than it's worth. It's like pennies are like, yeah, it actually our government spends a hell of a lot more than a penny to make it, but it's only worth a penny.
Go, 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 go.
Gadget
Go faster.
wingspan.
He actually gets paid probably really good by the hospital here. I
What's that
bet you
guy?
he makes more than my cop friend does.
What's he doing?
He's these cars here, part of it's handicap parking,
Uh-huh.
and then people coming in and out of the hospital. But this is actually a street right here, a soy. So he's here to, when the people back out, to make sure that the traffic stops for them.
Oh,
Like
true.
So he takes care of this little section and the section all the way to where I was sitting.
You're
He
wrong.
takes care of all that. And his little post is right here on the other side of this. This used to be a restaurant here, but I've never seen anybody in it. So they ended up closing it down. There was actually room for like 4 restaurants in there, but only one moved in.
The front.
S&P,
Salt and pepper.
which is just like a generic fast food company. That pad thai was really good. I should go back and order a plate just to show Bud.
Have you guy?
Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, it's been like probably almost 2 months since I had Thai. I'm probably due for it.
And it was $18. On my flight to Bangkok, we hit a storm here in Bangkok, and we actually I turned around to the stewardess and I said, how many more times we gonna fly around the airport? And she kind of looked at me and I said, well, it's only an hour and 5 minute flight, and we're 2 hours and 5 minutes into it.
Oh, you funny American, you know math.
Actually, she lives in Chiang Rai, but she's from Texas.
Funny American, I can't do Texas accent.
Howdy, GI. Love
I
you
had
long
one
time.
on the I had one on the
Hey, don't
flight
do
back.
Pepper.
She was from
Here, bacon
Heritage,
toast.
Pennsylvania. And she moved back to Thailand because
Love
here,
you long time.
being
Hey,
an
don't do
airline stewardess
Daniel.
from the United States, they get paid a lot more.
Yeah.
Yeah, they get paid like double what the Thai stewardess get.
Hi, boys.
In the Bronco cowboy.
So we ended up landing at the other airport to refuel, and something where they could have packed everybody into like cars, not a bus, but cars, and sent everybody over to the other airport and did something with their luggage or whatever. But it would have saved them so much more money because we had refueled, took off, and you just can't like fly a low flight over there. You have to take a flight plan. And it literally took us 45 minutes to fly from one airport to the other. That's a 45-minute drive.
What dumbasses?
Take off, eh?
Yeah, because we were at the other airport for like an hour and 45 minutes while they refueled.
How many
What
times
was
have you jacked
funny
off
though, I think
in
I
an
took a
airplane with
picture
gasoline?
where all the people that wanted to run to the front of the plane because it was packed. So they were all standing at the front of the plane with their luggage in hand. And
Run.
people are like, hey, we're not at the right airport.
De
Dumbass.
donde la biblioteca?
And they were still standing there almost until the time we took off. They wouldn't believe it.
Take off, eh?
Yo tengo la baño.
But when we were coming into landing, we hydroplaned. That was a new experience for me.
Mm-hmm.
The ass end of the plane slid out.
Just like your mama, hardcore.
That
Yeah,
wasn't funny, dude. I'm not amused. Try better.
neither was I, to tell you the truth. It was kind of like, holy fuck. We're gonna die here.
Hey, that's enough now.
Hell.
Hey, you. Happy 20. Made you look.
Oh, fucker.
It's not 20 yet. That
I
would
could have
mean
waited
I
a
have
second before
10
that made you
minutes
look.
before I gotta go back in.
They got you on a timer.
No, I gotta be back at 2:30 for 3 o'clock MRI,
Meals ready to
which means
insert.
I'll go in at like 20 till.
You come now.
Yes, ma'am.
I still have like 8 or 9 hits left on the joint before I go back in.
Now to take things like Golden Gauge, dude. I don't know how that made sense in my mind. I'm scared to put another color on this side because I don't know what's gonna make it look like shit.
I came
Got to leave it.
across a strain the other day that I think I ended up buying a gram of it.
I
It
came
was
across.
quite expensive. It was almost $17 for the gram,
How many
Holy
baht is
fuck.
that?
but it was quite good. I was high for like 2.5 hours
Nice.
off the joint. It was a whole gram joint, but
Nice.
it was definitely nice to like smoke one joint and be high for that long instead of smoking 3 or 4.
I
It
smoked two
always
joints
trips
in
me
the
out when
morning.
you know how many hours you were high from it. And then what I realize is, yeah, I never think of time. Like, I don't like, yeah, I never like, I wouldn't know it. I guess if I like said, oh, it's 2 o'clock, I just smoked. Okay. Guess 4:30 came out. No, I'm not attached to time like that. like,
Oh.
like,
You
so
know
I
what it
think
comes
I'm always
from, Bud?
yeah.
It comes from me once having a substance problem to me being cut down on the medication to the point where I have to space it out to make it effective. So me and time have been, fighting back and forth for 28, well, 30 years now. This is September, be 30 years since my accident. So that's why I'm really good on cause and effect on cannabis, because I can judge how long the high is going to be. And that's one of the big factors that I judge cannabis on. Does it actually have legs? Will it get you past an hour? Will it get you past an hour and a half? If a cannabis, if I smoke a joint and it gets me to an hour and a half, that's really good cannabis.
J5's mom will let you get to an hour and a half if you pay extra. It's like 40 baht.
Yeah,
40.
but your mom actually gives a discount for multiple hours.
I think that
She's so
coupon
good.
code. I think isn't that coupon code BRAINZ, BRAINZ?
We don't
From
have
what
Z's
I
on
heard, from what I heard, if you smack her ass really hard, you can ride the waves for an hour.
Oh,
My mom's a petite woman, actually, so you're wrong.
I told you I'm on it, buddy.
Keep them coming. Like your
Yeah.
mom.
oh my. Well, folks, I'm out of here. Everyone have a great night. Have a great rest of the weekend. Don't forget to tune in Tuesday. Same bat time, same bat channel. 10 o'clock Eastern, 7 Eastern Standard Time. 7 o'clock Pacific. What else was I gonna say? Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell if you like the show. We'll keep it going. I'll make someone else co-host. Cheers, everybody in chat. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks to the panel for coming on and hanging out with me for the last couple hours. And of course, like always, thanks to Fumador for putting this show together and doing all this shit. I really appreciate. We all appreciate it. Peace out, everybody.
You see.
Yeah. Peace, D. He's still on actually as his second zombie self.
Yeah, I'm here still for a second.
Yeah.
We can do that tour, D, if you want to get up. Sunday night shouldn't be that wild on the streets. I actually take you to Soy Cowboy, which is right around the corner from my hotel, which is like one of the big streets for women in Bangkok.
Soy cowboy means something different over here.
No. All right, you sucked me back in now. I'm back for a second. I know exactly what you're talking about too. I know that girls, that cowboy.
And actually, if my other phone was working, I'd see how far that condoms, cabbage and condoms is.
Oh,
I think
dude.
it's only like a kilometer or two from my hotel.
Dude,
What?
that's
You're trying to
great.
see?
I'll have to do I'll at least have to do a live on IG or something about that place for you.
Yeah, man, I appreciate that. That's really cool. The condom place.
Because like I say, I got a couple more days here, and if they cut me, then I've got to stay here 4 days after that.
Yeah. Right on.
But we won't know the results on the MRIs until tomorrow. But I should be around for Wednesday's show. So we'll see you then.
Tuesday. Okay, yeah, man. Yeah, I better get going. All right, later, everybody.
Peace.
Goodbye, get up, girl.
Cheers. See you, D.
Didn't mean to shove them on.
No, you're right. I gotta get to bed. It's past my bedtime.
Little boy blue.
Oh, he didn't change Captain's name.
Good. So there is a shop when I get done here that I'm gonna go to. I guess it's one of the only Thai only grown cannabis shops here in Bangkok. And I guess they pick and choose from different farmers all over Thailand. So we're going to go check that out. We're going to do a little video on that for IG.
Some squirrel tails.
I don't know what's going to be there. All I know is it's all Thai owned, Thai grown,
American genetics.
not American genetics. You got it.
How many regions do the Thais feel that they have for their varieties?
Oh man, I don't know. I would say that there's probably about,
Like for the regions anyway, or main
well,
regions.
if you were to look at it that way, there's like 79 provinces in Thailand. So if you say, hey, each area had one or two, special, then you're looking at 150 plus.
Yeah, yeah, it's a lot.
But realistically, because of that kind of comment on squirrel's tail, I literally have squirrel's tail from like 9 to 11 different areas of Thailand, all the way from the mountain ranges, all the way down south where it's really, really wet all the time. And they all put off the, pretty much same bud characteristic, but some are a little bit chunkier and some are a little bit more wispier because
Like
of the
mom.
rains. But I would say there's probably about 25 or 30 that you can say, yeah, this mango comes from Thailand. Most of the lemon comes from Thailand. I have tasted and smelled every different type of lemon you can believe. The lemon cleaner, yeah, the lemon cleaner, that does get me high a little bit. And it's not that bad to smoke.
You put the lime in the coconut.
But I didn't find any blueberry, didn't find any strawberry, and didn't find any chocolate.
How about banana?
Pineapple and banana, yes.
Banana. It's fun to say.
I have one strain that you can pull both pineapple and banana terps out of it.
Telling me banana.
Yeah, a lot of the fruits.
Yeah,
Daylight.
that's why I didn't bring the fruits here. I brought all the gas, chemical, earth strains. That's why when people look at my seeds, they're like, what the fuck are these? And I'm like, these are the ones that really fuck you up. You put them with your tie, shorten the flowering period a little bit.
Usually, a lot of times easier to clean up also, and trim down.
Yeah, because if you take off too many leaves, you don't have anything. I've seen that with
Yeah.
some of the tie here.
It's just like a lot of little leaves, a lot of sugar leaves. Whereas, yeah, in the indicas, there's a lot of times, it's just like just nug. Barely have to take some leaves off on some. Yeah, it's
What
Banana.
just the fan
a,
leaves.
a lot of those, I take off all the big fan leaves and then literally in the grow room, I'll use a big pair of scissors and I'll just snip off all the fan leaves that don't have any, like the inner fan leaves that don't have trichomes at the end, and just hang dry it from that and then trim it down a little bit. But I leave quite a bit of leaf on my bud because I want it to protect the inside, and those leaves are covered in trichomes.
I
I
like to do
smoke
that last.
joints,
I
smoke
like to
it
do that
all.
last shot like a day or two before I harvest. That way, it's not leaking chlorophyll all over my buds in the dry room. Bro science, probably, but I still do it anyway.
Yeah, well, I still do the bro science of like 48 hours in darkness.
Hi, Flora. Welcome back.
Oh, Flora's back. Cool.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
I got 18 minutes, 28.
8 minutes
Tie
here.
time. Tie time, 28.
8 minutes
But
Taiwan off time.
I'll take off like yellow leaves or half dried leaves because I hate when then if they dry more and then they crumble and you get like crumbled dry leaves in the bud,
I
so
take off anything
I definitely take those off. If I hang
anything
it upside
pointing
down where it
inward.
can fall on. It's usually near the bottom where those are, so if you hang it upside down, yeah. So I
I
take
do the
Yeah,
those
whole
out of the
those,
way.
calculation, like
when
cutting
those
off anything
bottom
that's
ones
facing inward.
start to pale out and get light green, they're gone. If I can just kind of pull up and down on a stem and it comes off, it's out of there.
I like to take off any of the leaves that are pointing inwards. That
Yep.
was something I
Yeah,
thought said, and it makes sense.
yeah, yeah.
I would
Learned how to
too.
prune trees a lot better outside too.
And
That's just general
grapevines,
pruning stuff. Yeah, just makes
berry
sense.
bushes.
I'm just heading
There's
towards
the half apple
another
third of the
main
plant.
stem.
The apical meristem.
Much, Captain. How much is that one, Captain?
Those last 8 or 9 hits of that joint really did it. Now I can go sit in a machine for 45 minutes.
Massager machine?
Mhm.
Yeah, an MRI on my
Massages his
shoulder.
brain with the beep boops.
And then they'll tell me probably, hopefully by tomorrow, if I need surgery or not.
That must be a very rich person that's in that Mercedes right there, huh?
Well, there's a nice BMW next to it too.
Yeah.
There's an even nicer Mercedes over there. That's probably one of the AMGs, it looks like, from the sticker on the side.
They got
Are
some
these
toot toots on the street.
Down the street, there's a 780 SEI M3.
are they doctors?
Yeah,
Doctors and hooers.
these are all medical professions, businesses here. A lot of them they don't even look like they're open, but a lot of them are cosmetic surgeons on the outside, but they also
Sticking
work
needles in
here in
faces.
the hospital. So they have their offices, private practice right outside. But you know, you do one nose lift and you just bought that car.
But you listen in the face.
But I thought that build your dream car was pretty cool. And then to see the sports version of it across the street, that was a pretty blue color. That'd cost you a lot of money in a BMW color.
You just made my mind up. I'm gonna make it all blue. 50 Shades of Blue.
I
Coming up.
seen a Audi, what was it, R8 Spider earlier today.
I was born with an innie. The belly button joke. Rubber
Those
ducky.
R8s are starting to get really expensive.
Not like J5's mom.
Yeah, because your mom gets ridden more a year than those get built. They only build like 800 a year.
Yeah, but she's German. She gets the mileage. Still going strong.
Yeah.
Kind of car.
Audi R8, like the 2012s and stuff like that. They've got a really low production rate.
I think those have the Lamborghini engine in there, so it's going to be extremely expensive to maintain that thing.
Yeah, full rebuild, what, 60,000, 40,000?
Hard to say, but they're pretty awesome looking for sure. A lot of those luxury cars are only good for the first owner for the first maybe 75,000 miles, and then they all start to fucking fall apart, it seems like.
That's why you follow the groups that actually go out and buy those cars and then buy the Ford or the BMW or the Volkswagen parts that actually go in the car.
Da da.
Because there's quite a few groups out there that buy a lot of the wrecked cars and fix them back up. But I tell you what, there's going to be a lot of cars hit the market really soon from Dubai with water damage.
Dubai, the car with the butt.
I seen
Rode up a
some
pole.
pictures with the floods over there where people left they had to leave the cars in the road, but literally the water was 4 inches away from the top of the car.
I've been in my buddy's Toyota truck when we used to do that. We used to take it to this OHV park called Spider Lake, where it was like these big hills and all these backwoods trails. And the bottom of each hill after a rain would have 4 feet of water in it. And we would have to stick our heads out the windows on some of them holes, or we'd be just totally underwater. But he had about 20 tubes worth of fucking silicone in his engine and fucking snorkel, and that thing went through anything. Had a winch and we never got to see it used.
Yeah, that's one thing my truck here needs. It needs a winch on the front and back. Here in Asia, you need two winches. You need one on the front and one on the back.
Cheers, it's 420 somewhere in the East Coast of America. No, yeah, no,
Only
off the East
320.
Coast. Off the East Coast of America. And my lighter just died. What the fuck?
The ocean.
420 wasted. Oh, fuck. Shut up, Flora.
I wish I could remember what that joint was. Holy shit.
They didn't knock you on your ass.
Yeah. I don't want to go back in. I want to sit out here in this nice breeze a little bit longer.
Have you had
But
any surgeries done in the last week?
Any what?
Surgeries.
Yeah. They took out the metal and everything. And they took out the little stitches that they put in today and tried to give me like cream and alcohol and shit to put on it. And it's like, it's 3 little pieces of string. I'll be all right. We've had three x-rays today already.
I don't have any exes at all named Ray. You move
And
quick.
What do you gotta do after that, Captain?
Go back to the hotel and wait for them to call me and tell me if I should come in for surgery or not. And if they say come in for surgery, depending on what time they call me, if they call me at 9 a.m., I'll be here at 1 p.m.
Holiday
If not,
Inn.
it'd be Tuesday because I think I'm going to go ahead and have the surgery done if I need it. That way, I'll just bite the bullet of not being able to do anything for a couple months, and it'd give me a good reason to come out and see Bud and you guys out in California.
And you take your friend.
Cool.
Recovery time.
Yeah, I think just getting stuff fixed and getting health stuff taken care of. Most important.
Yeah. And also being able to take more than a zero off what it would cost me in the United States, too. And the surgeon that would be doing that is the same one that did my knee. Because he's a knee and shoulder specialist.
Head, shoulders, knees, and toes. Nope, just heads and feet. I fucked that up. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes with the head and the toes crossed off the list.
It's because you're not a fucking specialist. Specialist would have had that down. Amateur. Psych.
The whole thing here is to get the right. They want certain doctors want to use certain doctors to read like MRIs I found here. And what it is, it's that way of driving business to your friends is what it is. And they told me that the doctors that my doctor uses to read the MRIs wouldn't be able to give me a reading until like Saturday or Sunday. And I told him, well, forget it. You know, I'll just come when I come back in 10, 11 months, I'll have it done then. I'll just fight through the pain. And they're like, oh no, we'll see if we can't get you someone else. And it's like, okay, we'll get you someone that'll tell you later today or tomorrow. They want that money. They don't want you to leave.
We need to have more drugs.
Well, it's the opposite here. They tell you, oh, the first appointment we have is whenever the fuck. Like, I don't know if getting surgery done quick. Nope, that's not the way it works over here unless it's like some kind of life-saving measures.
I know, and that's what I love about Thailand. You know, when I went to see the doctor in Chiang Rai, I walked into the hospital, told him I need a refill on my prescriptions. sat down. Within 5 to 8 minutes, 10 minutes tops, I was in seeing the doctor. By 20 minutes, 25 minutes, I was waiting to pay. And within 30 to 40 minutes, I was walking out the door with my prescription in hand. Where else in the world can you do that? And it'd all be legit, not like you just pay a doctor and he gives you a script for pills. I mean, my doctors actually sit down and run me through a whole bunch of questions and shit every time.
So there's no eye of newt in the equation then.
There was a time where that's how it worked here, and then the system got so fucking bloated, it's fucked up. That's kind of my take on it.
That's why I said, if I knew for sure that I needed to have rotator cuff surgery, I would come here at 11 o'clock and they would have basically the MRIs done. And they say 1 p.m. for surgery. So basically within 2 hours, we can fit you in. That's Monday through Friday. Saturday and Sunday, the surgeons all see their patients.
I thought you said the Thai girls make you pay more so they can fit you in.
Some of them do. Actually, I seen the same girl here in Bangkok, and now she's accepting bananas 3 bigger than before. Instead of 54 maximum length, she's now at 56.
You could pay the women in fruit? That's awesome.
You're bananas, stupid.
Yeah. 56 millimeter at cock.
Yep.
Yeah, it might be the middle of the day where you are, but it's like 3 o'clock in the morning where Ryan's at.
This is one of those special ones too.
It's 2:30. We're 12 hours apart.
Yeah. And then you're only 2 hours away from where I am. I had it figured at 3, but we're not that far.
A Forenza hybrid.
I need food.
Are you stuck in that spot, Captain? Or can you go walk down the street?
Go that way to go in the hospital. I can finally hear you out here. Before I couldn't hear you.
A little high.
So I actually went to the greenhouse shop that they have here. And as far as prices go, believe it or not, they were like the most reasonable shop. Basically, just over $11 a gram and less.
Are you able to get to Cookies Bangkok?
Pardon me?
Are you able to get to the Cookies Bangkok cookie store in Bangkok?
No. No, and I think it's around my shop, my hotel someplace. But it was almost right across the street from my hotel, but they had to move locations. But a lot of the shops are down in the Nana area, which is the girly area too.
The purple
That's
skunk,
kind of where the greenhouse is at, and Cloud9 and Kush Club and stuff like that.
this purple skunk hash.
Well,
is,
in Amsterdam, it was basically the red light district, right?
Yep. Well, no, Amsterdam is basically dotted all over the city.
Yeah, but at the beginning, it was the red light.
There was the first, actually, I think the first greenhouse Argent bought was in the red light district. And it was literally like only half of this metal door right here. That's how wide it was. And it was probably 60 feet deep. And then the other big one you had was the Bulldog in the red light district. Because that was the first hotel we actually stayed at. They only gave us one bed, so my friend just had back surgery, so I let him have the bed, and they gave me a mattress and fresh sheets. I slept on the floor. He got ate up by bed bugs. By the second night, he was in a fucking sleeping with a hoodie, his fucking hands all fucking up in the hoodie. It's like fucking 90 some degrees out at night. He was miserable. He still has another 5 weeks here in Thailand. And then we're going to go out to the Spear and see a show.
Las Vegas.
Well, he works at UNLV, so he lives really close to UNLV, and I can crash on his couch. Buy him a ticket. That'd get me a couple nights on the couch. And his wife actually likes me, so that's pretty cool.
When are they going to come out with the hologram Jerry Garcia on stage? It shows.
Oh, there's probably
That'd be
footage.
after the dead are done. Or
Yeah,
Bobby and Mickey are done playing together.
that shit's kind of creepy. I don't know.
I think it'd be pretty cool.
I don't know. Either it's real or it's not.
Come on, I think that at the Spear, every time they showed a skeleton
They did
dressed
that
up,
on a couple things, and I
Uncle
remember looking
Sam.
at it and thinking, yeah, that's just kind of creepy. I guess that's where we're going, but oh, I think like there was one of the Lennons or some weird thing they did too, like that. They've done some things, or Natalie Cole sang with her dad or some shit. I don't know. I'm not a fan. It's kind of creepy. But I guess fuck anything's possible. You know, there's this one guy, Christopher Hazard, because like, you know, I was a taper for a lot of years, and even going
He
through all
does the
the
video.
archives of all the dead shows, you really realize how far advanced like high quality recordings were compared to visual video. Because like, you know, Jerry died in 95, so you know, oh, there was people with VHS and whatever the latest thing was uh, at shows. But like, yeah, that quality was like so bad, like even to where we are today. But though I don't know what they do to it. It's kind of weird. But yeah, they have these processes where they can take even the worst of fucking whatever, color correct it and this and add whatever depth to it and yeah, there's all these videos from like the 80s and different ones. Like he can use that software or that whatever it is, even on older stuff. And even
He
there's a thing.
spends hundreds of hours switching all these videos and everything over to 4K. He lives an hour and 45 minutes from me, and I can't meet him. I've tried to like say, hey, here's my email. Give me a shout out. I pass by Toledo all the time.
Well, most likely, you never know. Not everyone goes to every fucking show, but oh, you probably find him in the show one time. That's where you find people like that. He's at the shows sometimes. Uh, yeah, that's some like impressive work because a lot of that captures stuff that yeah, Jerry at his finest when the drugs were working, I guess you say.
Yeah.
Because like a lot of the real professionally shot stuff that looks good, oh, that didn't really happen to the 90s, 89 into the 90s. But yeah, there's a lot of this other footage from like 85 and fucking earlier and with these techniques they can make it look like and they can sync up like high quality soundboard recordings. And like the point of what I was saying is like what I realized is yeah, we for a long time audio was way more advanced than visual as far as technology goes. Even for like home recordings and things you could make yourself and yeah, video. But now yeah, video yeah, caught up for sure. Probably have not surpassed it, like with the cell phone and the cameras and
Hey guys,
everything.
I gotta head into the hospital again. Take
Well,
care. If you're still on when I get out of the MRI on the ride home, I'll join you guys.
we'll have a
Peace
good
out, everybody out in chat.
Here's everybody. Everybody's gone. Sleep wherever
Yeah.
they live.
Well, I got some work to do anyway, and look, I'm burnt out. I don't have much to say.
Yeah, same.
Ryan's got us on mute, and Jeff might have fallen asleep. It is coming up on 12:40 my time, our time. It ain't that late, but feels like it tonight.
Purple skunk hash is working.
Yeah. Yeah, I get these ounces of really good rosin from friends in Humboldt. I'm just finishing this Gushmint. Took me probably almost 2 months to smoke it. I might have given a gram or two to a friend, but other than that, I just smoked it. So I don't smoke that much of it. But it costs $4.50. It's fucking top of the line. Like maybe not the best 6-star, but fucking five something. And they have all the different strains. Now they even have more strains, Skittles in this. So I was like checking in to get another one. And they're like, yeah, sure. He gave me said what they had, and then hit me back up, basically trying to sell like whole units, like pounds, for like yeah, I guess it comes out to just over 200 an ounce. Like 33.50 is the math, something like that. Like basically 3 of them for 10. I'm going, holy shit. Like at that rate, right? You're getting close to like, yeah, I don't know. Like you grow X amount, it might only be worth this as pounds of weed, but it takes many pounds of weed to extract a pound of rosin. Okay. And then that's only worth a little over 3. Wow.
And high quality weed at that.
Huh?
And you need high quality weed for good rosin. If the weed
Yeah.
needs to be
Okay. All that. Like it's been a couple years, but I remember some of my gung ho friends that were into this whole rosin revolution came at me, and a couple times I considered it. They wrote it all down, the math per whatever, and oh, I should just grow and extract everything, freeze it right away, we'll extract it, blah 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 blah. I remember some of that math. That math doesn't exist today, okay, at all, not even close, right? And even then, it was like I remember going, yeah, I guess, but that's not like, oh, it'd make a few bucks more if everything went right in that whole process, which had a lot of like places where, oh, I stuck to just flour, right? But like so I mean, I have some idea, weight ratio and all this and percentages and shit. Yeah, that's not sustainable.
has to be coming from like some massive outdoor operation
Now, I
somewhere.
guess there's still ways that some brands hype themselves and get $60, $80 a gram, or I don't know, 2 grams. I don't know what the retail price is, but like on the legacy place, oh, it's like 15 a gram and under. You know what I mean? For killer, like respectable shit. Yeah, I don't know how all that math works, but I don't think it really works. It's just like people have to like it has, no one's even like making money there. They're just like getting to the next bill cycle. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. It has to be like large fields of outdoor.
Yeah.
And
Well, at a certain scale, then the numbers start to work. Except that, like you say, I mean, one thing with rosin is it is what it is. So if it's not good, it's not going to be good. There's no tricks to that, right? Less, I mean, with solvent extraction, well, there's a lot of tricks, right? Um, in solventless, no, it boils down to the essence, and like I was saying earlier, and I think this is an underestimated thing in like a lot of these products is like, yeah, if that flower isn't something that you're going to smoke and have a good experience and a good stone and high, nothing you do to it, whether it's rosin, this, that, edible, is going to change that. You know what I mean? Like if it's only every product that's made with it is only Like there's no magic. There's no magic like, oh, well, it's pretty shitty weed, but if we fucking blast it and fucking wash it in silica clay or whatever the fuck, remediate it and blah, 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 all of a sudden it's going to become like some good ass shit. There's no magic, right? Like dank is dank. And if, oh, you started with dank, then everything you make out of it is going to be dank. If you make it properly, not cook it off or some stupid shit. But I mean, that's just my thought of like laws of nature, I guess, laws of physics, like, and a lot of the legal market at scale is playing like the huge bait and switch. And that with that kind of money at their disposal, they're able to use branding, marketing, things where they're spending money in one direction, which no matter, like there's a formula, like you spend X of money like this, then it equates to that, right? Like that's how other businesses operate. At scale, that's how like bigger brands like Cookies or Jungle Boys or they use those same kind of things to this is business, right? This is what if you're good at business, these are the things you know how to do in today's world of business. I do think I don't think I'll be too old to be in it, but there'll come a time where it will circle back and it will be about like true real quality and it will have like a elevated value against all the other shit, but it's not there at the moment. No.
Wonder if the booze situation was ironed out in 5 years, or if that took 20 years before they figured it out.
Yeah, I mean, first a lot of this shit seemed to be happening super fast, which surprised me. Like in the last 10 years, or like even since like then Rec, and then how fast Rec's not even 6 years old since it was enacted in California, which pretty much one of the first states. I don't know, Colorado might have been, but around that same time period, that seemed to escalate a lot of shit, right? All the changes. Like, fuck, there was all this great investor money. There used to be these events that were just pitch events. Like they had them in San Diego where if you wanted to get to a bunch of cannabis investors, you gave your thing, and then people would be like, "Oh yeah, you want investment money?" Like I don't even think those exist anymore. But that was a thing a couple years back. It went through all the cycles to where now I'm not even sure what the real cycle is. It seems to be in disarray, at say the least. Like it's not up to like potential. And actually, I don't think customers are happy with what they get either. Right?
No, there was a lot of people that came through this part of the desert in 2018 or so, and they had the get rich quick scheme, right? Where they were going to build a facility. It seemed to be a common theme where these people they're gonna build a facility. They're gonna have a whole bunch of investors. They're gonna try to replicate something that, because a lot of them don't understand. They think that they can scale their tents up, and a tent doesn't scale into 30,000 square feet. It's a much difference.
Yeah.
Very different. Do irrigation. It's very different how you do humidity controls. Irrigation. Everything's so different, right? And then so a lot of these people, they failed because they didn't know how to they didn't have the proper dehumidifiers or humidifiers, or they couldn't keep couldn't keep the humidity in line, right? So a lot of them end up with PM and bugs and go out of business. And now, like, you see a ton of them, it's like second, third owners already. It's only 6 years,
Oh no, and a lot of them went totally upside down and are gone, and now it's somebody else in the space that got it built out for fucking pennies on the dollar, a bunch of shit like that. Yeah, which is crazy, but it had to have been around 2008 and 2015. He's still my friend, but my friend Danny owned a very successful 215 store in Mira Mesa, San Diego area, which in Mira Mesa was like the only area that let all these stores happen. There was like in this 5 block area, there was like a dozen. He was one of them. And then I used to just sell him weed. But then at one point he wanted to build out this warehouse. He had a spot like a mile away, and he hit me up to like do it, set it up, run it. We had our deal. It was fair. And it went on for almost 2 years before the fire wanted to do inspection, and there was a complaint from the neighbor. The, the first neighbor was like industrial place, but the second neighbor had like cubicles and had like they were, what do you call it? Phone sales people. So there's like dozen people in there, and yeah, that they complained that there was like smell, and the way that building was built out, it was really impossible to completely block that from happening. And it was faint, but oh, they smelt it and turned into this thing, and we shut it down. Yeah, I ran like 20, 30 lighters. This was more like, it was maybe like 80 or something like that, but it was in a bigger scale. It was all one thing, right? And like, oh, I thought, well, I'll just do what I do here, which I had down. I'd already been doing that like 15 years or more, right? And scale it up. Oh, there was like one problem after another, right? And he had a store, so he had a lot of good cuts, and people brought in cuts he sold, and we took in some of those. And that was the first time, I guess they were called russet mites or whatever, or some fucking thing that that was gnarly. And it was like at the early days of that where the forums, there wasn't a lot of info. And I remember finally there was some gnarly product. Most likely it's banned at this point, right? Maybe it was called Forbid, or I don't know. There was like different vibe on pesticide products that would be people would recommend that. Anything I've heard came from somebody in cannabis, whether it was guys at the store, not so much forums. Now you chose to do what you wanted, because even in those threads way back then, there were people that were like, from the other side point of view, there were already calling those type of practices out. The more like what you call today the organic contingent, or that side of it, right? But when you had to deal with something that was going to wipe you out, and there was maybe a solution, and that shit worked, but it literally almost killed every plant. But then they came back, which took a long time and cost money, but got rid of those fucking rusted mites that for a couple cycles were like eating a huge percentage of the capability. You couldn't they were gnarly. And all the other remedies didn't do anything except like push them back a little. That was like before we knew so much about them. Today, I don't know. Are they even such a thing? But back then, it was like it swept through. People in cannabis thought that it came from some company, one of the soil companies or the cocoa company. Maybe it was cocoa that like was some, because like even though we called them rusted mites, that's like it was actually not technically a mite, or I don't remember all the details of what those things were, but they were bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
It ended and it was what it was, but I left that where to my other friends and colleagues, whatever, partners, they all know. I've said it for like probably started by 2010. As all these changes come in, I'm like, no, they're not going to be able to scale dank. That's my belief. I'm sticking to it. Like, oh, I've seen these $20 million builds, and they look like the greatest fucking thing I've ever seen as far as grow operations, with the best technology, and everything's fucking dialed in. And the Instagram photos they post of their op and the buds and this, but like no, I've smoked their shit and it's just okay. It's not like, not dang.
But
Right.
I like most of the time.
Right. And wait, I don't know. There's probably, if there's an example of some fucking place that's scaled up at 1,000 fucking light rooms in this whole thing that's really putting out consistent dank, I don't know of them.
Well, it's because they don't let the stuff finish, and then there's no proper dry
Okay, for
time.
whatever reasons it is, somehow they can't scale it. One, I do think there's this like interaction between the humans that really grow the plant, whether it's you, which usually you put the most passion into it, but oh, you get to some scale where you need workers, that like are that way too, which I've had a lot of workers. Not all of them were that way, but I recognize the ones that were, right? Because that is like you, I don't think we can quantify it. That guarantee is science and academics will never be able to quantify this part. Yeah, there's a certain thing that makes that the person that grows it imparts their love basically makes a difference. I don't care what the genetics, what the method, you can copy every fucking thing that person does, but certain people have a certain thing that ends up in the final thing. I believe that. I've seen that. Like for a long time I've seen that. I used to like help a lot of people. Sometimes I was like partnerships or I'd get a percentage and different deals over the years. Me and my wife used to like, we had our terminology for certain, they were our friends and that was cool. We accepted them as that. They were like money grubbers. That's our term. They were like money grubbers. Like, so like it was, you always like, there are things that would happen where it'd be like, yeah, of course, that's what would happen to a money grubber. You know what I mean? Like I've never been like the plant's never been about that to me. And that's important. And at this point, oh, I don't know. We like so many people took the plant to money grub
Yeah,
status.
the middleman pop guy is kind of a dead entity, I think, probably.
Yeah, and that's a sad thing. Like I think it goes all the way down to the street level where somebody bought a dime bag and sold joints, right? All the way to the person that bought a pound and did QPs to the person that got a QP and kept one for himself and sold the three and the eights and the this and the human interaction and the whole thing that existed for many years. Okay. Uh yeah, you replace basically we replace that. It's not quite Uncle Sam yet, but in a way, Uncle Sam, like you basically remove that and replaced it with 30% taxes that took that people out. Which all right,
I
people like today on Future Cannabis Project, because he's a person that changed my life, and I correspond with him. I don't really know him personally. Met him once. Is Ken from Trichrome Technologies, right? He was on that early morning show, East Bay Cannabis, whatever. I forget his name. It did like an hour and 40 minutes. In the last 20 minutes of it, where he was only speaking for himself, he made it very clear. But like he gave a description of like kind of what we're talking about, what like what what happened to cannabis. And this guy was like doing stuff way back. His credentials are he's OG all the way. And even how he changed my life, when I had a booth in San Bernardino at the High Times, probably it was 2013. It was hot as fuck, like 112 or some shit. And they had this like This was at this fairgrounds. They had this like auditorium where there was the panels and there was like a whole schedule of different people. But when you have a booth, you miss most of that shit. But to duck out of the fucking heat, first time I went in and I just sat down and then listened because it was air conditioned. And yeah, that dude got up there. And I remember the crowd, it gasped when he said it. But some point in the early part of his like wasn't like he was reading a speech, but he had a whole thing lined up. He's a good presenter. He said, when pounds of weed are only worth $50 a pound, and the place gasped. Like, what? Are you kidding me? What? That was an unfathomable fucking thing. Okay, $50 a pound for weed. But we're not quite there, but we're close to there. Okay, especially outdoor production shit. All right, and he's still chasing this technology in different forms, like cold trapping, basically, right? Because and he already had all the math, and he had little vials of terpenes. This is in 2013. Like, not many people were talking the word terpenes, okay, or any of this type of talk, but he was. He was saying that when the price of weed goes below a certain value, it's going to be more valuable to grow weed to extract it just straight pure terpenes, because
I've heard that.
because when you and there's a fucking market just like gold, silver, and all these other commodities. That terpenes are like a commodity, and all the basic ones and the exotic ones and all that world is all has value. Some of it, yeah, it's readily easily extract a commodity. Lemonade, pinene, they come from easy places. Some of them, yeah, they're very rare and have huge value, because whether it's perfume makers, food makers, whatever the fuck, the world needs to buy these things to make shit. And yeah, I thought, and now it's 10, 11 years later. And yeah, I always remember that. It's like, like, I remember at first thinking, yeah, I remember telling my friends, yeah, this guy said when weed's $50 a pound, ha ha ha. I think we were still like at 32 then. Like, we hadn't gone under three. We were, I don't think in 2013 we were still getting, you could get four, but we were like a little below that, right? But we weren't anywhere near where we are today. But $50 a pound was like, oh yeah, yeah, imagine that. But like, yeah, imagine that. Today, his pitch, yeah, it rings true. Today, he said a bunch of things that are like that. He's actually, a lot of people know who he is, but he's never really been trying to get everybody to know who he is. But that's a smart motherfucker that knows a lot. For sure. And has a good view and a good perspective that, yeah, because ultimately, I think it's at a place now where, yeah, like for cannabis to make it through all this bullshit, it's important that whatever you want to call it, the legacy market, black market, whatever you want to call it, that somehow we don't let it completely die, because it's the only chance to keep this out of like total corporate hands. Whether it's home growing, supplementing the cost with your friend, whatever it is. Like,
yeah, see, the thing is that
I can say, like really the entrepreneurial spirit, right? Like, oh, wait a minute, where'd that go? Oh, yeah, no, we already gobbled up all the mom and pops and brick and mortars decades ago. yeah, there's no game there because, you know, a lot of those industries, it took decades for that to happen. Cannabis, we're just skipping all that and jumping right to the corporate takeover. Even the current huge losses by individual investors and all these yahoos from Wall Street, yeah, that's exactly the play that these huge corporations would. They want to devalue the overall industry for the day they come in and buy it up. They don't want it to be worth all this and show that it has all this value. That's going to only cost them more billions. I think a lot of plays are like that, like way over our head. It's way they're like they're chasing money. The money grubbers have pounds. The real money grubbers, like investors, Wall Street, corporations. Oh, fuck them.
No, I think that's partially why they issued unlimited licenses in California is because they wanted it to fail
Yeah.
because they knew.
Well, wait, they have all these years. They obviously any logical thing could see the glaring problems and things you could do to improve the system that you put in place. No. Have they done any of that? No. Is there any chance they're going to do like, oh yeah, well, yeah, in 2015 or 17, we you know, we were short sighted. We're going to redesign that. We're going to change. We're going to fix the hole. No, and that like really where the in California where the corruption is, the circle jerk. It's okay. Fuck Newsom. All right. Obviously, the California legislation just in the last year, which never agrees on anything, it's gridlock. Put three different cannabis bills on Newsom's desk, and he vetoed at the last hour all three of them. One had to do with usage, public usage, or clubs, or whatever they call that, like having like lounges. Okay.
Consumption lounge.
Chief of staff, and I should know these names at this point, but his long-term chief of staff named this. That's his fucking right-hand man, right? Wife, this blonde hair lady that really has no resume that says, yeah, you should be in charge of the Cannabis Board of California. She's in charge of the cannabis thing in California. So you would think if it was a healthy situation, that could be a good situation. Oh, lady running cannabis sees some things that need to fucking happen to make it the system work. Tells her fucking husband. He fucking leans on Newsom. Boom, it gets done. No, the opposite, right? Oh, he's vetoing these things because and who pays for them? Who's their donors that make them get elected and play? Oh, these corporations that are sitting aside going, yeah, if we whoever can get California is going to dominate the cannabis thing, at least in the US, right? And if the further ours, which should be the most mature market and should have made some of these adjustments and already be trying to export and get our product all around the world where the brand means something. California grown, does that, whatever. No, none of that's no. It's a total fucking mess because never meant to be any of us. It's some point it's gonna transition to one of the biggest fucking corporations ever gonna come in and buy the right assets and then they're Live Nation, they got it. They got California. Oh, and then they can do whatever all around the world. Right? That's what's happening here, and it's a matter of how fast it happens. Right? Seems like there's some roadblock in the whole. Otherwise, it would go through.
Called nationally legal. So they don't have because when it becomes nationally legal, then they have the backbone and the infrastructure to ship across country line or state lines.
Yeah, interstate commerce, which like, oh, guess what?
Yeah.
That costs money. Like there's that the federal government regulates what's called interstate commerce. When one company sends shit to other states and shit, there's things that happen money wise. And the worst thing that could happen, which most likely all these different players are going to create such a fucking mess, it'll end up just becoming a commodity on like the mercantile Chicago market, like wheat, pork bellies, corn, orange, everything like are all commodities that are traded with futures and this whole system that, yeah, it'll eventually be that. That's just my thing. Because almost everything that is legal and a commodity is like in that system one way or another. You're not just outside of it. You're in the Wall Street controls it. Eventually, just like with farmers, Wall Street bets before the season whether you're going to have a good crop or a bad crop, and then whatever happens to you, even if you have a decent crop, money out of the game goes to pay investors because they gambled on you, right? So some people win, some people lose, right? Who loses is the farmer with that. Because it like ultimately it's only so much money in any of these crops. That's why most of them are subsidized. Right? Because by the time that you account for that part of the game and this part of the game and all the investors and all this bullshit that goes on, yeah, the price for it and but that system controls supply and demand because the one thing all the farmers of any of those commodities deal with is the laws of supply and demand economics, which if they produce too much, guess what? They lose. Cannabis seems to not abide to supply and demand economic rules, which are pretty simple. That's why we used to have like droughts. Like there's some people that say stories that those were actually created by like the big growers at the time. That they would just cut supply off for a few weeks and then that would get everybody all fucking crazy because they couldn't get any bud and then there'd be bud again. I remember that. Like if you thought you just scored killer weed like at will, hell no, dude. There was weeks and months. Yeah, unless you saved it, you didn't. There was none.
Yeah, and then they changed the law. I think it was this year.
Yeah,
Stuff,
but we might have changed the law and all that, but that doesn't change like core supply and demand rules of economics. Like right now, you have warehouses of 3-year-old, 2-year-old, 1-year-old pounds of fucking weed that these guys are storing. Freezers full of shit that they're holding out, hoping that the price comes back around. There's so much. Certain places destroy more weed or weed products than they do sell through. Right? That's yeah. There'll never be a value in it from a grower's perspective unless somehow they come to terms with like, yeah, we can't even this place, what's it called? Glass House. There's that one guy that rails, but his math is straightforward, right? Like they claim, and they have all these investors that they have 1 million square feet, even though they're only licensing out a small part of it, which still is more weed than even the whole California market could consume. Yeah, the numbers in the whole thing doesn't like add up and make sense, right? Even like a lot of talked, especially because I went to there's a lot going on in Vegas. Planet 13 that's been the biggest fucking dispensary, spent all this money on different lighting and weird shit in their store and all this. It came out and it's like, it's not cannabis news. I read it. It was in like the Las Vegas news. Yeah, their books say they lose $43,000 a day so far this year, whatever months into this year. Like, okay, that's a bad sign for them.
I went into some dispensaries when I was in Vegas last. And product was terrible and the prices were horrible. So I wound up not buying anything.
I've never been to one.
Just like
No, they had-
restaurants, like when you see a restaurant that's fucking got a line of people, yeah, you know what's up. Plenty of restaurants you walk by or check out, there's fucking nobody in there, and then you're like, yeah, no, I'm not going in there.
No, you
The closest I ever got was back in
Like the one's called Urban something, the other one's called Ash and whatever. Dude, I've driven by those things 100 times in my past of life, right? Yeah, you see like the security guard standing out front, one or two cars at the edge of the parking lot because those are probably the people working there. I never see anybody coming and going anywhere. There's this other place called Wall. It's like a play on Walgreens. I keep forgetting the name of it. Turns out they have a couple places. I've only really gone by there maybe 10 times. And a couple times, I'm not, I should go and find out in Google. I realized it was on Tuesday. And Tuesday, there's always like a line of like 12 people outside waiting for their shot to get in. And I'm like, yeah, bet you they have a good deal and they sell good weed. Oh, those other places? Yeah, they don't sell good weed. And oh, not that the customers of that area didn't give them a shot, but yeah, like there's no life in your place. There's no like, oh, and then it doesn't matter. Your store is next to the freeway. It has freeway easy access and all that. No one goes to that place.
closest I've ever been to a dispensary was back in the early 2000s when I lived in California. My buddy and his mom both had cards, and Weed Maps was kind of becoming a thing. And you could go on Weed Maps on most of those dispensaries and see their menu. And then they would always just buy what they were gonna buy, so I'd get to taste that. But usually it was green crack and chem dog for 3 months at a time, and purple diesel number 2.
Those were always popular.
And they had fake perps too back when I first moved to California, where they'd take like green crack, but they would grow it with purple food coloring. But you could tell right away because it didn't have that fruity that perp smell. But then it was also like it'd be purple all the way throughout, like the stem and everything.
Yeah.
But the guys on the street would still get like the same price for their perps. It was weird.
Big burps.
Yep.
It's no good.
Well, they would get you just as high as regular weed would, but it just wasn't purple. You know, it just being that color was the thing. I love the taste of this stuff.
It had the purple anthocyanin taste.
Anthocyanin.
Yeah. Yeah, the purps always has a certain taste and a certain smell.
Yeah.
And
I used to say you could blindfold me. Nowadays, there's so many purple crosses that it's not as distinguished as it used to be. At least for me.
None of them actually have that smell though. The old school perps had.
Yep.
Not
Yeah,
that.
exactly.
Gelato doesn't have it. Cake doesn't have it. Cookies don't have it. You
Yeah, I
know,
missed that.
yeah. Old school.
Yeah, I remember I used to go. Well, statute of limitations is probably gone by now, but I
This
used to go to this gas station, and my buddy would can't remember if we must have had text then too, but I think my buddy would call him in advance, and he'd tell you a certain time to show up, and there'd always be two clerks, and if his line was full and the other one was empty, you had to fuck around and pretend you were buying stuff for a fucking half an hour until his line became kind of a little emptier. But he would have he'd have his bag like right there underneath the cash register waiting, and the other clerks knew all about it and shit, you know. But like, I don't know why we always had to wait to go in. But I don't know, it was kind of crazy, and I never saw him do it. He was so professional about it because my buddy was the one that would make the deal, and I would always be in there like right behind him in line buying a pop or something like that or a soda, and we'd get outside of the store. I'm like, fuck, man, did you get it or was it too busy in there or what? And then the second we'd sit in the car and the car would just reek, I'd be like, oh, you got it all right. Good times. And he had a convertible.
about to smoke some
Did
purple hash. Stuff's got me lit. And then I'll
I
probably
just
hang up.
smoked? Oh, it's the 20 we just missed too. I just smoked the last of my resin just now. Go pay $10 a gram for some tomorrow. The same price as I paid back in 2005 or something like that at the dispensary.
Should be enough hash to go to the moon. I'm gonna go hang out with Woody Woodpecker and fuck another dude, forget his name. Woody. Woody from the
Toy
one
Story?
thing. Yeah, Toy Story.
Uh, Hanks. Tom Hanks. Popping
That was
bottles in the club.
that Toy Story when I came out. Like I remember watching it, I was like, fuck them, man, animation is good on this. Like how the
Hey,
fuck
that
did
was
they
like real life.
that shit was
They've
really
got to
good.
have there's shit nowadays where it's indistinguishable from real life pretty much.
Oh, nowadays, yeah, but just saying, like when Toy Story came out, that was fucking amazing shit.
Yeah, it was. They put a lot of off-color jokes in there too that you didn't really catch when I watched it when I was a kid.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in over 20 years, so I would have to watch it again. Right, I might catch them now, you know. But judging yesterday through today's lens is not always fair either.
There's a badass rap song called Tom Hanks by uh oh, what the fuck is her name? Buckwheat Groats. They got a song called Arbor Day too. That's pretty fucking awesome. Smoking weed on Arbor Day, only in the style of Buckwheat Groats. Bud fucking huffing balloons in the background or something.
What's that?
Giving one of them trimming gals the what for real quick.
What do you say?
I'm
English?
just talking to myself.
Need a translator. I speak West Coast English.
I got that thick of an accent, eh? There, Dan.
No,
But I've got more of an accent than I think I do because when I was in California, that got me a couple girls at the bar. Ooh, where are you
really?
from? I think they all thought I was from Canada or something.
You showed them something shiny and they came running to you.
Could have been the bag of coke in my pocket, but
Give you each a nickel. Come play with the people.
Yeah, when I first lived there, I lived in Fred or Hollister. It's kind of a weird. It's like the Sturgis of the West Coast, they call it, because there's a big bike rally there every year,
Yeah.
and each one of the bars is kind of not outright owned, but they belong. You know, each bar is basically like home base for different biker gangs. And like we used to always go to the Hell's Angel bar or whatever it was, and I mean there was always bikers there. It wasn't like packed with bikers all the time, but you know, except for on that the weekend where they had their big gig or whatever. But I remember one time I was in there with my buddy playing just playing fucking pool, and I think there was only two pool tables in there, and they were like kind of back to back. They were kind of right next to each other, and I was pulling my shoulder back to take my shot, and I accidentally hit his stick as he was taking his shot. It's this big fucking biker dude, and he spun around like he was gonna fucking hit me in the face, and I about pissed my pants. And like as he pulled his hand back. He's like, "You're never gonna do that again, am I?" And I'm like, "Fuck no!" And he took his hand and he like brought it out down for like a handshake. So I shook his hand and he about squeezed my hand off, and I sat down and waited till he was done with every shot before I even got up out of my chair. That scared the living piss out of me. I think I might have peed a little. I said it was kind of funny how there was all like 60-year-old ugly guys missing half their teeth, but they all had a 18-year-old girl on their lap who was more than happy to be there. You ever had a Harley, bud?
No, my dad restored and collected like Trident Triumphs when I was a kid. He always had a few of those, and then he also had an '84. I remember this, like new Honda Interceptor, like 750. And we used to go for rides. He never let me ride any of the Triumphs. Those were fucking his pride and joy. But he'd let me ride this other bike. And we go through Topanga Canyon, where we live, down to the coast, over to Santa Monica, and circle back up the coast. And this
My dad
one
had a
day,
Yamaha
I
Virago when
was
I was
just
growing up.
we were just driving down the street in this part of Santa Monica, and see, I'm like a full blown stoner, wake and bake, stoned all day long and night since I was like 15, 13, 14, 15. So of course I know I was stoned because I always was. So I don't really know. I assume I probably used too much front brake because this was like a pretty like dialed in bike. But somehow I went over the bike, slid like 90 feet on the street. The bike, I remember looking behind me and seeing the bike was like coming at me, but then we kind of went different ways where, and you know, they took these cars off the road because if they got rear ended, they blew up. The bike slid under and picked up the back of a Pinto, right?
Huh.
And I had road rash, even though I had, forget, it wasn't like a leather jacket, but I had some other jacket on, which that jacket had scuffs on it, but the heat went through to my skin and like, oh man. And I was banged up. And other than like fucking around on a dirt bike at go-kart races, nah, I don't ride bikes because I'm a stoner. No,
I had
no.
when I was probably like 11 or maybe 12. I had a Honda 110 ATC 110 three-wheeler, fucking big red all the way. I That wasn't a big red, but in
Yeah.
any case, so I had this little Honda three-wheeler at my grandpa's place, and their property used to have a lake on it. But back in like the early teens, the eh, Army Corps of Engineers came and made these fucking canals everywhere to drain all the swamplands and shit. And it just happened to be that because his lake was in a low-lying area, they made a canal go right through his lake and shit. So he had this big fucking drop off on his property. It was out in his cattle field, and I was taking a corner on the top of this field, or I was like, this is the fucking drop off right here. I was coming around the corner, and I flipped it going downhill, and I landed like 10 feet in the air in a tree with the three-wheeler on top of me, and the recoil burnt a fucking hole in my leg. It took me like, I don't know, it seemed like it was like 5 minutes, but I was probably only in the tree for like 10 seconds. But like, it took me like super strength energy to kick that three-wheeler off of me. And I just had this huge hole. I think it cauterized itself because I don't even remember a lot of blood. I just remember it hurt. And fucking my three-wheeler rolled all the way down the hill. Like fucking handlebars were all jacked up and shit. But that three-wheeler never died. It was running the whole time. Got to the bottom of the gear, and we're bottom of the hill, and I put it in gear and rode to my grandpa's place, and I was never allowed to bring my three-wheeler to grandpa's after that again.
Yeah. Yeah, like I say, like, oh, I drive a fucking car and race go-kart stone. Don't have like a thing about that, but somehow bikes, I feel like, yeah, nah. Like, I don't think it's stoner friendly. You gotta like have your wits with you if you're riding a bike all the
Crash
way.
my
No little
crash.
dumb moments. Like that could cost you. And over my life, a few of my friends, not a few, two different people I know. One my dad's friend, one mine. Yeah, they were in not that bad of motorcycle accidents, but are like paralyzed because of it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're usually the weaker half of a car, the weaker half of an accident when you're on a bike.
And I see a lot of people on bikes, they're pretty ballsy because out here you can white line it and they
Yeah, you can split the
even have
lane. I
to
remember.
get away and shit. But like just knowing how dumb California drivers are and how most of them are barely paying attention at best.
Oh
And
yeah,
I would feel like, yeah, and you see a lot of the guys that ride that some people you can see shouldn't even be on a damn bike, but all right, there's people that know how to ride a bike. Most of them are driving in an offensive way, right? Because that's really the best defense, right? To that kind of shit. Be offensive about it, right?
just
Like,
weaving in and out, fucking.
or like be ready for whatever's going to come at you rather than be defensive where you're like, yep, that if you're so I get why the bikes drive the way they do because yeah, California drivers are like dumb that way.
I remember the first time when I was on standstill traffic on the 101 or whatever it is, fucking. It was hot as fuck, and my buddy didn't have air conditioning, so I opened the door and it stuck my legs out, of the car for a second. And my buddy just yelled at me. He's like, "Get the fuck back in here and close that door." And I was like, "What are you complaining about?" And fucking, I mean, not 5 minutes later, fucking, couple fucking crotch rockets come by going like 70. Like, Jesus Christ, those guys have balls on them.
Well, I
I can
noticed
see maybe going 20 or
it
30, but they were going like 70.
when they white line, but a lot of the guys that ride Harleys, they use the noise, the rev, as like they're warning they're coming, right? Where it's like, yeah, you right there in traffic, and then they come by and they're some of those Harleys are pretty loud. Uh, um, yeah, I realize Croc Rocket guys, they just go. They're not trying to
They
like rev up as like some noise warning to like warn you they're coming. But the Harley
well,
guys, a lot of them use the engine noise as like a way to navigate through the fucking hole in the traffic where the thing is, over the years, most of our freeways in SoCal that's packed, they didn't really add any more physical lanes. And you can still see where the old uh, dots, lines from when the freeways used to be lanes this wide. They cheated the lanes to make another lane. So that makes the center lane even a tighter maneuver in some places. But these guys on bikes, they just fucking head straight into it. Where one car just is gonna like change lanes or isn't in the right spot in the lane. Like sometimes you see they have to maneuver, and I assume sometimes people's like side view mirrors get fucking fucked up because there's times where it's like that bike's barely gonna fit through there, and they're going like 50 when everyone else is like going 25.
Mm-hmm. Loud pipes save lives, is what they say.
Yeah. Well,
We'll see if I can be on here for 2 minutes without roboting. My
you
good
sound
phone,
pretty good.
because I got two phones that I'm working with. One of them, though, I can't get it's got a locked SIM on it, so I can't fucking switch out my SIM card. I just got to be on Wi-Fi or hotspot.
You know, some countries have a law that they can't sell those in their country. Our country is the opposite, where they like, yeah, every phone's basically locked. I think that like we just put up with it, but like we should say, oh fuck that. We should have the same options as other countries have.
Well, I think if I root it, I should be able to get her on that, but I haven't tried. 'Cause I haven't really needed to. But I remember back in the day, that's what I used to root my phones. It was called, where you can do this shit that you can kind of get more user access to everything and kind of can't remember what I had to do why I had to root my phones all the time. I think it was so I could torrent shit. I don't remember though.
Yeah, like a few months ago, I somehow finally was like, oh, I got to change this. And whatever I did, I disabled it. But for years, it wasn't like daily. I don't know. I guess it would correlate when it had pictures, but somehow Google on my phone would like say, oh, memory 7 years ago or memory 11 years ago. And I click and then like picture a lot of times with me and my wife or some other time in my past. And then I guess it was all right for a while. I left it. Then finally I was like, yeah, no, I don't need fucking because like sometimes those memories were like trigger emotion and shit. I'm like, I disable it. Okay. Because like now I still get the thing saying memory, whatever date. And if I click, it tells me to go to settings because I have to enable it, which I'm not going to do. But then what I realized is some of it's worse because sometimes I'm like, I wonder what that memory is from that date on that year. And like, I
It's
guess
probably your Google.
I could click on the thing and open it back up for the torture of them sending me memories. Okay.
It's probably your Google
I know.
Photos.
Fuck. And then a couple times, it took a while. Like next day, all of a sudden it dawned on me out of the blue. I was like, oh, July 12th, whatever year, 2014. Oh, that was this. And like, I don't know what the picture is. I assume I know because I remember
You,
what it was.
you can probably go to your Google
Oh,
Photos app
it works. I don't need
and
Google.
search for that date. Yeah, it's kind of creepy how much Google does keep track of you. Like their maps.
Sometimes it reminds me of like places I had dinner at. I'm like,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah, your
yeah,
maps
I
app.
remember that place in San Francisco, the seafood, uh, fucking Italian place. It was fucking great. But I don't know. It's like, yeah, the memory thing is weird. I don't,
Yeah, if you
and
look up your in your Google Maps, you can go through your location history if you don't have it turned off, and it'll show you everywhere you go in a day. Like I used to use it for work because it would tell me what times I got to my job sites and shit, and I didn't
yeah,
have to fucking.
I go through phases where I keep a lot of that shit off. And then over the years, I've learned, oh, there's a convenience to some of that shit, right?
Oh yeah,
Like
like your
you're looking for a certain kind of store or restaurant, whatever. Yeah, if it will suggest, oh, right there, over here, around the corner. Uh, there's like convenience in it. Where over the years when they developed it, yeah, none of this shit worked that great. Now it works pretty fucking good.
one of the funny things you can do with Google Maps is that anyone can be a I forget what they call it. Maybe it's like a tour guide or something. But in any case, if you have a Google account, you can just name something name a place something, right? Like if it doesn't have a name already. So like as a joke, people will go around and name things like Big Al's Dildo Emporium or something like that, and it can be kind of funny.
You would think of something like that.
Well, no, I didn't. I haven't. It wasn't me. I actually heard about it on. There's
Yeah,
a couple of these farmers that have big podcasts around here where
I'm
they
sure
just
your algorithm is very fine tuned for you.
mine is all weed stuff and AI stuff, and then some history stuff.
So, man, well, there's always these other, like you can search a certain thing or watch a certain thing one time, fucking 2 years ago, and
Oh
then
yeah.
periodically will like check in with you. Like those algorithms are, you know,
Well, you don't even need to search for it. You just have to talk about it, and it'll hear you.
I've learned, like some people, it's been a while, but like I remember hearing people complain about them or say that, but ultimately, I've always looked at it this way. You're in control of your algorithm. So like when some people say, "Oh yeah, I get all this weird shit and this weird shit and this," well, okay, that's just a sign because if you like just stay to your topics and don't go down too many rabbit holes, oh, there's a lot of things you can click on. They'll suggest it. They'll try to bring you down a fucking rabbit hole, but once you
I,
do, oh
when,
fuck, dude, especially with this political thing where every once in a while I'm like, yeah, what's that say? Oh, the tagline is some news thing or some fucking thing, which I've learned over the last few years. Oh, no matter what, don't look at anything news related because once you do, then for like
wait,
weeks, they'll just keep thinking you want to watch more shit like that. And then I always realize there's so much shit on YouTube, and they only suggest to you mainly the things you're interested in, but some other stuff. But if that other stuff is news and politics and this and that, no, and then you're not seeing all this other things that can pop up because there's a lot of weird shit that can pop up on there. Like I realized, like, holy shit, how many videos we talked about this other night. I remember McDonald's used to have a thing. I remember as a kid, oh, it was 1 million served. That was a big thing. But like
it's a
they used to
billion now.
like how many people they served. That is there some data that says, oh, this is how many videos are
Yeah,
on
there's a whole bunch of data about it.
like
It's something
statistics?
ridiculous. Like every minute, there's like a lifetime worth of videos uploaded.
Okay, like as I've started to wrap my head around what this is and what YouTube is and how it represents, even I guess AI has full access to all that as like it's knowledge base.
They're listening to us. AIs right now can,
Okay.
by
All
that
right.
closed captioning, know who you are, and all the stories you told.
Like
The
sense
good
of
ones.
or reality you're gonna form if that like if all you are really have access to is all that, but nothing outside of it, not real life, not a real breeze, not a real animal, not a, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I think as much as they think AI, it's not going to be all that because it's only
It
going to
doesn't
be
have to feel, as long as it can make us trick us into thinking it feels.
okay.
That's
Oh, yeah.
that's all it takes.
Yeah, well, we've been being tricked pretty good for a long time. I mean, we're sucked in at this point. I can remember that I had a computer and I used it for uh, keeping dead shows like and streams from way back. But like, I had a phone, flip phone, different phones. I remember a couple of my friends went nuts on Facebook, and and whenever we went anywhere, they were like on Facebook, like fucking obsessive, right? They still are to this day, right? They're
Well, some
even.
people are just that kind of person too.
I was like lived in my own bubble for a long time. I'd set up accounts. My accounts were all set up when I had my brand and all this, like 2012 or even earlier. When COVID started, the guy Zooey who worked for me for all those years, he set up everything. He managed all that shit. That was all part of like customer service and whatever. And oh, this is your name and this is this and this is this. I didn't even know any of the passwords, anything. And so like he hadn't worked for me for years. I got a hold of him like, yeah, dude. Because I went to sign up and it used my email and it said, oh, you this is your account. I'm like, oh, okay.
I used to be the admin for like, I don't
Right?
know, like at least a dozen different companies of my friends and shit.
Whatever. And then like I guess it was in COVID because like it's all a big blur to me what all that like I have a pretty chronological remembrance of my life, even though I'm, you know, party my ass off and have like zones I don't. But then COVID threw my whole way of keeping track in my brain of time. Because like to this day, I'm not even sure what year did it start. Okay. Right. But that's when I like reactivated or came online or and then like even my buddy Dave, who I was in Vegas with at the shows, who's the guy I was talking about, Facebook freak. He pointed out to me because like, oh, I'm like an Instagram freak, or like I have my own like thing where I've never looked at my data, but I guarantee you I'd be like, holy fuck, I spent that much time in 24 hours engaged in my phone at whatever, like I'd be shocked, right? But and I realized, yep, they got me too. Like, cause like, oh, I was like, I wasn't really anti it. I just like, no, I didn't do that. I was like active outside of that.
Yeah,
Somehow the older COVID, whatever happened, yeah, I'm
I'm
like,
still an admin on a whole bunch of
and I noticed
business pages.
like I'm a weirdo that like goes to the airport and like turns my phone off when I'm there or like put it in my pocket and just I'm a people watcher. So like if I get to the airport early, I'll just take a seat. And the best show on earth is just watching people. Okay. I love that. All right. I can just like watch people. Right. Because yeah, I mean sometimes it's boring, but sometimes it's not. Uh
You
and
do the voices in your head and everything or not?
2 years ago, I was at the different flights where all of a sudden I remember looking around at a pretty crowded airport, people everywhere, not even enough seats as they're waiting to board flights in this terminal. And like every single person, it was like every single person was like on their device. I was like, wow, 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 like hundreds. I was like, that's weird. That's fucking weird. But that's the like, and then I started noticing sometimes driving down the street, people are waiting at the light to cross, whatever. Yeah, there's times where I look around and everybody's in their phone, right? You in
I
a
wonder
restaurant,
what.
and they're like, holy shit, everybody in here is looking at their fucking phone. It's like weird. Like we become weird, like with
That's
that.
got to be a whole different experience in school now too, because we didn't have cell phones when I was still in school. But I can
Well,
imagine that it's just got to be.
I'd say that you can't have them out, but like at this point, yeah, people
Well,
have
shit,
access.
everyone's got to have like a watch or something that's got Wi-Fi on it and shit. Like kids are
Yeah,
smart.
yeah, I don't know. I'd be curious about how that's changed. And
Yeah, like I'm admins on like at least a dozen different business pages from like friends and stuff, and one of them just passed away. And like I set up his account like 10 years ago, and he's got like 1,000, over 1,000 fucking subscribers. And it was kind of weird after he died. Like it's like, well, what do I do? Do I like I posted his obituary and shit on there, and like every once in a while I'll stick up messages, from his business because I didn't actually I didn't like disable the site or anything. I left it on there, but I don't know because I used to be I went to college to be a computer technical support specialist. So back in the day, all my friends would come to me with their fucking locked up Windows computers and fucking like, okay, well, what porn site were you using at first? Well, it wasn't on any porn. I'm like, you were on porn. What porn site? Did you click a pop up or something or fucking? Ooh, it's like, well, no, you don't click on any. I don't know, fucking. Basically, it was like just go to the big noteworthy sites and don't leave those.
hey,
Go to fucking Pornhub or
I'll,
X videos or
I'll, tell,
something. And
tell you this. So I think it might be, I don't know, 5, 6 years.
avoid
No,
porn.
6 years or so longer, maybe, since my wife got murdered. Now, she, because of her business and just the way she had pretty active Facebook, her name, and also her business. And she's like, it's been all these years. I don't even know. I just look at the public part of her page because sometimes I get notifications or I don't know, like friends, and some of them are like her customers, people she did their weddings for. No, they know she's passed on. Like post stuff, like if they're talking to her,
Yep, that
right?
happens. Yeah.
Right? And I'm like, oh, her account's still alive, even though like I don't know the password, I don't have it, whatever. But like it will be there, I guess, forever, and people like maybe forever can like like still. I don't know. It's like I've never thought of posting like, oh hi, or oh
Here's
you're
something
doing.
creepy.
I,
So,
I don't even I have to read it, but like some of the people are like I guess like talking to her, like if they're talking to her in heaven or whatever through
yeah,
Facebook.
yeah.
I'm like,
Like
oh, that's
I had a female friend that passed away, and I was pretty good friends with her. Um, and she fucking after she passed away, her boyfriend or whatever, who like I think was kind of a piece of shit. Well, I don't know. In any case, her boyfriend posted a picture of her that she had sent to me on during messages, and it was like I knew it was for me. So we'll leave it at that. But fucking, it's kind of creepy because like, well, he had to have gotten that off of the messages thing, unless she saved it to her phone too. But like, I don't know, it just kind of freaked me out a little bit.
Yeah, I mean that there's a lot of weird situations because like okay, usually when you die, most of your other identity, like your bank and your this and that, your record is deceased. Like if the internet, no, it lives on forever, whether you're there or not. Like, right?
Well, that's
Someone's
what a lot of people use
taken
that fact though.
like unless you knew the passwords or anything, which okay, I guess some people might, but most don't. It's not like you can like take it offline, so it's just
Well,
there.
nowadays they have you have the option I think for it to like kill itself basically. Um, but they also have what they call like a legacy account where you can put, whoever, kind of like a will, like you can put whoever you want to be in control of it after you die. And I don't even know if you need their permission necessarily. I guess I've never thought about it that way. But
Well, yeah, that's got to create some awkwardness or weird. Well, it just is what it is. It's like the
yeah.
internet's there forever, whether you're here or not. It's there.
Oh yeah, and once AI can start, because like right now, like all like image search and all that, they tend to not. They pretend either they pretend like they can't, or they don't show faces. Because I remember actually now that I think about it, I think you used to be able to like search an image of someone and it would actually bring them up, like their Facebook page where you got the image from. But I don't know if I think nowadays they don't do that as much. I know like
Well,
the
I'm
AIs and
sure
stuff, they won't fucking any type of face. They blur it before they even.
even if they took that option off their public shit, there's some people that still have the ability to do that shit.
Yeah, because it's pretty soon it's going to be where you can like
Computer nerds that
get a picture of your high school crush or
oh,
whatever
what
and
is
have
your
a porn
friend
made out of it.
whatever. Like obviously it's just some software that can compilate and search out images. Yeah.
Yeah, I know it's weird with all the deep fakes and everything. There's gonna be a lot of weird shit going on, or a lot of people who thought that little thing they did with their boyfriend was just between them. I can remember there was a site. What was it called? It's something. God, I want to say the guy's name was Trevor something that made the site, but it was like ex-girlfriends naked, pictures of your ex-girlfriend pretty much. And it was like, yeah, that was a crazy site. I don't know, fucking.
I think that's a crime, right? They made that a crime.
Yeah, well, that's the guy he's the reason why they made it a crime, like why
Well,
they did it. And I think it's only
yeah,
state by state maybe that does it.
website that was what yeah, I guess that guy's I don't know, that's a little weird, right?
Because I think I want to say he maybe got charged and had jail time for it, but maybe not. I can't remember. But because it still happens, but I mean, it's like I think that he might have even won because that they had consent. It's whoever owns the video, or I don't know. I can't remember how that all went. I remember it was a weird website because it's a lot more prevalent than people might think. Because like even in my small town, there was people that were on it. I was like, whoa, that's crazy.
Well, the one thing I don't think we need the internet to prove that people are crazy. Like
Yeah, they are.
when it comes to humanity, nothing ceased to amaze me. All right, no, like in the years of the internet, yeah. Like
I'm
holy,
surprised at how composed people are, though. Like when it comes to how crazy people could be, or how crazy people are that still don't actually break and go over the line or get caught at least. Like I know quite a few guys that it's like you catch them on a bad day, it's like watch out. But like still, they've never killed someone technically, or they've never raped someone or like some shit like that. It's like I don't know. I'm surprised a baseball game hasn't been fucking blown up by a bomber yet. Or like that was all the rage about the news to talk about fucking after 9/11 was, well, all our footballs are, it's like someone tried to bomb a plane with his shoe one time and now we can't wear our shoes in the airport.
no, I
It's
mean,
like, didn't they have an underwear bomber too that failed? Why don't we have to fucking drop chow for the TSA?
yeah, something went astray for sure. Like logic, facts, logic, and now that went out the door a while ago. Or just when you think a lot of these great tragedies like this bombings and shootings, and there's like these lulls where periods of time go by and you're like, oh, I guess people stop doing that shit. Then all of a sudden, next week or fucking tomorrow, whatever, something even more horrific than the last crazy motherfucker.
We
So
don't even hear half the stuff either.
got that threat diminished at all. It's just most of those people seem to somehow want to top the last guy, right? Whether it's consciously or unconsciously, but it seems there's a thing like, oh, started at like the shooting start with Columbine or whatever. And it seemed like they're like, oh, well, we broke that record. I broke that record. Next guy tried to top at that record, right?
Well, especially with all the kids on their first-person shooter games nowadays.
And the
I
one
mean, there's
that
kids that have.
put the scare in concerts for a while, which now concert crowds are kind of short memory. I remember a time at the Hollywood Bowl, right after all that period, some threat came in. They were like in the third song, and all of a sudden this weird thing happened. Next thing you know, like they cleared the fucking stage and the whole back area and went through this whole drill, right? And they had these dogs come on stage, and then everything coast clear, and they started playing again.
This is kind of weird, but like
but
the guy I
was
just mentioned.
crazy dude, which like that story kind of like, well, yeah, none of these stories should be publicized that much. Remember the dude that got himself like the fucking arsenal from hell and was up in the hotel room in the Vegas and was shooting at the concert?
No, I remember the guy on the hill and like in.
Remember that guy had like a ton of fucking ammo and weapons up in this room. And by the time they got him or whatever happened, like he had unloaded just out into the random hundreds of thousands of people in a crowd. It didn't matter where you shot. He wasn't shooting particular. He fucking didn't have to. And that was like Vegas still has certain things. I remember being there. There's like an image and a like never forget type thing about it. Because over, it's still a tragedy for that town, but like on a national level, that one kind of didn't. That was one of the most horrific ones, I thought, because that guy had like did a lot of damage before they figured it out. And I never did that. Like, yeah, he was just one of those guys that lost his fucking rocker and wanted to top the last guy.
Some of them just wanted to make a point too, like Kaczynski. He wasn't crazy by like normal definitions.
Well, yeah, and I mean, some of the things he said were like, fuck, what was that, 30, 40 years ago at this point? That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, sometimes I hear things he said quoted, and I'm like, yeah, that guy fucking predicted this shit like exact.
Well, he wrote a manifesto about everything.
In that,
He,
like,
he was like a Harvard.
like, oh, it was really just a rant and a rave warning what we were going to fucking become.
Yeah, George Orwell said it too back in the day. Like, so the guy that I was just talking about, I'm admins of these Facebook sites. A friend that just passed away just like a month ago now. Back when I was in high school, we were all gonna like. He had a place that was just fucking like a couple blocks away from school, and I remember a bunch of us had weed that day, and one of my buddies was like, fucking, he wanted to get out of school so we could go and get stoned over this other place because he always had to be home at a certain time because his grandparents were fucking tyrants. So he called in a bomb threat to the school, and the whole school had to like leave the school and like walk across the street and wait in the park for like 2 hours. But they let us back into school after that once they didn't find anything. And but we just skipped anyways. Once everyone like left and went across the street, we're like, well, fuck this, school's gonna be out for the rest of the day. So we just left. And then we all got in trouble the next day for not because we skipped class, the last class of the day or something. So we went and got stoned. Very stoned. They had a chihuahua that would follow the pipe around. It loved weed. Good times. You ever have a stoner pet that'll want to take hits, like get up right in your face for it?
Like getting dogs stoned. My dogs get stony because they live in a grow, and I don't have to try to get them stoned. They're they're
Well, no,
exposed.
like some of them will just sit there and like kind of like passively let it happen, but that's the only one that I can really remember that would actually like purposely jump up on your lap and wait for you to take a hit because it had learned that you can get high that way. I don't know, I'm sure he smoked with it from a date with a puppy too, but
Well, I'm sure they get their little contact high at times.
well, most animals have a cannabinoid CBD or endocannabinoid system. I mean, me and my buddies killed a bird one time when I was younger, a little parakeet or something like that, but didn't didn't do it on purpose. It's just we smoked a lot of weed and went around it, or maybe it just thought it was the best night of its life and it killed itself because the next morning it was dead. Thought I can never live a day better than this. I don't know. I got about 13 minutes left in me, and then I got 420 on, and then I can probably be done with for the night. I think everyone
Yeah,
else kind of just.
I still got to do a little work. I always come here to do work, and when I come on shows, sometimes I topped all the lawns and cleaned up the other one. So I did like half hour there, but I got some other shit I gotta.
You were just topping them by hand, weren't you? From the looks of it.
Yeah, just
Hey, that man doesn't have any scissors with him.
like those corn maybe 10 days. So they're going. There's like some new growth, and yeah, top them right away.
You throw away all your tops, or you make clones right away, or
Well, just try to like in the next 2.5 weeks get 8 tops out of the top. Like, oh, now I cloned in a few days, probably more like a week, really. There'll be 2 branches and then top those, and then there'll be 4. And even right before we turn them back, top the others, and next thing you know, there's 8.
and do you scrog like afterwards, or like while you're
Like
doing it?
with my own grow, I didn't always do all that. But
Like
here,
you got those
to get the yield and make it worthwhile and all that. Yeah.
and then
So
you got
that,
like scrogs that are like solid ones, right? That like just stay there or something like that.
yeah, they're just like PVC at a certain height with bamboo crossed in. Plants usually start a foot below that, but grow like 2.5, 3 feet above it in the 2 weeks that we transition and fill in. And then, yeah, that's just enough to keep them from. We used to use those strings and all of that nylon shit. Fuck all
Do you use
that.
HPS when you transition, or do you transition or
Straight
stick
to
them in eight?
HPS, like, but that first 2 weeks, that's like what I call transition. Even though like the recipe's just straight flour recipe, lighting schedule's straight, but what the plants are doing is like transitioning. That's when they stretch and they start to, you know, bud set and all that. Uh, with a good recipe, yeah, you can turn little ass plants back, hardly vegged at all, and they'll end up huge.
Yep, I'm not gonna have big plants again this year.
Sometimes it's like, yeah, these aren't big enough. There's only so much. And then by week 2 of flower, yeah, the thing's already bursting up and created all those toppings. Yep. And then all of a sudden, holy shit, you get the results.
Yep, I'm gonna have little plants again this year. I'm gonna put some seeds in the dirt tomorrow. I was gonna do it tonight, but I got carried away painting.
And even in the 2 trays I did, might have been 3 days, maybe 2 or 3 days, where I defoliated those two. But then I got busy, or I did lazy, whatever. And then last night I defoliated the other two. And then they look like, oh, you can see 3 days. It's almost like I didn't defoliate the other like trays. Like they're already like obviously like, oh, when I defoliated, oh no, there was, you could see right through to the tray. There was no big leaves blocking nothing. And then 3 days later, boom, somehow there's like new big leaves. It's crazy how fast they grow, man. In like a Dowden Rockwell hydro setup.
Ah. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna do a kind of like a pheno hunt like I did last year, just a bunch of little plants if nothing else. But I'm
Well,
gonna pop like a couple hundred seeds probably.
yeah, little outside, little to medium. I always had the best results. When plants got really big, they were they were a handful to deal with and harder to bring into a finish
I
without.
just love I just love growing them big though.
I know it's hard
It's a lot
not.
more
I like
feasible to grow small.
people that are successful at that and see some of their methods and shit. Yeah, they work it. It's, you don't just put a plant outside and that's what happens. Like even those guys, Mendo Dope Boys, like yeah, they grew biggest fucking plants ever. Holy shit!
They started them in like March 2 or April, maybe
Yeah,
even February.
you got to use technique and be in the right area, weather, all the things that promote that technique.
I wonder what the biggest, like, if there's a Guinness record for biggest plant. I mean, I'm sure there's like a maybe like roll it up or whatever, some fucking
Well,
some of the forums have people claimed ones, but
eventually, Canada's
think anyone's
record.
got a 100 pound plant?
I'm not sure. Guinness might have like something where, oh yeah, no, we don't do cannabis stuff, but one day they will. And the next thing
Oh
you know,
yeah.
there'll be all these records for cannabis, right? Like somehow, maybe even the biggest dab, like somebody takes some like 10-gram dab and then he'd be anointed. He took the biggest dab until someone took a bigger one, or the biggest bud, or
I think there's been like the biggest joint before. I think I've seen that. Maybe it was just like in the high times or like local newspapers or something, but
for whatever
I think
reason.
there was a record for it.
I think if there was Guinness records for weed, there'd be people in the cannabis community going after him. I mean, most of that's more of like a, I mean, yeah, I guess it'd be cool to have the Guinness Book of Records for some obscure thing.
But I
It's
mean,
a
like, do
thing.
you think anyone's ever got 100 pounds off one plant?
I know that there's a bunch of like, oh, if you're really going for a record, then Guinness tells you, oh, you have to do this, this, this. Like, it isn't like you just make the claim and you get it. You have to
No, you have
prove
to
it.
have a representative from there. But nowadays, I think it's almost easier because I think they can do it like via Zoom call and shit. Where they for some of them, maybe other ones they don't. But
Well, I remember I haven't had one of those books in a long time, but as a kid or a young person, those were cool books. Those were cool coffee. I remember thumbing through those, reading obscure shit.
I was going through my storage unit yesterday and I just fucking found one that I had. Used to be my bathroom book.
It seems like a less relevant thing, even though I'm sure it still exists. Like,
The most leaves on that 4-leaf clover was 72. But that's wrong. It's a misnomer because they were all 1-leaf clovers because it's a compound leaf. You never find a 4-leaf clover. There's actually a 1-leaf clover with 4 leaflets. Same as you say, like a 7-leaf can't weed leaf. That doesn't make any sense. It's a weed leaf with 7 leaflets.
Well, wasn't that just some like nursery rhyme thing anyway, or a 4-leaf clover bring you luck or some shit?
Yeah, well, I don't know, but yeah, it was an old
I I don't
adage
think
or
it was
whatever.
popular today, but as a kid, you go to swap meets, carnivals, almost any, and they were dyed different colors, and it was a thing to buy rabbit's foot. Okay, that
Oh yeah,
had
yeah,
a
I remember that
green
too.
cap on it, and it could be like a keychain, but it was a real rabbit's foot, and somebody
Yep, I've
chopped
had them before.
rabbit and then dyed neon green and sold it as like a thing, and kids were like, yeah, well, that was a
Yep,
cool
I
thing.
had several of them now that I think like over the years.
I don't know. I haven't seen rabbit feet around it. I guess it PETA or somebody got
Yeah,
on their ass.
you get blood thrown on you or something.
Because at that point there was probably some huge farm that was just breeding millions of rabbits just to cut their feet off.
Yeah, no shit. Well, rabbit meat is a delicacy in other places more so than here. But I've got friends who raise rabbits for food, and they or every once in a while I'll see people on Facebook trying to sell rabbit food or rabbit meat, and boy do they ever get yelled at. But at the same time, they get a couple people that be like, "Yeah, I'm down for some rabbit meat." Oh, it's just about that time.
Time to go to sleep.
Oh, not really, but I suppose I still got damn near 10 minutes before my wheel is done on this coat of paint. Nope, I gotta go and sort through my pottery and shit and see what I want to I gotta get some cash rolling in here. I don't want to go back to work, so I'm gonna fucking sell a few $100 worth of pottery or something, I think.
Well, that's equal amount of work. That's work.
Yeah, but I don't know, it's kind of,
Working for yourself is like actually more work for like when it boils down to it. Nothing comes for free. We know that.
I don't know, gives me an excuse to go through all my boxes. I just sold a piece of Murano glass back to someone in Italy. That's kind of a weird fucking thing. I know they made a lot of money off me too. I needed I needed the money now more than I needed it later, so I'll let them get a fancy thing for their shelf.
That's a part of things. Yeah. And there's people with money that pounce on that opportunity. That's how they make money.
Yeah. I kind of want to get a fucking. I don't know. I got a bunch of plans, but none of them happen without the starter fund or whatever. Where's the 420? Cheers, whoever's left in chat. So I suppose you can remember when 420 first became prevalent, don't you?
Yeah. I mean, first it was like supposedly some kids in Marin had I forget the story, something like that. And it really wasn't so much the date back then other than the time.
Yeah, there was
420.
like meet after school or something like that.
And over the years, now decades, it's grown to this massive thing that like actually I smoke
Well, I heard
weed all the time. Like I don't at any way 420. And even when other people are, I realize, well, like uh
I kind of
yeah,
do it more of a joke than anything.
that's like the 1 minute a day I might not smoke weed.
Yeah, I totally get you.
Because half the time, like I've just like been smoking a couple minutes before it, then somebody will say, "Oh, it's 420." I'm like, "Ah, I just got done smoking."
I remember always for a while there, it was people would say that 420 was the fucking LA fucking
Yeah,
police code
police
for murder or some shit like
code.
that.
It's weird though that number. I'm into numbers a little bit. Yeah, it has a lot of significance. But yeah, it's a number, all right.
My
I'm into
last name
prime
had
numbers. So like I like follow prime numbers, numbers that can't be divided. Somehow
my
I
last
like
name has 3 K's in it, and I was born on 311,
ooh,
and I'm
yeah.
German. Ah.
I was born on Friday the 13th. And I don't know, I think 13 is a lucky number, but sometimes it's my quick pick whatever number and I'm thinking, "Oh, this is good. I got a chance." Never paid. I
I
don't
get
pick
$13 in
numbers.
gas a lot for some
I
reason.
I pick I pick all these prime numbers, and you could probably do an analysis of winning lotto numbers, and yeah, prime numbers probably don't isn't the way to go.
Well, I think the only way to be consistent is to be like the neighbor or the brother of the guy making the algorithm for the lottery.
Today, I was at the store, and the machine is right there, and I know it's Saturday Night Powerball, and I was coming out, and I looked, and it said 161 million. I was like, "Oh, it's not high enough," and I walked by. I'm a weird. I only get in when it's like, oh, the Mega Millions, that's up there at 640 or something.
Do they got bar tabs at all the bars and shit around there or not? Pull
Bar
tabs,
tab?
I mean? Yeah, the pull
What are
tabs. They're pull tabs or whatever at the bar. Or
oh,
like,
the bingo people do that shit, but there's like some bars have weird, like they get like there's some weird machine that you get these I don't know. Yeah,
well, they're just these little like cardboard cards that have like you pull away the fucking little tab in front and it's like it's a slot machine basically. There'll be
yeah.
3 rows of images where if you get lines, they pay back. Like some
So
people go in there
my
and
grandma died. I used to take her once a week at least to the bingo parlor for years. Well, yeah, for years. And I'd play. And
bingo's
I
fun.
won some bingos, but there was this other thing there, these like scratcher card things that they had that you'd gamble on. And I realized, yeah, they were always like at some old folk, like the community center at the fucking trailer park for old people, or like they put bingo like in weird spots, right? And it was like full blown gambling. Like that's all bingo was. Like it's full blown gambling. That is like that's what bingo is. Like
Well,
for
and there's
years,
a lot of little old ladies getting some little
oh
old dick
yeah,
after them fucking things.
oh, they're gambling hard, dude. Some of them are into it big time, man. They get like fucking mega amount of cards, and somehow they got this dabber, and they can go bing, 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 bing,
Yeah,
bing,
they
bing.
got 4 cards and a dabber in each hand.
Fuck, way more than that. They get fucking crazy, man.
Yeah, and when they do it, when he calls them out and they do have all the numbers, all the other the ladies go, "That fucking
Hey, I
bitch,"
got to
underneath
tell
their
you,
breath.
I had fun when I used to go
That
to
whore, she
bingo,
doesn't deserve that.
and sometimes I won, lost. Most time it was grandma's money. It didn't matter, but uh, I remember looking forward to the next time I was going back because it was always fun. I haven't gone to one since then, but I'm sure I could type bingo into Google, find fucking bingo games in my area.
Oh, yeah, there's bingo halls and shit around here. Well, in the bigger city, but I used to go and play Texas No Limit Hold'em like three or four times a week because each bar had their own like buy-in to the big game or whatever. To the head, the
Well,
Series of Poker Championship, whatever.
I played a lot of Hold'em, and so a couple of my good friends or people I met through Hold'em were my one friend Jordan, who he's always been on the move. He used to have a big bro, and he does weird estate sales and this. He's a hustler. Yeah, he lives in this killer big house, and because he does these estate sales, he scores all the killers, furniture, and all this shit. But basically, I know him from playing Hold'em. He's been playing Hold'em forever. Not medium stakes. He just plays low stakes, medium. But yeah, he has a game at his house. Starts at 9 o'clock Friday night, and he says usually that ends around 9 or 10 the next morning. And he's
Wow.
been inviting me, but yeah, these guys are gambling medium stakes. Like it's like, yeah, like it's not a fun game where you come with a few $100. No, you come with some
Every,
thousands.
every once in a while, the title of a car gets thrown in the pot.
Yeah. So the stakes are a little high and all that. But yeah, he developed this from the friends and people he knew at the casino. Like he's telling me, oh yeah, remember so and so and so and so, they play every week and this and that. And he's been telling me about for years, or yeah, it's been a couple of years maybe. I went over to his house like a few weeks ago and saw the room. It's part of this house. He has his room, fully stocked bars, like all fancy, the best table, like nicest chairs. Cause yeah, he puts on this one game. It's all day, 12 hours. But like, yeah, that's what he makes his living off of. So like one day a week.
Is there just a buy-in and everyone gets the same amount of chips, or do you start out?
Oh no, it's money. They're gambling money, whatever. If you're buying him $2,000, you get 2,000. You lose that, you need there's part of his job is to run the bank, and then he has to pay out everybody. And
Well, because some of
there's
them
a
they'll start
way,
where you just
there's
buy
like
in
a
and you all get
house
the same.
thing. It's like what is in poker is called the rate, where I think in a home game like that, there's a different way they calculate it. But in a game in a card club or a casino, okay, when there's the antes and boom, the first thing the dealer does with the first part of the money is take the $3 a hand, $5 a hand, more money depending on what stakes, and drops it. That's the rake of the game. So like every hand they're dealing, it's like $5 for the house, $5 for the house, $5 for the house. That's why they say, like when you're playing low stakes, 1, 2, 2, 3, that the like a true gambler would say, yeah, those stakes you can't overcome the rate, even though it's just coming out of the pot, and it seems like, oh, I won a $150 pot, but oh, there was $5 taken out for the house. And so if like 9 people are all sitting at a game, which a lot of times happens, and they keep playing, right? Eventually, hour after hour after hour, the house is going to have a good chunk of the money, $5 at a time.
Yeah,
So,
I guess we did. We did antes and blinds, or that's what they do at the series or whatever. But
well, I mean, that's
that's kind of like,
but like, okay, when there's the
but I guess you
ante,
can't win that.
line, and the ante, and then there's a certain amount right off the bat. If you watch any like professional game or
Yeah, the
casino,
ante and the blind, then they jump it
then
up when
then
they.
the dealer, before she even deals out the cards, takes the chips that are the house's percent, the rake, they call it the rake, and drops it in the house bucket, and then deals the hand, and then whatever's won is minus that, which is only a couple bucks, or depends on the stakes, right? Uh, Now, home games, well, okay, so it costs a lot to play at the casino. One way or another, somebody like technically it isn't. Some places have it that every round you go around, you pay the rake with the blind or whatever, right? But most of the time it's just taken out of the pot, right? Um, yeah, like when you think of it, yeah, when you're sitting at a poker table for an hour, the dealer deals whatever, 40, 50 hands, and there was a $6 rate, $5 rate. Yep, add it up. That's how the casino makes money.
Yeah, see, I never played it in a casino because every time I would be at one, you'd have to wait. It'd be like the next round wouldn't start until they filled out the table. So a lot of times it'd be like, then there'd be like I want to say they'd have an estimated wait time or something like that, where it's like in 2 hours or something like that we'll play.
I've been thinking about going back to playing poker. There were times if I played tight and like really try to, oh, you can make money, but gambling's weird. You go through swings and variants, and it's easy to get all tilted off. And
And those small town ones, like there'd always
like
be a cash prize, but there'd be just as much money gambled under the table for just for hands or for the table or for shit.
yeah. Well, part of
But I
why
mean,
I'm thinking to play again, I haven't played Hold'em in years. I gamble, but Hold'em's like an investment. You don't just go for it a couple hours one day. It's you start playing and you end up going to the casino hour after hour after hour, long sessions. Because to play tight, yeah, it's a grind. Like it's not a hit and run type of thing. Oh yeah, fuck, I cash out. I tripled up in blackjack or whatever. No, poker's more like a grind. I guess you could sit down, get lucky, win one pot, and get out of there, but that's not playing poker. Um, Hold'em.
yeah, we always played the heads
Like
up, so you
five
got to
days a
stick to the
week,
end.
there's this thing called Hustler Casino, which is kind of in Compton. I never played it because, well, I didn't always think it was a good idea to go down to Compton back in the days I was looking. I'd go to Commerce, the
You
Bicycle
said that
Club,
song in a lot of my raps.
right? But now, years later, the hot club in LA is this place called Hustler. And 5 nights a week,
Larry
sometimes
Flint
it
on it.
goes on way longer, but it's normally from 5 o'clock my time to 11 o'clock. But sometimes if the action's still going, the show will go longer. This last week was a special where all 4 nights, because Monday was a holiday, it was $1 million buy-in. So everybody that played, they were all these like they're not a couple kind of poker pro-ish guys, but mostly just these rich ass fucking obnoxious guys from LA that can literally lose 2 or 3 million bucks and not sweat it. Right. And then most of them aren't even that good at poker players. Like when you watch the donk calls they make and
I sat next to Tommy Chan on an airplane
bluffs.
back
And I'm
back
always
in the day
thinking,
when he was fucking
as I
big.
watch these games where like millions of dollars are trading hands, right? And somebody's a winner, somebody's a loser. And I'm pretty good at poker. I played for a lot of years. I'm thinking, yeah, man, God, that'd be a dream to be at a table with these guys and the way they're playing, right? But then I realized that like, oh, I've never played stakes like above 20, 10, 20, right? Like these guys are playing 2,500, 5,000.
Yeah, you
So like the
can lose
blind
$1 million on a bluff.
spots are like pre-flop 150 to 200,000. You're betting like all in 750,000. Oh, okay, all in. Uh, Call, right? Millions of dollars. And sometimes these guys lose. Like the other night, the one dude sat down. He came from India. He'd never been part of the game. In the first 40 minutes, he bought in for 1 million 5 times. He like would make the donk call, lose 1 million, and then get another 1 million.
Is
Right.
that televised? I want to say I've seen that.
But here's what I realized. that, yeah,
Was that poker after
I
dark?
didn't have a chance at that game because I don't have that. First, to get to that level, you have to get to a point where that kind of money don't mean shit to you,
Was
right?
that the was that on
Money
TV? Was
means
that
so
poker
much
after
to
dark?
me. If somebody was calling me for $750,000, I'd thinking, holy shit, that's a house. No, I'll take the house. I'll see you guys later, right? Like I couldn't just throw away until how rich you got to be to be able to just throw away millions and laugh about it like it's nothing. And it turns out like some of these guys, like this guy Peter, that they figured out he played all 4 nights. I don't know how many hours, but he was on a tear. He's Chinese. I don't think he understands English that much, but he's enough that he can like communicate at the table. But he beyond the luckiest motherfucker there is. He's good at poker. He made all of his money. Supposedly he's like some Bitcoin billionaire, right? From China. And he like just likes playing poker and whatever and has a ton of money. But he made 800,000 an hour for the week of playing. No one could beat him. He just took everyone's money every night. Like he's up 3.5 million the one night, 6 million the other night, wins $4 million pots, right? Yeah, you couldn't stop him.
I used to go and play pool every once a week all the time too, because you could get. Remember when they first did it, you get 2 free drinks with your buy-in. I think it was like maybe must have been a $5 buy-in. It could have been $10, but I think it was five. But I remember if you got 2 Long Island iced teas, you were already ahead of the game by like $20 because they charge like $15 for a Long Island iced tea.
Yeah, Vegas used to pretty much when you were gambling, you could ask them for packs of cigarettes, drinks. As long as you were gambling, it didn't even matter what stakes. They'd bring you anything. Nah, Vegas today don't do that. You might better get a drink if you're like playing a certain amount.
I haven't been to the casinos too terribly much. I mean, I have, but
Well,
I've gone with
gamblers
watch
are like
friends blow ridiculous amounts of my money.
just like there's tweakers and crackheads and junkies. Gambling is a vice, and the world around gambling is with a bunch of people that are addicted to that vice. Yeah.
Oh, I know people pretty close that
Somehow
have
I used to
a lot of pull scratch off tickets.
have like a routine for years when things were humming in my grows. I do all this work, usually when the lights came on 7, 8 o'clock and get done around 10 or 11 and tell my wife, yeah, I'm going to go play cards. It was like my way of unwinding. Next thing you know, I get there around 11 or so. Part of my thing is I didn't drink. And a lot of times I take advantage of the people that had been drinking and playing, having a grand old time. But now it was last call and they were going to donk off their fucking money as they were like all drunk. Okay. And that was one of the lucrative parts about playing at those hours. But I'd usually play from like 10:30, 11 to like 5, 6 in the morning. 3, 4, 5 nights a week. It was like my grind. And I didn't like No Limit because it was too donkey at the scale limit I want to play. I play this game 8.16 limit. $8.16. You think, oh, that's not that high. Oh no, you better be ready to 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 you could win a lot and lose a lot at 8.16. But it's action. It was an action game and yeah, I did that forever. And then somehow I like still gambled, but I didn't have the patience to play for hours and hours. And so then I started playing like blackjack and slots where I still spent that amount of hours, but the action was like fast.
Did you ever play
Like
baccarat?
when I started going to the casino for the Hold'em games at the Indian casino, which had a full casino, where the card clubs, they don't have slots and all that shit. They have this weird blackjack where you have to pay an ante and it's bullshit. But at the Indian casino, it's like Vegas. And so you can't smoke inside the poker room, but you can smoke outside where the slot machines are. So when I'd play poker there, I'd like take a break to go smoke a cigarette, and I just walk up to a slot machine which had an ashtray, and I put money in. And the next thing you know, the action was so fun, like boom, I'd win, or fuck, I'd feel whatever, the whole rush of slot machines. And then I like somehow stopped playing poker and just went slots. And
We're going to play the slots.
I won a lot for a while, and then I lost a lot for a while. And slots were like, yeah, you can really get into it with the slots.
You're going to see the slots?
It's fast action. Like when you get into gambling, it's like you're addicted to that action. Well, poker, they got to shuffle the cards, It's this really slow pace. Blackjack, oh, yeah, there's like a pace. All the games. Oh, slot machines, as fast as you can hit that button.
Oh, there's even guys that they know how to click it the right way. They got to fucking
There's
use
all
their elbows and shit.
I said that I play with like these certain, mainly Asian women that played the same machines I played most nights, and we all knew each other. And hey, this one lady, I'll never forget this. And she was a hardcore. She had made this cardboard thing that she had put over the screen, and she'd just play. And all she could see was how many credits she had and how many credits, like when she won the thing. She didn't give a shit what the fucking screen said. Okay, she covered it up. Okay, and she would just go ding, 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 and read a book. Okay, and I realized, oh, that's the epitome of a fucking slot machine player, right? Where you finally got to the point where you didn't even want to pay attention to the wheels. That didn't mean anything. The bottom line, what's the bottom line? Okay. And fuck it, I'll read a book while I'm doing it, right? I was like, right on, lady. I love that lady. Like I would always say hi to her because like to me, that was hardcore. She was hardcore, dude. Because I thought about it. I was like, could I even do that? Like, could I sit there and play where I didn't even see the wheel spinning and what happened? Because that's what you get. Like, because then there was other people, and I sometimes did this because a lot of times,
well, they swear that they're gonna.
You need like 3 of these symbols to come up, right? And usually there's a noise, ding, ding, and it's always the last couple wheels where you're hoping to get the third, whatever, to bring it into free game and whatever. And so a lot of these people, when that's happening, they have like this thing where they touch the machine. They do like they take their hands on the screen. It's gonna like make a difference, okay? Right? But yeah, if it works for you, right? Because I remember thinking, well, that's kind of stupid. But then after years of doing it, playing, I found that I was like doing that too. I'd put my hand and be like, ding. Because sometimes, hey, if you put your hand and it happens, you think that it happened because of your hand. You know,
are you switching, like, doing it with the button, but doing it manually and shit?
Yeah, those machines are pretty much gone.
Why the hell?
Like even this last couple of weeks ago, I was in Vegas. I played slots. I was reminded of the first week to play in Vegas, whether you're playing pennies, nickels, quarters. I guess the big stakes, you had 50-cent pieces and dollar pieces, but everything was in coins, all the machines. And then they had these
probably like Bitcoin.
that gave you these buckets, right? Some of them were
paper. Yeah, I remember.
plastic, and and the machine would spit out all this fucking change, and then you'd scoop it into your bucket, right? And then if you won, you'd take the buckets up to the cashier, and they'd throw it in the change sorter thing and tell you how much you won. Yeah, maybe
I remember
there's some
when they went from that and switched to the cards or whatever.
off the strip place that's still just out of like the novelty or nostalgia, still has coin, but no, all the major casinos, there's no, they haven't had. It's just credits in these tickets. No more change. No, you can't. Even when you cash out, you can only donate the change. Even the cash out thing. If you go to the window, they'll give you the change, but the machines, they don't give you change. I was
I
like,
remember
that's
one of the first times I ever was at a casino, I won. It was $65 on a nickel machine, and that was a lot of fucking nickels.
hey. The first time I gambled in Vegas was in 1983 or 4. The first time the Grateful Dead played in Vegas. It was at the Aladdin Hotel, which was like the gaudiest decor, red and gold, and the old Aladdin. And they had a theater. They played. And it was, I had a pass, a laminate, tried to go in and out. And at the set break, I went out because, yeah, you could get free packs of cigarettes and drinks if you were playing. And I sat down at a blackjack table. There was like 3, 4 people. It was like full. And I pulled out a $50 bill and I put a 50 there. And then I had no idea what I was doing. Didn't even like, I sort of knew the game, but I had no idea. And the waitress came up and I'm like, yeah, I'll have a Coke. And can you bring me Camel filters? And she's like, sure. And it was like the set break. I don't know what exactly happened, but like whatever happened, by the time that lady came back with my drink and the cigarettes, I was up, I had $750, right? And I was like, oh, and the show was ready to start. And I picked up those chips, put in my pocket, and went back in the show. And then when the show was over, I worked for this guy, BT. I'm like, dude, you won't believe it. I won 700. And he's like, oh, cool. And then somehow, like, we went back up to the room and whatever. And I remember I bought a quarter ounce of like the best fucking Bolivian flaky fucking Coke that was out on tour for 700. Right. I won 750. I kept the 50. And back then, 7 grams were $100 each of the good shit. And yeah, I bought a quarter ounce of blow with it. But then looking back, like, oh, that was like my first taste of gambling. And I like never turned back. Even when I really got into gambling was when I went to rehab and got sober. Because I'm like, oh, I'm an addict. So I just switched addictions. Right. Oh, I stopped doing drugs and started gambling because it's like the same thing ultimately.
Organs.
In the end, right? When you boil it down. And yeah, I've been, other than a few lotto tickets, it's not that I don't have money. I fucking probably have more money to gamble now because I don't gamble. But yeah, I pretty much, oh, when I was in Vegas, I won 500 from $60. Quick hit and run. But then that starts me thinking, oh, it was that easy. Why don't I just go do that every day? Go just play for a fucking couple of hours, make $500. Shit, easy money. That's the allure of the thing. That's not the reality.
Well, that's what keeps me going to thrift store or shop, doing all the reselling and buying shit.
Gambling is a vice. Like it's one of the old vices of humanity, right? There's certain things that are just vices, right?
Yeah, you know how many goats have been traded for hooker bills?
Being an alcoholic is a vice. Being a drug addict is a vice. Sex addict, food addict, right? Gambling, That's a vice. Doesn't the Bible say, "Oh, these are vices, bad gambling"?
Thou shalt not collect Pokemon cards.
Well,
Says,
one thing I realized, I missed the whole Pokemon generation, but being
me
friends with
too.
me and some of those guys, dude, these guys have collections. I've seen them that I don't know. It's crazy to me that these stupid cards and these like sleeves are worth like tens of thousands of dollars in different things, right? Even more, but they are, I guess.
Oh yeah,
But
there's
when
$1 million
I
cards out there.
understood what that is, I didn't understand that. Oh yeah, you buy these packs and there's 10 cards and there's a chance you'll get a card that's
A
valuable.
mis-
Well, that's
and
gambling,
certain packs have better chances too.
right? That's gambling. And so you're really no wonder we have a generation of people that the casino industry is not hurting for new gamblers. They turn of age every year. And if you were a kid that from the time of whatever you were like doing Pokemon, even though it wasn't really like gambling. Oh no, it was actually fundamentally gambling. So you're
We had
already
we had
disposed
Pogs,
to
but we weren't.
the
None of them are
concept
worth any
of
money.
gambling. Because like today, people gamble mainly more on sports betting since that's legal, right?
Did you ever play online? I used to play in full tilt poker when it like right before it went illegal.
I played on that. I used to play in this game, $10 buy-in. It was called Midnight Madness. And it started at 9 o'clock my time, but that was midnight New York or whatever. One time I won it outright, which like it used to have like 5,000 people. Most times you got knocked out, but one time I won it and won like 10,700 bucks for winning the thing. Uh, and a couple other times I cashed, and other times, oh, I did all right at online poker for a while, and then it kind of went away, and now you can't. Like it's crazy. They still have never straightened that out, but
There are still ways that you can, but I'm not going to get
yeah,
into them on the show here.
like the VPNs and different, even there, that's hard to do. But a lot of the like online poker pros from LA, they go down to Mexico to uh, Rosarita Beach and stay in these like hotels down there that like not that far into Baja. And yeah, you can play from there, but you can't play from here. It's weird.
Well, I think from even from Canada, I think you can play
Yeah.
on it.
Somehow, I mean, I remember Full Tilt was on Ivy, and I forget all the names of the guys that
And Phil Hellmuth and
Helmuth.
Doyle Bronson.
They all those people, but there's and the other one guy that now he's sort of discredited because he became the fall guy of what happened. At bottom line is, yeah, they were upside down, like um, the money wasn't right.
The algorithms were on built to the house or something.
Well, no, not that. They like just having access to the money, the like the bank. Like they were doing shady stuff. I forget the details of it, but that's why the feds fuck they had charges and it was a whole scandal and but they call that Black Friday because that was on a Friday and that changed online poker in the United States. Never recovered from that. Even though sports betting became totally legal and is basically, an online activity. Um, and most other online gambling's offshore, like, because yeah, the U.S.
Well,
it's weird, right?
Poker Stars was too. Like it was out of like Aruba or something like that when I would play it.
Yeah, well, because the United States, in some weird way, we have like some weird, like, to the government, gambling's a vice, but then, oh, as long as they're getting paid, then it's okay in certain places. You know what I'm saying? Right? Vegas, Atlantic City, Indian casinos, right? But other than that, gambling's like federally a vice, right?
Yeah.
And now, because of whatever, they brought in sports betting, which, okay.
And that's been going on in the bars for God knows how long. Just behind the scenes kind of thing.
Well,
Not sanctioned.
hey, when you're putting on a home poker game, there is a risk to this day. Like, usually it's because some disgruntled player or something makes a call. But yeah, the cops can come bust that game. Like, yeah, patrol cops will come knock on the door, fucking bust the game, and then give charges to the person running the game, which is like a misdemeanor. It's not that big a thing, but they still enforce it. Like, because sometimes at these games, you got to
Well, they
remember,
had gambling brand
it, like for my friend, now his game isn't the highest stakes, but oh, he's the bank for this whole amount of money for the whole night, right? They get chips for the money. He holds the money till it's cash out time, right? Some of these big games that have been put on, yeah, well, there's jackers and robberies. Like, of course, like, oh, you're gonna call the cops? You're running a poker game. You know what I mean? So you're a target, and a lot of times at these home games when there's a lot of money, yeah, part of what you have to have is like security to like protect the money. Because in today's world, wherever there's money, cash, oh well,
Oh yeah.
you better
Well,
be
I
you
I've
better
seen
be
a lot of
on
these.
your guard because wherever there's something like that, there's people willing to go to extreme measures to rob it.
I've seen a lot of these YouTube shorts lately or Instagram wherever I see them that are like that talk to these guys that would win these like that are banned from all the casinos basically, and they've just won all this money and they tell stories about it. And more often than not, they always mention that if they would win a really big amount of money, they would try to get out of that casino as quick as they could and get that cash out of there because like that casino would try to steal their money back. Like it
Yeah,
was weird. Like
they get away with it. They can if you win repeatedly. There's numerous people. They
and
just
we're saying
ban
like
you
in
from the
backhanded ways too.
casino.
Like they damn near kill you for your money back if you won a big enough pot.
And then when you're banned, let's say you get banned from one property in Vegas, the worldwide casinos all cooperate as far as security, and they have facial recognition on all these people. And like so, the next day you fly to Monaco. You think, all right, well, I'll go to that casino. Nope, no, they won't. They won't let you bet because you've been put on this list.
Yep, and
That
even your Ocean's 11 mustache won't
well,
get
there are
you.
some people that have figured out the edges and can
Yeah.
win big amounts of money. Can some of that? Those there are people that are lucky, okay, than other
Well, some
people.
guys stick vibrating dildos up their butt for to win at
Well, that
Who Wants to Be a
cheating,
Millionaire.
but there's people that just have played better and won huge amounts of money, and then they ban them because just like a restaurant, they have the right to refuse service. They don't even have to give you a reason. They just
Yeah.
don't want your business anymore because oh, you won. Which yeah, so and there's times when they won't pay you either.
And
Like
counting
Phil
cards like to that
Ivey,
isn't
Phil
the hardest
Ivey
thing.
and this lady had figured out in this one brand of cards that the backing on the face card, no, with the naked eye, you would never see this slight variance. It was like a hundredth of an inch, but they trained themselves, and it was mainly this lady that worked with him. But then now he's already won astronomical amount of money playing Texas Hold'em, hundreds of millions of dollars, like the biggest games for all these years. The best poker player, Phil Ivey. So he goes to Monaco. He wins like 3-4 million playing. I think it's baccarat or no, it's not baccarat. It's some game, but they had the edge. And then they went to Swiss, played in this other casino, won even more money. Then they came to the United States. Yeah, they caught like somehow the casinos and their security, they all communicate. It's like the CIA. They probably have more like as a intelligence thing and the whole
Well, because
thing.
they're like the mafia, they've always had to have counterintelligence too.
Yeah,
They're the ones
and
that started the
a
casinos.
lot of the stuff that's become tech that is trickled out to mainstream, they were the ones that fueled that innovation because they use everything, right? Video, guys up top, everything they can, right?
They call that the angel in the sky or the
Eye in the sky.
eye in the sky.
But yeah, and then like some of that when you win big, the money's like being made into cashier's check. They always try to slope it. Yeah, they wouldn't pay him in the one, and then the somehow like international court where the casino went to try to file to get the money back, and then it took years, but they won the case, and I don't know how he paid it back or whatever, but um, and through whatever means, it's years ago, he finally gave some interview where he basically admitted, but like, hey, that was like they're trying to find every edge on you. So wait, you find an edge on them and now that's like doesn't count? Like fuck that. It was their company that printed these cards. He didn't do anything. He just realized that you could see the face cards upside
Well, it's
down.
like it's not illegal to count cards. It's to teach yourself how that
Yeah,
works.
well, to them that's illegal, right? So like, the yeah, but they use similar things against you, right? Right? Meaning they have data on all their dealers.
Oh yeah,
Some
I'm sure they
dealers,
switch out that racks if
yeah,
they're getting too
some old guy
lucky.
or some whoever just has a better fucking win rate than the rest of these people. Somebody's on a big roll. Oh, the next thing you know, yeah, oh, new rotation. Go to table 9, and that person doesn't cheat. They just have they probably have an abbreviation for it, but an average win higher than the most dealers, and that's an edge. They're using it. So wait, you use an edge? Oh, it's cheating. But to them, they can use every edge, no cheating. That's part of the what you're up against. I mean, the classic story from the last few years is Bruno Mars. Yeah, he was like not a gambler. He had no history of serious gambling. But somehow he's in Vegas so many years ago and he gets into a blackjack game. And by the morning light, he's 51 million in markers to MGM. Yeah, MGM. And then he's trying to quit. And there's a whole procedure. Yeah, they bring him upstairs. You got to count for this 51 in markers. And I guess, didn't have the money, whatever. And by the time he left there, he signed some deal where he has like a 2-year residency at the MGM, right? Where, yeah, that's to pay back the $51 million they worked him for one night when he was all fucked up and had no idea that like what he was doing and somehow lost $51 million.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be leaving Las Vegas if that happened to me. I
I'm
think I'd
sure
be
they
out.
made him feel like a king and did all their tricks the whole time. And oh, you want another drink? And what else you want? You need some girls at the table? What do you want? Sky's the limit. But ultimately, yeah, they got him down. Once that's their game, they'll do that to anybody. They don't give a fuck who it is. They're mean that way. They don't like when it comes to that part. Yeah, fuck them. And back in the day, like you only hear stories, but back when the real mafia was really, yeah, when someone owed, they would send people out to wherever you lived and make threats to you and
Oh yeah, they
do it.
take your fingers and toes as payment until you made the full.
Yeah, they didn't fuck around.
And they owned a lot of the judges and shit too. Like there's some podcast on YouTube that I think I've actually got links to it on my YouTube page where it's like, this fucking stories of like the Chicago fucking, like how before they had this huge SWAT thing or like this huge cleanup with it. It's like almost all the judges were in the back pocket of the mob, and it was just like it was just crazy.
Scandals that come out with the big stake tournament poker players that kind of have a name for themselves on the poker scene. Okay, it's called staking. So a lot of those guys don't really stake themselves. There's these other people that are like investors that, oh, well, this guy he's a good poker player. We'll stake him. And then there's these dramas that break out where there's different podcast interview shows that stay on all this shit. But a couple of the big names in the last few years got accused of, okay, they were staked and they won the tournament. So under that means that the people that stake are supposed to get paid a certain percentage of the winnings. But then, yeah, and the one guy admitted ultimately because it was like a cancel culture thing, right? It all got explained, and yeah, dude basically didn't pay. Like, what are you going to do about it? Because this is all like sort of under the table type of dealings, Like, you know, you got to remember in all this, gamblers hate taxes. Like, even these high stake guys, yeah, that when they pull up to the casino and they have like a little satchel with them, whatever, it's like you got to bring the cash to the casino. Oh, I guess if you're rich enough, you can do wire transfers and all that shit. But then it's like in the books. Even at that scale, you win $1 million, it's in the books. But gamblers are crafty at like not having to pay taxes on winnings because then they can claim their losses. It's hard to prove losses, right? There's a lot to it. It's a bunch of shysters ultimately. Like to be like a gambler, a professional gambler, you're a hustler. Like that's no matter how you look, no matter what table demeanor you present, you're like part of this like underbelly. Trust me, never trust the gambler.
I bet you I can get you a gambler in 20
I'd
minutes.
trust a crackhead over a gambler for sure.
As long as you got crack,
Well, no,
they will
crackhead
do.
will pay you back when he got his shit together. A gambler, nah. They'll go on because gamblers go through ups and downs. And next thing you know, wow, wait, you're winning a lot. Remember the night you no? Never loan money to a gambler. You learn that when you're in the casinos. There's people that's their job, and then they charge what they call a vig. Most of them are like Asian gang related, and yeah, if you're a regular at a certain casino and need $5,000, there's a guy in the bar you can go talk to, and they'll tell you how the deal works. But it's like, yeah, it's a steep deal that has consequences, and yeah, you don't want to fuck with those guys. The juice, they call it the juice. And at any casino,
Don't drop the juice.
you look around hard enough, there's the juice guy, and he's just there as yeah.
That was a Tupac movie.
He makes the vig. They call it the vig. I don't even know what the vig stands for, but the vig is the interest. I
Yep,
stayed.
that was. I guess I'm not sure if the Tupac movie was about that, but it might have been something about the juice.
Well, even as I grew up, like basically went to the college of Grateful Dead, high school, college. Like I only went to ninth grade. It went Grateful Dead life, and I didn't know. I just knew the songs. I didn't even know at the youngest age all the references, mainly that Robert Hunter songs, are like gambling. Like tonight they did Ramble on Rose, and there's a line, aces back to, I got a royal flush, aces back to back, which is kind of weird because a royal flush isn't aces back to back. But he might be talking about the other hand. The other guy's got the aces or
I
whatever.
think he's talking about several hands.
Right. And then there's deal, and then there's this song, and there's that song, and gambling. It was all metaphorical. It was like he used gambling phrasing from the past as
You gotta know when to hold them.
life in
Know when to fold them.
yeah, all these different ones, right? Um, that like all of a sudden at whatever age, I was like immersed as a full blown gambler. I was like, yeah, I was preconditioned to it. Like that's all Jerry's saying to me was about gambling. Like even though if you go and really look at those songs and what those songs mean, the gambling's just a metaphor. Okay. But
Well,
you
same
know,
with that know when to hold them song.
oh yeah, all that. Like, like for most of my life, when they played Casey Jones, it was like a for sure night. We're gonna do a bunch of blow, and they went into that song, and you had blow on you. You did a bunch of blow, and riding that train, high in cocaine. It says, oh, but if you really listen to the song, it's like a warning against cocaine, not a song to celebrate the use of
You better
cocaine.
watch your speed.
Yeah, like, uh, uh, but different times in your life you can. Well, I
But
guess
Buck Cherry's lit was
you only
definitely
hear what
about liking
you want to
cocaine.
hear. You only hear what you want to hear because, yeah, that song used to be the nights that they did that. That was for sure like a sign that the coke was flowing. Even though it's like a song that's basically warning against cocaine.
Yeah, I bet that lit by Buck Cherry got played quite a bit in the strip clubs when the coke was around.
Not
I
that
wouldn't
much.
know.
Encore song. It always meant something. Like it was that at a certain era when it was that era. They still play that song in rotation all the time. It's like fan favorite. It's become like a sing along. Like if you listen to the audience tapes or even the soundboards, because the crowd when they sing along it bleeds through. Certain
Yeah, I
songs
love some of those.
are like in the old dad days, no, sing along wasn't happening. No, today, yeah, the dead coming, it's like a big sing along.
Well, and there's some really emotional, like live footage of where like the singer will hear that the whole crowd is singing, and then they'll stop and they'll let the crowd sing, little portion of the song,
There's some
and like
moments, certain songs, but like
especially
lately,
when like some of the guys
dads
that
know all
come up
this
really quick.
well. They've decided that they're gonna just sing along. So like if you listen to the Spear shows, you'll hear the crowd, and like not everybody, but enough of them are singing along that it's like part of the overall music that you hear. The crowd singing along.
I remember I was at a Collective Soul concert and everyone's saying the wrong words. They knew something was coming at that part of the song. Oh, I can't think of what song it was now, but like
Well,
the crowd just said like "Hey, hey, hey" when it was supposed to be something else. And no,
there's
I don't know.
these t-shirts that were popular. They still are. It's like this one picture of Bob Weir, and then it says STFU. Because at this one show, it was at a club, small, the crowd was doing talking or whatever, and Bob stopped and said, "Shut the fuck up." Right? And yeah, like today, a lot of shows, I'm always like amazed. Like people come there, they usually get a little saucy drinking, and then they talk through the whole show. I'm like, why did you come here? If all you're gonna do is talk. But there's a lot of people like that.
Well, because they're taping it too, and they can watch it when they get home, and then they never do.
But there's just people that like want attention. Like sometimes the last couple nights I've been listening to the Spear Show's audience on Mixer. So it's somebody's tape. And then there's people that probably don't even know the guy's taping. Because one thing you learn as a taper, the last thing you ever want to do when you have these people clapping or talking and fucking up your mic is let them know that that's upsetting you. Because then that antagonizes them to even do it more. It's like this weird thing. Most people, especially when they're in that state, will be like, yeah, fuck you. You know
Oh yeah,
what I mean?
just those 2 little videos I did for the YouTube channel I did that thing for fucking yeah. If I told people to try to stay away from the front or not to walk in front of the camera and shit like that for the rest of that take, no matter guaranteed that guy was fucking doing laps around me, just trying to
Yeah,
fucking.
like that's one of the weird things. Not all people are that way, but enough of them are that way, right? That um yeah, I learned the best way is just ignore it and hopefully it goes away. And usually it does. A lot of those people don't have the stamina for like to go very far. Like they're the one that goes next thing you know, their seat's empty because they went home because they were
And
too
that
drunk.
same person, when he wants to get into a fight with you, just block the first 10 punches, and they're gonna fucking wear themselves out because they're in such a fury that
And the
next thing you
one
know,
thing
after
that
you're
is in a crowd is whatever people are doing, that's it. That they paid to get in there and it's all good, whatever it is. Sometimes there's drunken people that can't sing at all, singing along and like annoying, but oh well, they're having a good time. The only thing that that I don't like, and in my town it was really prevalent, but oh, it's spreading. There are shows where like people that are behind you, like look, if you want to stand and dance or whatever in your space, then that's up to you, right? There's people that are like, oh, hey, sit down, you're blocking my view because they want to sit down. Oh no, that no. Like I would never, even if somebody was standing, no, like first off, like why are you sitting down anyway, right? But all right, like if you go to the Bay Area, oh no, that's not cool. Like people don't do that. People are accepting that people do whatever. And then SoCal, oh no, I see it every show I go to. Around somebody will be like upset with the
privileged.
people because they're standing up and they'll be like, hey, can you sit down in front? I don't like that part of crowds. I don't like crowds. People are fucked up.
I used to go to a whole bunch of metal shows back in the day, but I'm not one for violence, even though, well, like I say, I was in wrestling, but to me that it wasn't so much violence, but
Yeah,
I just never liked the fucking senseless. It's like if there's gonna be violence happening, there should be a fucking reason for it.
all the years
And
of Dead shows, there was maybe a couple drunken, violent, quick episodes, some idiots, but Deadheads are pretty peaceful. They never. That's not their.
well, like even when I say mosh pit, those were even it'll be best friends smacking themselves each other in the face, but it's just the
Sometimes
fact
I
that
see like modern clips on YouTube or on Instagram where it's like
the
mosh
kids that do
pit.
like the windmills and shit, yeah, that's a whole new
Compared to
level.
the old mosh pits that were seemed authentic, they seem like certain ones are like forced. Like
Well, some of them are just like it's been a thing for years now, but like where the kids will just go in there and just start flailing their arms like they're a fucking wacky inflatable fucking cart whatever.
yeah, I would stay away. Yeah, I'm not into even at I don't like people touching me. Like even a lot of times people like they're strangers or they're just people they get drunk and then to separate you start talking when they like reach out and put their hand on your shoulder or whatever. They're,
Look, not the hugger.
they're a nice person and everything, but I'm like, oh, excuse me. Yeah, it's all right. Could you not touch me? Because like I'm a weirdo. I don't like people touching me. Like I'm not into people touching me.
Oh, it's 5:21. That means I got to take a hit now just to.
Yeah, it's yeah.
No.
You want another hour? No, it's 3:20. Yeah, I got to get off because I got to do work before 5 because I don't want to stay up past 5. I think my
Alrighty.
friend is coming in, and I'm going to help him do this electrical thing we're setting up, and he'll be here like at 9 o'clock. And if I sleep like 4 hours, I'll be all right. But less than that, that's rough. And I still got to do like a few things. So it's 3. Yeah, I got to get off. It was good chatting with you, Ryan.
Yeah.
Have
Take
a
care.
good, what's today? Sunday. Yeah. Whatever that's worth.
Yeah. Good night, chat. Hop on next time, you pussies.
Yeah, I'm always surprised that we don't get more people that out of the 25, which is pretty good for 3 something in the morning, that one of these people haven't, like, after all the time of hearing you and me say the same stories, decided to come with a new something fresh.
Jess and Bean was almost gonna hop on tonight. They said once their lights turned on, but I think they just got scared. But I can see the whole thing too. I mean, I wasn't.
Yeah, I could
The only reason I ever broke my chair is because I had a shit ton of fucking hemp buds to show people.
like,
I couldn't-
because I lived with her for 20 years. If my wife is still alive, over her dead body, would I have any public persona on uh, social media, YouTube? No, 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 no. She had like a certain like way about it, of the way we function. Yeah, no, no.
Oh, yeah, I know guys that'll make you keep your phone in the car going to their house.
Yeah, I still have friends that, yeah, they don't. That a lot of my friends are way into cannabis their whole life, but no, it's not something that they get. They don't know anything. They don't have any desire to. I told them, oh, there's like this in the community and content, and that that's not their thing. That they might be on social media for whatever their thing is, but it's not cannabis. Even though
Yeah,
they're,
it's amazing how many potheads that I talk to that have no clue what a trichome is, or that's what gets you high. They've been smoking their whole lives, but and they don't care to learn about that either.
yeah, no, I I respect that. Some people like, yeah, it's there's only so much shit you can have in your head, and if you want to have room for other stuff, well, then you can't go down this just like we avoid other rabbit holes. They look at this as like a rabbit hole, like because it would be like our time is basically pretty valuable in one way. You don't have that much of it, but then in another way, you I guess in some ways waste a lot of it.
Well, I absorb so much too on these channels when I'm not even paying attention that I don't even realize I'm.
Yeah. No, it's all what you take out of it. Um, yeah, the internet, like, yeah, there's a lot of like good kind of content, whether it's history or just knowledge or topics, and uh, yeah, you can learn a lot. A lot of it's bullshit too, though. But I mean, at this
Yep.
point, I don't even know what's bullshit, what's not. Like,
But if
big,
it weren't for the internet too, like I wouldn't be nearly as smart as I consider myself today, or smart as I think I am, I should say. Because I would have never gone and read all the books and all the shit that I've just learned through video and like learning it, or
Some
just
of it-
random shit?
Some of it's like sometimes I realize because I listen to certain shit and I realize, yeah, that's just a bunch of useless fucking shit. Like, what is that?
Oh, I know plenty of useless things.
Yeah,
That's for sure.
but sometimes years later, that useless thing comes around, and then you realize, oh, wasn't that useless after all? That's how knowledge works, right? Or wisdom or experience.
Oh yeah.
We'll
Well,
talk
on that
next
note,
Tuesday.
you have a good morning. Same to everyone else in the chat and in the future.
Yeah, have a good Sunday. I'm hitting